I was devastated when my Uncle Matt died. My grandparents found themselves unintentionally pregnant with Matt in their 40s, and 40 years later, my mom had me. So, the age gap between us was pretty small. We basically grew up together. He was like my older brother. What makes me sad now is how much we drifted apart when he went to college, and then we drifted even further apart when I did the same thing a few years later. We would catch up every now and then, but every time we spoke, we somehow always wound up just reminiscing about our childhoods. The time we built a makeshift treehouse that fell apart while we were both inside, or the first time we stole from Grandpa's liquor cabinet and took a sip of bourbon, or the time we slid ourselves down the stairs in sleeping bags and Matt ended up winded with a cracked rib. Then one day, I received the news. It was so unexpected and so completely ridiculous that I couldn't even imagine it. Matt was dead at 33. My mom told me that the cause was a terminal cardiac event, but she seemed tense and scared when she told me. At the funeral, I overheard her talking to my Aunt Carol. They were speculating about how a healthy 30-something-year-old person could unexpectedly die from a heart failure with no prior medical conditions. Mom said that she thought it was all bullcrap and that the doctors had kept something secret. She leaned into Carol and managed to whisper the words, "I saw his face," before they were interrupted by my grandpa, and I stopped eavesdropping. I remember leaving the funeral with a cold fear in the pit of my stomach. I saw his face? The words kept repeating in my head for the rest of the night. I dreamt of Matt's rigid corpse floating through an icy lake, a twisted look of horror contorting his features. I was swimming towards him, but I wasn't getting anywhere. I could only watch as he sank lower and lower into the dark depths and was eventually swallowed by the blackness. The inheritance was all decided internally by the family because he hadn't left a will. Matt obviously didn't think he'd need one just yet, so we had to divide everything up fairly as a family. Everyone agreed that it would only make sense for me to take Matt's video games and consoles, since we'd spent the better part of the 90s and early 2000s playing them together. I accepted, but I put them immediately into the basement. I couldn't face them. Facing them meant accepting Matt was gone, and I'd somehow avoided doing that so far. It finally hit me a few months later in the weirdest of ways. I was out with a few friends at a burger joint. It was so awesome and so delicious that my first thought was to tell Matt. Then I realized that I couldn't, and I just completely shut down. I cried right there in the restaurant in front of all my friends. I'm not the kind of guy who cries in public, so no one really knew how to react. Instead, they just let me leave. No one tried to stop me, and I'm honestly glad they didn't. I spent the next few days away from work, away from my friends, and just generally away from my life. Everyone reached out to me and offered their help, but I casually rebuffed them and told them all that I just needed time and space. I don't know why or exactly when I decided that it was time to dig Matt's stuff out of the basement, but I brought it all up to my room and started unpacking everything. First came all the new stuff, most of which I already had my own copies of, and then I slowly wound my way through the boxes like I was taking a journey back in time. We loved horror games the most, especially during the PS1 era. Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Clock Tower were easily some of the scariest. I dug them all out, looking at them fondly, but also with a tight knot in my stomach. These weren't just old games, but the exact copies we played as kids. He'd kept them all these years and still in pretty good condition. I hooked the old, discoloured PlayStation up to a TV of Matt's that I'd also inherited, something he'd used to play retro games as authentically as possible. My plan was to spend the rest of the day playing through some games, loading up old saves, and crying until I started to feel better. I opened the top of the console and found that there was already a disc inside. It looked like it was upside down, with a shiny black readable surface facing up. I took it out and flipped it, but it was the same on both sides. A blank disc. I was already interested to see what was on it, so I started up the console as I rummaged around to try and find its case mixed in with everything else that I'd unpacked. The all too familiar sound of the PlayStation played in my ears as I unearthed a blank case at the bottom of one of the boxes. I opened it, and a piece of paper fluttered to the floor. I unfolded it and read the words scribbled there. "Don't say I didn't warn you." A sound started playing from the TV, a sound I didn't recognize. It was a low, crackling sound in all its 16-bit glory. I turned to see a black screen with the word "Start" written in red in the center. There was no title, no artwork, nothing. I hesitated, but pressed start. A white loading bar started to fill the bottom of the screen. The game eventually loaded onto a first-person view of a living room. Everything had the kind of janky aesthetic that was normal to the 90s PlayStation game. Polygons seemed to warp as I looked around the room, and the textures were shaky and low-res. That being said, the game looked pretty good for something that was at least 20 years old. There were moody lighting effects and a foggy darkness in the room, which was well used and atmospheric. I moved the analog sticks and looked around the room. The sound of the character's footsteps stirring something strongly nostalgic in me. The room I was in was sparsely decorated. There was a scrap of paper on the coffee table. I pointed the crosshair at it and pressed X. He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby becomes a monster, and if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. The words appeared on the screen in plain white font, just long enough for me to read them, and they abruptly disappeared and wouldn't come back up again, no matter how many times I mashed the X button. I searched the room a little and found a key, which I picked up with a simple on-screen message. "You got the old key." I used it on the only door in the room, and an animation played just like the old Resident Evil games, with the character opened the door and walked through. When the game loaded back in, I was stood in a dark hallway, and there was a strange sound coming from somewhere, like a dog trying to cough up a hairball. I walked down the hall, attempting to open the doors along the way, only to find that each door produced the same message. "The door is locked. Keep going." As I continued, a strange music started building like a crash of waves, a loud note that then tailed off into something almost like static. As the music grew louder, so did the strange coughing sound. I reached the doorway that was already open into a room with a light on. The light spilled out into the hallway in an effect that was pretty impressive for a game this old. As I turned the corner and stepped into the room, the music and weird coughing noise both stopped unexpectedly, leaving me in a tense and pervading silence. There was another character in the room, an NPC stood in perfect stillness. He was low polygon and had only basic textures, but I recognized him all the same. He looked almost exactly like Matt. In his characteristic grey hoodie and black jeans, I approached the character and pressed X. "You shouldn't have come." The words came up on the screen, and my eyes barely had time to register them before they flickered and changed. "You should have come." I felt an unease creeping up my spine. I pressed X again, and the words changed. "Have you looked behind you?" I spun around, not in the game, but in real life, my heart thumping in my chest. There was nothing there. I turned around back to the screen, and the words had changed without my input. I said, "Have you looked behind you?" I pressed X, and the words disappeared, giving me the freedom to move my character again. I turned him around, and a piercing sound started to play. The doorway was still there, but it didn't lead back into the hallway anymore. It led into a different room. I turned back again, but Matt, or whatever it was, wasn't there anymore. I moved into the next room and nearly dropped the controller when I recognized it. Despite the low textures and the basic graphics, it was Matt's living room. Exactly his living room. I'd only been there a handful of times in person, but I recognized it the second I walked in there. The lighting was low, and there was static coming from the TV, which provided the only light in the room. There was a new character in the room, sitting on the sofa this time, with her head turned towards the TV. It was my mom. I moved towards her and tapped X. Your mother watches the television with a look of happiness on her face. I pressed X again, and the words disappeared. I tried again, but the results were the same. Instead, I turned my attention to the television and pressed X when I was close enough. The television shows a happy video, the word said, but all I could see on the screen was static. It's a video of you being bathed as an infant. Your father's hand suddenly covers your face and pushes you under the water, holding you there for a while. You cry and thrash against him. The words disappeared and I regained control, but the controller slipped through my clammy hands. I took a deep breath and picked it back up, pressing X on the television again. Your deceased infant body floats face down in the water. I turned back to my mom, who was still sat on the sofa. I approached her and pressed X again. Your mom loves this video. She finds it hilarious. The words disappeared from the screen, and a 16-bit recording of my mom's laugh played out through the TV speakers, but it sounded almost like a scream. I leaned forwards and hovered my hand over the power button on the PlayStation. I wondered if I should keep playing. Maybe this was a practical joke. I looked back up at the screen and found the screen focused on a new character. This time, it was me. Don't touch that dial. The words came up on the screen exactly as I hit the power button. The console turned off, and I breathed a sigh of relief before I opened the lid and took the disc out, hurling it across the room. It hit the wall and a large section of it broke off. I hurried upstairs and crawled into bed. It was still light outside, but I was emotionally exhausted and shaking with fear. I lay there for what felt like hours, with silent tears running down my face, until eventually, somehow, mercifully, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night with a sense that something was wrong. I groped for my phone in the darkness and found it, shining the light on the screen around the room to find that I was alone. I lay back and exhaled sharply, grateful that my fear was nothing more than the tail end of, well, whatever I'd experienced earlier in the day. Then I heard it. It was that same bizarre music. The sound building, then hitting a crescendo like a crash of a wave before subsiding into a crackling static. It was coming from downstairs. I called the police, but every time the call connected, I got nothing but static. I called my mom and had to stifle a yelp of joy when she answered the phone. "Hello," she said, sounding chipper. "Mom, it's Charlie," I said in a harsh whisper. "Call the police, ask them to come to my house and—" "I saw a funny video," she cut me off, laughing to herself. "Your dad was drowning you. Do you remember, honey?" "Mom, what are you—" "I wish he had, sweetie," she said in a gentle, almost conciliatory tone. "He never wanted you. Neither did I. You should have—" I ended the call and dialed the police again. It was just the same static on the other end. In my frustration, I threw my phone. I hurled it through the bedroom door and out into the hall, where it bounced and tumbled on the floor until it came to a rest at the top of the stairs. I can't tell you how long it took me to build up the courage to move. It might have been minutes, but it might have been a lot longer. I like to say I walked, tall and brave, to the top of the stairs. But the truth is, I crawled. I crawled so slowly that I was barely moving, all the while listening to that horrible music coming from downstairs. I reached my phone and picked it up. I tried to call another number in my contacts, anyone. It didn't matter who, but all I got was static. I tried to get onto the internet, but nothing was working. I was beginning to consider trying to climb out of an upstairs window when a voice called up to me from downstairs, chilling me to my bone. "Hey buddy, you up there? It's Uncle Matty." It was his voice, unmistakably his. But something was wrong. He was never that perky, and he sure as hell would never call himself Uncle Matty. Not to any of his nieces and nephews, but least of all to me. "Are you coming down, sport? I feel like playing a game." I don't know why I started to walk down the stairs, or where I found the courage to do it, but something had taken a hold of me by that point. It was a compulsion I couldn't resist. My heart was beating so hard and so fast in my chest that I was finding it hard to breathe. I reached the bottom of the stairs, walked a few steps into the living room. I was alone, but the TV was on. The screen was black, so the glow was dark, but it was definitely on. And so was the PlayStation. The disc wasn't where I'd left it, although the large chunk that had broken off was still there. I bent down to pick it up when my mom's distorted 16-bit laughter came from the TV again, making me jump and forcing me to stand bolt upright. My vital flight response was in high gear, and I was trembling from the adrenaline, or maybe from the fear. Probably both. Words started to come up on the screen. This is my greatest work. I poured my heart, my blood, my very soul into this. They gave me 4 days, they said. Just 4. So that's what you get. Say goodbye to the people you love. 4 days. The music reached the same wave-crashing crescendo again, except it didn't have a chance to trail off into static this time. It ended as suddenly as it had before, only this time is for a different reason. I squinted against the sunlight that beamed through the slats in my blinds and groggily sat up in bed. My phone was next to me. There were no calls dialed from the night before. I threw off the duvet and hurried downstairs to find the broken disc exactly where it had fallen the day before. I took a shower, got dressed, and decided that I needed to get out of the house. Whatever had happened the day before, whatever I'd seen, I didn't know how much of it was real and how much of it was imagined. Had my grief really twisted my perception so much that I couldn't even tell the difference between fantasy and reality? I decided I didn't really want to know the answer to that. I didn't want to know what I'd seen on the disc. Maybe there was nothing. Maybe I'd been pressing the buttons on a black screen. I didn't want to think about it anymore, so I put on my coat and headed for the door. My hand was barely an inch from the handle when my phone buzzed and a text came through. I looked at the screen and my blood turned cold again. It was a single message from Matt. Don't forget, 4 days, buddy. I've always had a morbid fascination with abandoned buildings and exploring their neglected, dilapidated innards. After my last exploration, I'm done with that pastime, for my own sanity. There's a place in my hometown that has been untouched for years. It's become somewhat of a local legend, mostly thanks to the family who owned it. It belonged to the McPhersons, who ran it as a bike shop with the help of their daughter, Piper. They hadn't long moved to town before they set it up. But I remember that they hit it off with a lot of the locals very quickly. It was a small place, and the new bloods were practically celebrities for a while. Piper was a nice girl, but she was really up against it when she started school. Not only was she infamously the new kid, but she had burning orange hair and a splash of freckles across her face that made her stick out like a sore thumb. Her parents, owning a store full of shiny new bikes, also made kids decide that her family were loaded, something which many of us weren't. Kids can be stupid. Anyway, McPherson Cycles now stands as a disused relic of that family's dream. I assume they no longer live in the town. I can't imagine that they'd want to anymore. There's been more than one attempt to make something new out of the place, but it just can't seem to happen. Most aren't interested in such a solid place, and the few that have really tried to envision it have all given up before they started. Not even the small-town rumor mill knows why. I'll admit that I felt a strange mix of sadness and excitement when I saw the place. It was in even more disrepair than I'd imagined, and I thought of the optimistic McPherson family when they first opened those doors and thought they'd found the perfect place. I clicked my torch on and off a few times for good measure and tried the door. It opened part way, not quite enough to slip through, and I felt around the latch. The deadbolt had been snapped clean off at some point, so a zip tie had been looped over the inside handle and a hook in the wall. A couple of swift kicks snapped the plastic, and the door swung open with a morose, defeated creak. It hit the wall and echoed through the surrounding buildings with more noise than I'd anticipated. But I didn't imagine that anybody within earshot cared enough to investigate. I closed it behind me, and it hung limp against the door jamb. McPherson Cycle's interior was nothing like I had expected, especially from the broken and weather-beaten facade. It wasn't what I would have called clean, but it had some care somewhere within its recent past. The floors looked swept of debris, and although it still stank of age and rot, and more than one of its ceiling tiles had deteriorated into a blackened husk from leaking rainwater, I had this unshakable feeling that somebody wasn't quite ready to let go of the place. I shook it off, angry at myself for being so readily spooked by an old bike shop of all things, and began to explore. I felt like I was standing in a legendary place, and I wanted to take my time. Bare shelf units were scattered throughout the room, which, while dusty, were also much cleaner than I'd have expected. The windows had been plastered in tapestry of old newspapers, which let in a strangled and muted daylight, enough to explore the shop front, but would definitely need my torch for the rest of the building. I compulsively checked it again. A huge back rack was filled to the far wall of the room, and a single red bike was leant against it. It was sized for a child, and had a small wicker basket filled to its handlebars. I stared at the bike, and for several moments I was unsure as to why it had grabbed my attention. I quickly realized that it had been Piper's, and she would always ride it around after school and in front of the store on weekends. The tires were still ringed with beige sand, and a half-dressed Barbie doll lay in the bottom of the basket, smiling up at a canopy of grimy spiderwebs. Piper had been a form of advertisement for her parents' shop, in a way, riding a shiny bike around to hopefully entice the other kids. It seemed to work too, and she was always proud to be helping out. I hadn't spoken to her much, but when I did, she was always looking forward to Saturday. I still feel guilty that I barely noticed that she stopped coming to school. A battered cash register sat on the shop's counter, its drawer jutting out from a swift and apparent violent emptying. The counter itself was covered in leaflets advertising the store, and I inspected one fondly. The big blue and orange logo across the top had faded, but it still looked more like its former glory than the decaying sign out front. I replaced it on the counter and noticed the corner of another leaflet, different to the others that buried it. I pulled it free and found that someone, at some point, had torn it in half. It was washed out like somebody had got it wet several times over, but some words were still legible. Quality of life was still faintly legible across the bottom, in delicate white script against the black and gold background. I suddenly felt uneasy and gently put it back, smoothing the pile of leaflets to cover it. I remember how cold I felt just then, a dreadful unease that tugged at every follicle on my body. Something flashed in the corner of my vision. It was a landline, a cordless phone that sat in its cradle, and one of the buttons in the base was blinking orange. I pressed it, and a robotic voice spoke through the tinny speaker. New message, received on Tuesday 5th February 2008. The silent building filled with the gasps and sobs of a woman, her moans of anguish distorted as the feeble speakers tried to convey her suffering. Mike! Oh, Mike! I don't know what to do! She paused and choked back a sob. I was just speaking to her, and the machine started going crazy. She was convulsing and... She paused again as a fresh wave of pain bubbled up in racking sobs. We can't do anything. She's gonna die and we can't do anything. I can't handle this. Click. She left a deafening silence behind. My ears rang with a memory of her pain still fresh in my mind. The message wasn't intended for me, but whatever it had been about was long over, and that knowledge was all I had to comfort me, if barely at all. I continued my exploration through a door at the back of the room, leading into a short, windowless hallway that extended to the back of the building. turning right to a bathroom and left into a musty kitchenette that stank of old coffee and microwave food. I turned on my torch. This room, unlike the storefront, had been left to rot in its disused squalor. A first aid kit hung agape on the wall, its contents spilled on the floor. I looked over a small, fold-out table that held a few odds and ends, an old checkbook, an overexposed passport photo of the McPhersons, and a messy scrap of paper with the medical center's phone number scrawled in biro. It was then that I heard the footsteps. They moved slowly above me, heavy, deliberate footfalls punctuated by the agonized squeaks and groans of old wooden flooring. Maybe it was my fear, but the darkness seemed to grow thicker in my vision. I strained to hear the footsteps of my heartbeat that now thundered in my ears, but they'd stopped. It was time to leave, I decided. I ducked back out into the hallway, and as I re-entered the storefront, I realized that there were no stairs up to a second floor. I didn't stop to think about it. As far as I cared by then, it was all the more reason to get out. The evening had quickly gathered, and it was dark outside now, leaving me little to no light except for my torch, which seemed so much weaker than I remembered. Its paltry light was even weaker for the dusty atmosphere, but it was still strong enough to reflect a flash of red from across the room. The shiny red of a child's bike, slumped in the far corner. A beam of light from outside swept across the door, and before I could react, the door flew open and the silhouette of a man blocked my path. I shone my torch in his face, and while it was barely enough to make him flinch, I recognized the face of Mike McPherson. He was a terrible spectre of a person, his face haggard and his shoulders slumped. He looked at me with hurt in his eyes. "Why are you here?" He looked at Piper's bicycle in the corner and let out a pained, almost childish cry. "It's been moved." "It wasn't me," I stammered. He shook his head like he was trying to loosen a voice trapped inside. "I know it wasn't you. It was her. It's always her." He stormed towards the bike with his hands out as if to seize it, but the will drained from him in seconds and he slumped to his knees. "Everything," he sobbed. "My whole life. Gone. Ruined. Dead." Click. New message received on Tuesday 5th February 2008. "No," he screamed. "Not again." The distorted message began to play, and Mike rocked on the floor, clutching the bike in his hands. I made for the door, and behind me, a sharp screech from the speakers made me flinch. The message changed. "You ignored her. You ignored me." The distortion grew to the noise of a jet engine. Her voice rose into a scream. "This is your fault. You killed me. You." I broke into a sprint and fled the building as Mike McPherson sat alone in his grief. Alone, save for the voice of his wife, reopening a wound that would never heal. Not over her dead body. I'm done exploring abandoned buildings. A tomb should stay closed. It's a rather mundane job to live and maintain a lighthouse. It's isolating, other than the occasional tourist that want to know the lighthouse's history. I'm not much of a social character, but the history of the building is something I know well. I'd walk them up the steps while regaling tales of the ships the lighthouse safely guided to shore, and eventually they'd reach the top and get that view. The same view that pulled me from my living quarters every morning. Heat would radiate against my knuckles from the cup of coffee I take small sips from as I watched the expansive blue horizon. I'd spent a number of years in the lighthouse, calling it my home. Maintaining the lighthouse itself was easy to work. The difficult part came from adjusting to a new lifestyle. If I wanted or needed electricity, I'd had to crank a generator, and you can forget about things like accessing the internet or taking a nice hot bath. The horizon always kept me trapped there though, like waves of Stockholm Syndrome crashed against the rocks. Occasionally, I'd even get to witness an approaching vessel guided by the building's light. Sometimes I'd even get a blow of the ship's horn, a kind of thank you. The water can be harsh though, and some nights I would ponder on the ships that weren't able to see my lights. Even though I no longer maintain that lighthouse, I wonder still. I was a vigilant worker when it came to keeping the light operating. It wasn't much work, as I said before, but it was important, and a slip-up would cast the sea into darkness. There was only one night where I drifted off listening to the raging storm that the light bulb burnt out without my noticing. I couldn't tell you how long the light was out for, but upon waking up, surrounded by complete darkness, I quickly gathered the needed supplies and headed to the light. When the light buzzed back to life and cast its gaze upon the violent sea and its whipping winds, I could see a small glimmer on the ground by the edge of the cliff. During harsher storms, the waves would smack up against the rocks and jettison into the air, bringing debris with them. Every time the light passed over the spot, the glint would catch my eye, almost like it was calling out to me. It was going to drive me nuts thinking about it if I just left it until the storm died down, so I threw on my heavier clothing and went to investigate. Rain pelted me as I walked towards the glimmer, and the winds did their best to persuade me from my advance. Against the weather's better wishes, I reached the edge of the cliff and looked for the object that had been calling for me. As the light passed over again, I could see a dark object surrounded by tall, swaying grass. Picking it up, the wind almost knocking me on my feet as I bent over, I was able to recognize it immediately. It was a phone. One of those old rotary ones that you have to spin for the number you want. Despite crashing into the side of the cliff with the powerful waters, it felt like it was in pristine condition. In complete awe, I headed back to the lighthouse to get a better look at the new treasure. I'd seen a plethora of oddities wash up with the crashing of the waves. Things like boating supplies were commonplace, but every so often, something more obscure would wash up. The phone was by far the oddest thing I had seen, at the time at least. Getting into the lighthouse, I turned a small overhead light powered by batteries on. Running my fingers along its cool and black surface, I looked for a port for the landline, but found no such opening. The black metal stretched the overhead light into lines on its surface. I hadn't seen many of these phones made of metal. As I thought of its origins, a rumble was sent through my body, radiating from my hands. I couldn't decipher it until I realized that the damn phone was ringing. Its chime was slow and faded, like running a wet stick across a gated fence, as though the phone was still underwater. Taking my hands off the phone in my lap, they continued to shake, but they shook in trepidation. Minutes passed as the phone continued to ring, and light poured in from out of the room. Once I had just about enough, I reached down in one swift movement, picking up the phone and placed it up to my ear. Before I had time to copulate a thought and convince my mouth to move, I heard a female voice. "Is anyone out there?" Her words were desperate and soaked in fear. I could hear the storm around her and the clanking of metal hitting wood. "This is Vessel C, Elvis. Can anyone hear me?" she continued. My lips were trembling as I attempted to voice a response. "I can hear you." I felt regret as the words slipped out, and I came to terms with how bizarre it all was. As she explained the situation to me, excited that she was able to reach someone, I toted up the phone up the stairs. I don't see you out there, Elvis," I replied to her pleas. The beam of light swept across the dark sea, revealing nothing but whitecaps and a torrent of rain. "I'm here!" she screamed into the phone. Her voice was choppy and delicate, with a feeling of sorrow that only those facing their end can muster. Frantically, I searched the horizon, with a telescope attached to the lighthouse guardrail. Still, nothing. "My damn dress is stuck!" she cried. "Just calm down, okay? Try to get loose. I'm looking for you." I completely forgot at that point that I was talking into an unconnected phone that I found on the cliff face. All I could feel was a softball-sized pain in my chest as her words, carried by the waves, crashed into me. "I'm sinking. I can't get loose. Oh God, help me. It's so cold. Please." "I don't see you," I whispered out through pained lips, my head shaking as her words became more muffled and distant as the sounds of rushing water closed in. "I don't..." My words were far too hard to swallow. The rain smacked under the plastic covering the top of the lighthouse, small beads of water running down, causing streaks of liquid. I could feel them on my cheeks as the phone gave a click before switching to silence. Reaching up, my thumbs swept away the tears pooling under my eyelids. After standing in silence, watching the waters for any sign of life until my feet ached for rest, I returned to my living quarters and sat on my bed. I kept the phone on my lap, looking it over again and again. Then, it rang out once more. With much hesitation, I lifted the handset off the receiver and placed it to my ear. "Hello?" I whispered. "It's cold." The woman's voice came through the phone like a thick liquid, her calm voice pouring into my ears. "It's so cold," she repeated. The words cascaded into my nervous system, creating a prickling sensation wherever they landed. I couldn't do anything but sit completely stunned by her reemergence. It was hard to keep the receiver still against my ear. "Where are you? Are you safe?" I asked, stuttering through my words, like I had been handed a script for the first time. "It's much deeper than you think." Her voice was cold and robotic, like she had been saying the same lines every day of her life. "You wouldn't believe what I see down here." The words started to take on a more vicious tone. An air of anger could be felt from the other side of the phone. "Come and join us," was the last line she spoke before I slammed the receiver down and tossed the phone across the room, causing a crash of metal. The phone had fallen in such a way that the receiver was facing towards the ceiling, and from it, I could hear a faint whistling, like a siren call. The noise must have soothed something within my fears, because I found myself laying onto the bed and drifting off to sleep. Dreams of the ocean throwing me into its depths, giving me as a tribute to the beast that rests below, filled my night, until I awoke to the sound of a phone ringing. Like an alarm, the same faded and wet mockery of a ringtone echoed throughout my living quarters. More angry than anything, I shot out of bed and picked up the black phone, placing the receiver to my mouth. I shouted, "You listen here!" The words caught up in the middle of my throat, as I could still hear the ringing noise, despite having picked up the phone. "Come and join us." Her voice, smooth and haunting, slipped through the patterned small holes in the receiver. The phone thunked onto the hardwood. I left the room and began to climb the stairwell to the top, with the ringing still running through the old building. I reached the top and looked over the horizon again, to find nothing but clear skies and quelled waters. When I looked down at the cliff, however, I knew I couldn't justify my employment any longer. Scattered about, surrounded by the tall and vibrant green grass, a couple dozen black phones, their chorus of rings calling out to me. I am no longer living at that lighthouse. I quickly gathered my things and found another place to stay. As I'm sure you can imagine, I have a hard time shaking that noise from my head. It's what comes to me whenever a room is too silent. That distant ringing is there whenever I shut my eyes, and when I'm trying to sleep at night, I swear I can feel waves crashing against me. It's been almost a month since I walked away from that place, but I still remember where it is, and no matter where I sleep, the ringing and the waves are calling me back home. There's a reason you don't find much life underground. Sure, a wolf might take shelter in a cave during a nasty storm. The occasional moth might venture into unknown caverns, but wolves and moths are not true cave dwellers. True cave dwellers are what the Greeks called troglodytes, meaning any animal living entirely underground, never leaving. So seldom do these creatures see light that most troglodytes are born completely blind. Take, for instance, the cave fish or the cave wolf spider. Not only are both blind, but they have no eyes at all. Just pale flesh stretched over where their eyes should be. Joining them are whole hosts of various crawling insects, all blind, yet in their dark home, all seeing. Where they dwell, there's no need for vision. The darkness protects them and keeps them hidden. These creatures know exactly the moment humans descend upon the bedrock with our bright lights and clumsy footing. We don't belong down there, yet in some instances, it may become impossible to leave. My name is Blake Doran, and 2 weeks ago, I made the worst decision of my life, one I'll have to live with forever. The night started like any other. Dad was away for business. Mom left a few years ago, so it was just my brother Nathan and I. Nate is not a lot older, but his personality is the exact opposite of mine. He's an Eagle Scout, while I quit Cub Scouts years ago as a Webelow. He's the daredevil adventurer. I'm the champion of the high school's chess club. I love my brother, but with Nate, it's always a challenge to prove myself somehow. Usually, I ignore his taunts, But that night, he was extra persistent, calling me the delicate Webelow allergic to the outdoors. He was getting under my skin, and I was bored, so out of some stupid insecurity, I agreed to play along. Earlier that week, he had taken his metal detector, a gift from Dad, to an old ghost town about 5 miles out of town. I was hoping he would bring back some long-lost antiques. Instead, he told me about a cavern in the foothills. He had almost fallen down the entrance, which was just a hole in the ground, about 5 feet wide and concealed by pine shrubs. Ever since Dad left that morning, he was pestering me about climbing down the cavern chimney to explore. By evening, I relented, and we were packed and ready to go less than an hour later. We took Dad's old Ford pickup. Once we got to the outskirts of town, Nate pulled onto an old dirt road cutting through the desert into the foothills. We parked on the base of the first hill, and from there, it was a 2-mile hike. Beyond the hill was a narrow gorge running along a dried-up creek. The valley used to be a thriving hub for prospectors and gold miners back in the 1800s. In its heyday, this was one of the largest towns in New Mexico. But today, it's a forgotten relic of the past, with most of the old frontier buildings torn down or decayed. We walked past a few crumbling bricks and adobe foundations and crossed the withered stream bed. The darkness was intimidating, with a new moon hidden in the sky and thick charcoal clouds drooping low to meet a howling gust of wind. The chill penetrated through our fleece-caving jumpsuits. The gorge took a steep bend as we walked around another hill. Nate stopped, trying to remember his path from the week before. "I remember this bend. We're close now." Nate's eyes darted along the slanted slopes on our left. "It's somewhere up here." "How did you even manage to find the cavern?" I asked. Nate looked at me and flashed a toothy grin. "Bats." "Bats?" "Yeah, you know, black fuzzy winged creatures. Live in the caves, come out at night to eat insects. I saw a colony and figured they lived nearby. Did they not teach you about bats in Cub Scouts, Webelow?" I rolled my eyes and scanned the cloudy haze above us. "No way we'll see any bats tonight." "Ah, who needs bats when you have a big brother as a guide?" He rustled my hair with his icy knuckle. "Come on, Blake, this'll be fun." "Either way," I muttered while fixing my hair. We left the rocky gorge behind and climbed north. There was no trail, so we cut through the thickets of pinyon and juniper shrubs. The hilltop was surprisingly flat, with steep drop-offs on the opposite side. Dense pockets of bushes dotted the landscape, but Nate managed to retrace his steps and find the entrance. Nate grasped a handful of branches to reveal the rocky throat of the cavern. He picked up a nearby rock with his other hand and threw it in the dark chasm, creating a fading melody of stone ricocheting against stone. Nate threw down our backpacks and unpacked, while I stood on the edge of the seemingly endless drop. Rain fell from the low-hanging clouds. We never accounted for weather, and even though it was a light drizzle, I felt wholly unprepared for the task ahead. Seeing the vertical drop up close, its rocks slick with fresh rain, brought forth a harsh chill of reality. I had never been caving before. I didn't even rock climb. Nate knew this, but I could see him unpacking regardless. "Better strap in. We came all the way out here. There's no backing out now." "Oh, come on, Nate. It's dark, and I don't want to slip. We'll come back in the morning." "And what? Hope the sun starts shining underground? It'll be dark regardless, buddy." He took a step forward and put his arm around me. You know my old scoutmaster, Dylan Cooper's dad? He served 3 tours in Afghanistan, searching cave after cave for terrorists. Well, guess who taught me everything I know about splunking? That's nice. Go splunk with Mr. Cooper. Nate frowned, but kept his arms around me. You're missing the point. I found this place, and the first person I thought to tell was you. We fight all the time. Can you blame me if I want to help you do something new and exciting before I leave? Fine, enough already. I shook his arm off my shoulder and continued. But whenever I say leave, we leave, okay? Of course, we go in, take a look around, and right back out. He seems genuinely happy, and for a moment, I felt guilty about the whole thing. I knew he was moving away for college soon, but I never acknowledged the impact of him leaving. With Dad's work travel, home without Nate just seemed lonely and bleak. Nate gave an amused look as I stepped into my harness. The fabric, an intense shade of fire engine red, clamped around my waist in a tight hug. That used to be mine, you know, before I bought this bad boy. He motioned towards his full-body army camo harness. The built-in waist belt and crossing chest straps made him look like a paratrooping Marine. Say what you want about Nate's over-eagerness, but he did come prepared. We had headlights, flashlights, rappel racks for descending, ascenders to get back up, and a 300-foot rope Nate had to special order. He thought the length was overkill, but better to be safe than sorry, especially since we had no idea how deep the cave floor was. Nate told me he searched all the forums online, but there was no mention of any caverns in the area. He said we were explorers, navigating uncharted lands. While he anchored the rope to a nearby pine, I stared down rows of sharp, protruding stone. My stomach turned uneasily and my legs wobbled. A strange sense of pure fascination overtook me, a scientific zeal to leap through this jagged portal. The shape of the pit seemed to morph and swell, and I soon realized I no longer heard the drizzle of rain or the mating cries of the desert cicadas. The sunken cavity seemed to drown out all unearthly noise. Blake! The sound of Nate's voice broke my trance. The rope's ready. Let's get you hooked up. With just one rope, we had to descend one at a time. Nate insisted I go first so he could talk me through the steps. He fed the rope through the rack of my harness. This is your braking system, okay? If you want to slow down, thread the rope around these bars to create friction. Take them out to speed up. You got it? I nodded, gulping down saliva and hanging onto his every word. I turned my back to the cavern and started my descent, maintaining a tight grip on the rope. Nate's booming instructions echoed clearly enough, but his outline and the cloudy night sky faded from view as I got deeper. For the first time that night, I felt alone. The surrounding rock walls closed in on me as the pathway constricted. The wet rocks left a cold imprint every time my back grazed against stone. I've never been claustrophobic, but I felt stuck. Earth had swallowed me whole, and I was clogging its arteries. My eyes closed as I breathed in clammy, stale air. The endless dribble of water created a rich symphony as I fell down jagged rocks to the dark cavern floor below. The rope I strangled was wet. Everything was wet. I opened my eyes to see darkness overpower the fading ray of Nate's light. Keep going, you're almost there. Nate's voice thundered down like an angel from the heavens. I placed my boots on the slippery rock and continued my descent. I was making progress, despite my lingering sensation of being slowly digested in a pit. I must have been at least 200 feet down when the chimney transformed into a large, cavernous room. While my light could only illuminate a fraction of the space, the room appeared immeasurable. Bellowing echoes rose from the rapid drip, drip, plop of water hitting limestone. As I made my final descent, I wondered how Nate would react to the sheer size of the chamber. The place could fill a football stadium with room to spare. My boots landed on the rock floor with a thump. I tried to walk my weak legs out of numbness, then unhooked the rope from my harness and tugged on what little rope we had left. A faint shout responded from above. I walked on wobbly legs to explore my immediate surroundings while I waited for Nate to make his long climb down. Towering formations spread about the chamber. Limestone stalagmites rose from the cave floor like ancient monuments. Yet these were dwarfed by one colossal spherical column with long strings of rock hanging from the front. The stalagmite resembled a bearded man with hollow eyes glaring down. The more I studied it, the more inhuman it appeared, until it no longer looked like a man, but something closer to a squid or an alien elephant with 3 trunks dangling from its narrow face. Cold air ran up my arms as I walked into the vast and endless darkness. My breathing became heavy, and I inhaled some musty, spoiled air. A rotting odor was stuck in my tongue, and I covered my mouth. It smelled like roadkill, the smell of death. It didn't take long to find the source, even with my cheap headlight. A decomposing grey wolf was lying in a shallow puddle of nearby water. I looked towards the rocky slope I had rappelled down and realised the cause of death. Poor guy must have never seen the gap with all those bushes. It was a grim thought. One moment you're walking through pine shrubs, next you're falling feet first in darkness, smashing against sharp rocky teeth until you land in this subterranean cemetery. Despite the rancid smell, I pushed on, stepping over the rotting lobo and something else. The path became coarse and uneven, and I didn't stop until I heard a sharp, piercing crunch from beneath my right foot. I lifted my foot and picked up 3 long, white fragments which resembled a branch at first, but rough and porous. The bones fell from my hand and dropped on the cave floor with a soft clack. There was no way to know what animal it was. The bones were old, perhaps ancient, completely calcified with age. There were more white shards ahead, clumped together like clusters of broken seashells you would find along the beach. Except these were no seashells, and worse, they were accumulated farther ahead, with each new pool of faded porcelain larger. The bones were more whole, more preserved. I moved my light to a new pile, and time seemed to slow. I couldn't move, except for my eyes, which were scanning the objects before me. I was looking at a skull, a human skull, with a gaping hole an inch above the right eye cavity. New objects came into view. I counted at least 4 arrowheads, a blunt wooden club, clay pottery shards, and some large circular beads. Beyond that was a second skeleton with a shattered leg and outstretched arms. Just out of reach was a broken whiskey bottle. A scream pierced the dark, followed by a booming thud. "Nate!" I ran as fast as I could, calling for my brother in gasping shouts, but there was no response. I tried to retrace my steps back to the landing spot, but I soon realised I was lost. I scanned the stalagmites ahead, but there was no sign of the elephant-like behemoth I spotted earlier. Nothing looked familiar. It made no sense. I was sure I had not ventured far. I continued my mad dash and sensed movement from the corner of my eyes. My heart jumped as I looked back to see a figure walking in the opposite direction. I recognized the jumpsuit right away. It was Nate. "What the hell happened, Nate?" He stopped walking and turned around, raised his hand to shield his eyes from my light. "Blake?" He was dragging the heavy climbing rope behind him, still connected to his harness. "How far did you fall?" "I don't know." He paused, struggling to put his words together. "I remember the rope was loose. Rain must have screwed with my knot. I tried to hold onto the edge, but never got my footing." I took his shattered headlight off and examined his head. His hair was slick with sweat and dirt, but no bump. He was disoriented, but otherwise unscathed. "Are you hurt?" He paused to examine his palms. "I feel fine. Let's get some more light." He unclipped the rope from his harness and tossed me one of 2 flashlights he had dangling from his belt. I grasped the cheap plastic flashlight and turned it on. "Nate, how exactly do we get out of here with no rope?" He sighed and shook his head. "We'll find a way. A lot of these caverns have multiple entrances. But we climbed down nearly 300 feet and... Don't you think I know that? Just trust me, okay? I'll find a way out." "Yeah, well, there's something I should show you first." I motioned for him to follow, and we walked back towards the bony graveyard. "Something reeks," Nate said. I pointed my light to the dead wolf. Nate covered his nose and bent down to observe its black eyes. "Come on, there's more." "More of what?" he said with a grimace. I carried my light back to the cracked skull surrounded by Indian artifacts. "Is that a human skull?" I answered. "You see the hole on top? You don't get a head injury like that from falling. He was hit. Hard. By who? Other Indians? Settlers? Who knows? I'm not sure how old these are. The Indian skull could be hundreds of years old, if not more." I turned to a more preserved skeleton near the shattered bottle. "Mr. Whiskey here is not looking too bad, all things considered." I paused to inspect the artifacts. There were more arrowheads, clubs, and broken, rusted axes, all near human remains. Everything else was just jumbled heaps of dust and bone. "There's something funny about this place," I said. "It's all too convenient." "What do you mean?" "There's a whole warehouse of supplies just sitting here. Stuff that most people wouldn't carry on them. Maybe one of the corpses was a trader. Possibly. Or this place could have been a type of jail or confinement for the local tribes to throw away troublemakers." "Wait," Nate said, pointing at the cracked skull. "Why would they bash his head in? It's not a jail if every prisoner is dead. Unless they let someone else make the final blow. What if they brought more than one prisoner down at a time and left them here, surrounded by all these weapons and limited food supply?" I pointed my light to a clump of fabric. "That could have been a blanket before it started to decompose. The antler back there is from a buck, a big one too. He didn't just fall. He was dinner." "A fight to the death. Some theory you got there," Nate said, his voice cracking at the end. A chill wind came through as goosebumps formed rough patches in my arms. I thought of my warm bed and had an undeniable sensation I shouldn't be in this rocky death pit. I started to tell Nate we should be looking for a way to leave, but he raised a finger and shushed me. As he stared in the darkness, I heard it. The first moan, off in the distance, quiet and subdued. "That's not an animal," Nate said. "Don't freak out. It's the cavern playing tricks on us. I read about these types of things. The water drips into hollow crevices in the rock, and the sound echoes back to us." "Okay, Mr. Geologist, but to me, this sounds human, like a kid or a woman crying." "It's so subtle it could be anything, Nate." I was trying to be calm, but I didn't realize I had begun to raise my voice as well. We made our way towards where we thought the source of the moaning was. My headlight was pale and somber, his batteries draining by the minute. With Nate's light damaged from the fall, he had to use one of the backup flashlights as his sole light source. The moaning returned, this time louder than before. Without hesitating, Nate bolted in a sprint. I followed, pumping my sore arms and legs into motion. I was panting, but determined to keep up with the bouncing beam from Nate's light. The last thing I wanted was to be separated again. I hurtled over a rock, stumbled, and nearly ran into Nate. "What is it?" I demanded in gasping breaths. He turned to me, but had no answer. I pushed him aside to get a better look, and froze. It was a boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing a navy blue and red striped shirt. He was sitting on a rock in the middle of a small pool with his back to us, oblivious to our presence. His feet kicked the shallow water below as he emitted a high-pitched cry. Nate looked to me and took a few steps forward, clearing his throat. "Hey kid, are you hurt?" The boy continued his wailing, not reacting at all to Nate's voice. Nate continued his advance and placed a shaking hand on the boy's shoulder, repeating his question. The boy jumped and fell hands first into the water. I lunged forward to help, but he crawled away, keeping his distance in the cloudy, dark water. I looked at Nate. He shrugged and turned to ask another question, but the boy was gone, replaced by a trail of water. We followed, calling out for him, until we reached the end of the main chamber. Before us was a narrow passage, about 5 feet tall. We ducked our heads and continued. Water seemed to ooze out of the rocks and onto the floor, concealing the boy's trail. After a few minutes, we reached an intersection. One path on our right continued uphill, the other to our left followed a steep downhill slope. While we deliberated, the boy's low sobbing echoed down, and we rushed uphill. The tangled trail took several sharp turns around bends, never quite staying a straight path. After a few hundred feet, we found ourselves in a small, dead-end room. A slew of sharp calcite stalactites drooped from the low ceiling in soda straw formation, like hundreds of thin icicles dangling a foot from my head. The boy was bending over something we couldn't see. Near him was the pile of large rocks that fell from an overhead ledge above. The sheer quantity of rock and loose dirt made it look like a cave-in. "What happened to him?" said the boy. Nate approached, flashlight in hand, and I followed. The boy turned to face us, his eyes red and puffy from tears. He was bending over the body of a young boy, lying face down, feet crushed by several small boulders. The corpse was rotten and decayed. Dirty, thin rags soaked in blood wrapped around his back. We stepped closer, inch by inch, to discover they were not rags, but a deteriorated cotton shirt with navy blue and red stripes. Nate dropped his flashlight and stepped back. The boy jumped from his position and held out his hands. "Wait, don't leave." He wiped his congested nose with a finger and looked right at me. "What's wrong? Please don't leave." I choked to my words, struggling to get anything out. The boy, still sniffling, followed my eyes to the corpse behind him, and then at his own shirt. His mouth contorted into a wide gasp. Tears welled in his eyes, and he started to shriek. Hundreds of needle-sharp stalactites above swayed to the howling of the boy. He began to fidget and squirm as if he was having a seizure until the convulsions stopped, and with a trance-like, placid face, he started chanting, "Never again the light of day." He repeated that one line while walking out into the dark tunnels with no light. Blood rushed to my cheeks, and I locked my eyes with Nate. "Is this some prank of yours? The rope breaking, your miraculous survival, the dead kid? Some sick joke to prove how big of a man you are? Well?" Nate looked at me with pleading eyes that gave a resounding no. "Then we need to leave now." He stood there, shaking his head. "Not without the boy." "Forget about the damn kid. We need to move these rocks. This could be a collapsed exit, a way out. I can clear the rocks much faster. You take the flashlight and bring him back." "Nate!" "We won't leave him. Go to the main room, where we first found him." I let out an audible grunt, grabbed the flashlight from Nate's belt, and ran back down the tunnel. By the time I returned to the main chamber, my cold sweat had turned into a feverish soak. Impenetrable darkness seemed to swarm around me as my headlight dimmed into obscure flickers of fading light. I powered on the flashlight and called for the boy in asthmatic shouts. I scoured as much of the boundless room as I could, but I took a sharp turn, lost my footing, and slammed my head against the heap of rocks. I woke, lying face down, drooling on cold limestone. I don't know how long I was out, but the sweat on my forehead had dried, replaced with a swollen, pulsing bump below a shattered headlight. My flashlight was still on, sitting about 5 feet from where I fell. There was a dull pain in my head, and a high-pitched ringing in my ears. Dragging footsteps shuffled off in the distance, moving in a wide circle around me. "Nate!" Like the light in my hands, my voice was shaky. I didn't know whether to shout at the top of my lungs or whisper in hushed tones. It wasn't Nate's voice that greeted me, but the raspy, short-winded wheeze of some unseen, dying animal. Its dank, sweltering breath right outside my left ear whispered, "Come back in dark, this way." I sprang to my feet and fled in the opposite direction. With each stride, it grew darker. I reached for my flashlight, but my hands grasped onto nothing. I couldn't think. My mind was barren from the icy pang of pain. I continued to run out of pure impulse until I found myself cornered. My flashlight was lying on the ground about 20 feet away. The light was distorted like a firefly, extinguishing every few seconds. It would appear first as a speck, then a sliver of light, enough to illuminate a moving shadow. Something was standing in front of the light. The light returned in full as the shadow retreated in the darkness. At that moment, something lifted my flashlight. I couldn't see anything but the levitating light, carried by shuffled footsteps that were closing in fast. Paralysis overtook me. Anxiety strangled out instincts. I searched for any angle to escape, but the shadow was too close. With eyes closed and ears covered by icy cold hands, I prayed. I prayed this was all a side effect of a concussion, that Nate was out there doing one of his amateur pranks. But I sensed growing light, approaching footsteps, rotting breath on my face. I clenched my gut, and my eyes opened to nothing. There was nothing, not even my flashlight. Whether it was luck or delusion, I don't know, but I escaped, wandering the darkness, hand outstretched, reaching for any obstacle in my way. Eventually, I spotted light, my missing flashlight, abandoned near our detached rope and climbing equipment. I had finally reached the chimney we climbed down. For the first time since leaving Nate, I felt hope rushing in. I could salvage the equipment and use the light to return to Nate, who might have found the little boy. But there was something else, shrouded behind the pile of rope. I reached for the light and let out a gasp. Nate's body was lying in a pool of blood, his body mangled. His body was ice cold with no pulse. Blood flowed from a large crack in his skull, and a shattered shin bone tore clean through his skin. I sat there, sobbing while cradling my brother, refusing to let go. I felt something tap my shoulder and locked eyes with Nate. Perfectly healthy, not a scrape or gash on him. His grim eyes travelled to the body behind me, his body. He had the same dazed expression the boy had shown earlier. Never again the light of day. Come back in dark this way. You wake deep below burial ground. As Nate continued his trance-like chanting, the drumming of loud footsteps approached. From out the darkness, the boy ran to embrace me. His nervous fidgeting was almost rat-like, and as he spoke, he choked on his words. "Where am I? Why am I down here?" I opened my mouth to speak, but Nate started chanting a new line. "You will come back around." I looked at the chanting clone of my brother and to the bloodied body behind me and felt lightheaded. The walls of the chamber were closing in around me, trapping and suffocating me in the darkness. I did what I thought was my only option left. I grabbed the flashlight and ran as fast as I could until I reached the collapsed cavern entrance. I heaved the rocks away, starting with the small boulders near the boy's corpse and moving onto the overhead ledge where most of the rocks remained. Behind me, I heard my brother's echoing voice cry out, "You can't leave me in here!" My hands, swollen and red, worked at a surprising pace, despite a feeble numbing sensation overpowering each and every limb. Tunnel vision set in as I clawed away at the rocks until I felt, for the first time in hours, a gush of cold wind burst through a small gap. My lungs took their fill of fresh air as I cleared the last few rocks standing between me and the whistling cicadas outside. Every part of me wanted to crawl out right then and there, but I hesitated and turned to face Nate and the boy. Both stood below the edge. They begged for me to stay and help. I'll never forget those faces. Never have I seen such a look of pure dread on Nate's face. But in those moments, he looked like my big brother rather than the robotic, chanting version of Nate. And the boy. I can't even begin to explain how wrong it felt to see a kid so broken, so helpless, but with no hope. Tears streamed down my eyes as I yelled out, "Nate, if you're really there, follow me home." For the briefest of moments, I convinced myself Nate would climb out and together we would walk home. Nate would crack his jokes, teasing me for believing his ploy. But the face I was looking at was not laughing, not even a smirk. They would not follow me, even if they wanted to. The whispers and moans returned, forming a haunting, animalistic harmony that amplified to a crescendo, while three figures emerged from behind Nate and the boy. The things were human, yet severely deformed. Thin, albino skin stretched over arching hunchbacks, while massive veins bulging under the skin glowed an eerie green. 3 pairs of empty eye sockets stared back at me, black and empty as the cave they occupied. The largest of the 3 let out a guttural roar and advanced, placing his hands on the prisoners. Nate and the boy collapsed, and the disfigured creatures dragged them into the darkness beyond. I squirmed through the small opening and found myself in a familiar, small gulch near the foot of the hill. I stacked the pile of rocks to reseal the exit and begun the lonely walk back to the car. To my surprise, the first light of dawn was emerging in the night sky. I estimated I was in the cave for over 7 hours. A flock of bats returning from the night's hunt swarmed overhead and congregated at the top of the hill. With all that had happened to me, I remember obsessing over those bats. Did they answer to whoever or whatever controls the caverns? Or are they victims as well, their home corrupted by some perverse colony of subterrestrial beasts? I managed to find the car, and while I didn't have a license, I knew enough from watching Nate and Dad drive to get home. I pulled into the driveway, then walked into the empty house and cried. I grasped my phone in my sweaty hands and dialed Dad's number. Our call was tense and short. He booked the first flight back from New Mexico, and later that day, I told him face to face that Nate was missing. I didn't mention anything that happened after Nate fell. I didn't want him processing anything beyond arranging search parties for Nate. I could barely process the prior night's events. How was I supposed to tell him everything? All I know is Nate's body is down there, along with something who looks exactly like Nate. After a week and a half of searching every known cave in the area, the search party was called off. I tried to lead everyone to the cavern, but I couldn't remember how to get there. It's as if my memories are being torn from me, overtaken by a lingering sensation that a part of me I need in my life is missing, like trying to run with no lungs, with every inhale of air passing right through me. Whatever is wrong with me, it's getting worse with each passing day. So in case I don't make it back, I wrote down everything I remember about our descent into those moaning caverns. Yes, I'm going back for Nate. Dad can't look me in the eyes for more than a few passing seconds. He doesn't look at me the same way anymore. And when I lay in bed and reflect, I know part of him, a part he's trying to suppress, blames me for losing Nate. If there's a chance Nate is still out there, I'm going to look for him. While I don't know how to get there, I'm starting to recall more. For the past few nights, I've been having reoccurring dreams where I'm walking, not willingly, but walking toward the cavern in a paralyzed trance, unable to stop until I reach the collapsed exit. I remove rocks until I can see only pitch black. Yet, in these dreams, I sense life, a frenzy of activity tucked away in the darkness. I sense Nate, the boy, and dozens of others trapped in the dire dungeon. Then, like a scourge of lightning in the night sky, the chamber lights up in a greenish glow. And I see myself, only the back of my head, when enough to know it's me, starved and alone. As the green light fades to black, I hear a gravelly voice calling for me to return before I wake up. To return to find the missing part of me I left behind. The voice moans and beckons his call, again and again. I can now officially say that I live in the New York City. I finally made the move from Brooklyn to Manhattan, a major milestone for every young professional that I've been looking forward to for years. It's an almost formulaic experience. Your rent doubles, there's no real way around that, but you get a dishwasher, a short commute, and the feeling that you have, in fact, finally made it. My new room is about a third of what I had size-wise in Brooklyn, which would be depressing were it not for the gigantic windows. They're nearly floor to ceiling, let in so much natural light, and are arguably reason enough to justify the rent increase. The one minor downside is that there's construction going on outside my window. The units adjacent to mine are being expanded, and so there are workers out there pretty much all day, every day. I wasn't too worried about it. In fact, I hadn't even realized the construction until I was rummaging, naked, through a suitcase to find clean underwear after my first shower there. I'd heard clanking outside and realized there were a host of construction workers not 3 yards from my nude self. To their credit, if they'd noticed at all, they weren't paying any attention to me. Those men, I reckoned, had probably seen all sorts of things. Still, I snatched the towel, wrapped it around myself, and drawn the blinds quickly. And after that, was always careful to check outside before changing. Moments of nudity were my only reason to draw the blinds though. That sunlight was a luxury, and I intended to soak up as much of it as possible. That had been my intent, anyway. Things have changed a bit since then. It began several weeks ago. I was eating in bed when I noticed an unusual disruption in the light pouring over my quilt. I glanced to the window and nearly choked on my sandwich. One of the construction workers was standing, quite still, just inches from my window. It would not have been so startling if not for the fact that he was facing into my apartment. I shouted at the construction worker, threw a pillow at the glass. He didn't move, didn't budge. His unblinking eyes stared blankly forward, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Pervert. Had he been watching me eat, sleep? I ran a mental scan to see if I'd been nude, done anything compromising that afternoon. How long had he been there? I shouted again. No change in his posture, and bizarrely, no reaction from his co-workers. Enraged, I slammed on the glass with a clenched fist, hoping to startle him off. The man remained unmoving, smile unchanged, eyes forward. I pulled out my phone, glancing down to text my roommate. When I looked up, the construction worker was staring directly at me. Naturally, I freaked out, dropping my phone and darting out of the room. One of my new roommates was in the kitchen. Upon telling her about the stranger, she rushed into my room, phone at the ready. I stayed in the kitchen. She came back a moment later. There's no one out there. He was just there. I pushed past her back into my room. The leering construction worker was, indeed, gone. What the hell? I scanned the workers in the area. No sign of him. Maybe off on lunch? My roommate offered before leaving the room. Look, I've got an appointment at 1, so I'm headed out, but text me if he comes back. I told her I would. He didn't come back for the rest of the day, but when I opened my eyes the next morning, he was there. Same pose, same posture, but this time standing about a foot to the left. Closer, I realized, to the head of my bed. I called the front desk, the concierge as they call it, and they sent someone up to investigate. I didn't take my eyes off of the man. All I could hear was my own breathing and heartbeat. I was so focused that I nearly jumped out of my skin when the doorbell rang. He was tall and broad, and hopefully would pose a more intimidating presence than my 5'4" frame could. I led him to my bedroom, only to find that once again, the watching man was gone. I apologized profusely to Jay, who was incredibly kind about it and told me not to hesitate to call again if the man came back. The third time it happened, I called the concierge once more. They contacted the construction company, letting me know that I should be hearing from them in 2 to 3 business days regarding the matter. This was on a Thursday, so I knew I'd have to contend with a watching man for the entire weekend before hearing from them. And so, we established a pattern, the watching man and I, while I waited on the construction company's call. Every day, first thing in the morning, he would show up, each day a half hour earlier than the day before. I knew this because I'd stopped sleeping, which made it far easier to track his schedule. Each day he moved closer to the head of my bed, at first in increments of a foot or so, and then in distances of 6 inches, 3 inches, 1. And each time I brought another person into the room, he would be gone. I began trying to trick him. I'd sleep on the couch. I'd hide a friend behind me upon entering to try and catch him off guard. Nothing worked. He was, somehow, outsmarting me each and every time. On Tuesday morning, I received a call from the construction company. They interviewed me extensively. This situation was bizarre in many ways, they told me. My description of the watching man did not match the profiles of any workers assigned to the site. Stranger still, they were only supposed to be 5 men working on the building. The watching man, however, would mean there were 6. They promised to send someone over the following morning. In the meantime, they requested I take whatever photos or videos I could of him. They were very, very sorry I had to deal with this. That's what they told me anyway. That afternoon, I prepared to film the watching man on my iPhone. I knew he was there, yet my stomach still dropped as I readied myself to enter my room. Worried that he would disappear if he noticed he was being filmed, I hit record outside of my bedroom, and then pressed the phone to my chest, trying to adopt a casual posture to suggest I wasn't filming or using my phone at all. And so, I walked into my room, camera running, right up to the watching man, emboldened by the knowledge that I was collecting irrefutable evidence of his presence. I pulled a stool over so I could elevate myself to his level, force him to look me in the eyes, which he hadn't done since that first day. I climbed up on the stool, bracing myself. I looked into his vacant eyes. Slowly, they began to focus in on me, like a camera lens finding its subject. His smile grew bigger, his eyes wider, and then he slammed his entire body against the glass, arms outstretched, flattened as though spread-eagled across the windshield of a vehicle that had hit him dead on. I screamed and toppled off my stool, tripping over myself in haste to get out of the room. I slammed my door behind me and dashed out of the apartment, breathing only once the elevator doors had sealed shut, speeding me down towards the lobby. I pulled out my phone, still recording, and hit stop. I restarted the video to watch what evidence I'd captured. I watched the recording in its entirety twice. The quality was clear and crisp, and, up until I had fallen, my hand had kept my phone steady against my chest, providing a vantage point that looked almost like it had been shot through my own eyes. It would have been perfect. It should have been perfect. but the video recording didn't show anyone on the other side of the glass. The construction company followed up the next evening. The person they'd sent over hadn't been able to locate the watching man, and without any legitimate footage from me, there was nothing more they could do. They didn't know what to tell me. That's what they said, anyway. It's been 3 weeks since I first saw the watching man. I'm relieved to say I've figured out something of a solution. I just keep my blinds closed now, always. I do miss the sunlight, but at least with the blinds closed, all I can see is a silhouette. Today, I murdered my professor. I almost felt bad, if it weren't for the fact that he was thinking of failing me. See, it's my last semester here at this garbage dump of a university, and I've spent more time than most here as an undergrad. I finally knew what I wanted to do with my life, and staying here just made me feel like I was stagnating, suffocating. I could finally see a way out of this hellhole, and the only thing standing in the way of my freedom was this professor. I calmly removed my hands from around his neck and walked away from his lifeless corpse. I felt a twinge of satisfaction. This professor had been giving the entire class a hard time all semester, what with his stupid exams and demanding assignments. It was all getting to be a bit much. He was getting to be a little too much. I waited for a few seconds, listening for any footsteps or voices that would indicate that someone was outside his office door. Not a sound could be heard from where I was standing. But who am I kidding? Who would even be in this part of the building at this time? It's outside of his office hours. Besides, no one goes to see him in his office anyway. I picked up my bag from the chair I left it on, walked to the door, and rested my hand on the door handle. I turned to look at the still body one more time. It was just as I had left him, sitting in his chair with his head lolled back, dark blue-black bruises starting to appear where my fingers had gripped his neck so firmly. I turned back to the door and turned the handle. I cracked it open just enough to allow my body to slip out, but not enough to allow for anyone to see inside of the office, if there was anyone outside. But there was no one outside. Just in case there was anyone hidden in the hall, I said, "Thank you, Professor, have a nice weekend," and closed the door behind me. I walked back to my dorm, skipping my next class because I felt like it. I stopped by the campus store so I could buy a soda and a bag of chips and continued on my way. When I got to my room, I sat down on my bed and checked my phone to see if I had gotten any messages. Nope, no messages. That was to be expected. I sighed and laid down. I thought about my other classes and thanked God that I was doing well in those. Killing one professor was exhausting enough. I need to work out more often. I woke up in the middle of the night. Not because of anything in particular, I just woke up. I laid there in the dark for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling, seeing if I would fall back asleep. But I didn't. I felt the covers for my phone and found it. I switched on the screen and was temporarily blinded by the bright light emanating from the smartphone. I involuntarily hissed and quickly turned the brightness down. I froze. Among the many YouTube and Twitter notifications was an email from one of my professors, the one who shouldn't be able to compose any emails. The subject line read, "Assignment number 13 deadline pushed to next Thursday." How did he send that email? He was dead. I mean, I made sure of that myself. I took some deep, steadying breaths, convincing myself that he must have composed that email beforehand and scheduled it to go out at 9:30 p.m. Yeah, that would have to be it. There was no way he was still alive. I put my phone on the bedside table and managed to drift back to sleep. My phone's alarm woke me up late next morning. Groggily, I reached over to where I left my phone in the middle of the night. I dismissed the alarm and lay down for a few seconds before I sat up. I didn't have any classes today, so I took my time watching YouTube videos, only half paying attention to them as I was distracted by yesterday's events. I couldn't stop thinking about that email. What if my attempt was just that? An attempt? I decided that I would go to his office today to check to see if his body was still there. That is, if someone else hadn't found it first. I pulled on a fresh set of clothes, put on my sneakers, and set out for my professor's office. When I got there, I found no one in the hallways. No police, campus or otherwise, and no hysterical students forever scarred after finding the corpse of their former professor. I started to calm down. I walked up to his door and knocked twice, with no response. I turned the handle and opened the door. Relief flooded through me. There he was. I stepped in his office and closed the door, and when I turned to look at him, I noticed something. I could see that his neck was bruised blue and black from when I strangled him the day before, but I noticed that he was wearing a jacket on top of the sweater he had been in yesterday. I stepped closer to him, keeping an eye on the part of his chest that wasn't covered by the jacket. That's when I smelled it. The smell of stale blood. When I reached the front of his desk, I saw the dark colour of partially dried blood on his shirt, and I froze. Someone must have came after me and stabbed him. But why would anyone stab somebody who was already dead? I whipped around and ran out of his office, terrified of what I had just seen. I ran right into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I sat in the corner, shaking, and was there for what seemed like hours, trying to calm down. I couldn't let other people see me like this, or else they would know I had seen something horrifying, and I also wanted to distance myself from this as much as possible. Eventually, I slowed my breathing to its normal pace. I checked the time on my phone and saw that I had a new email. I opened it and started hyperventilating again. It was an email from my dead professor. The subject line read, "I know what you did." I promptly deleted the email, trying to convince myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. With a ding, I knew that I had another notification. I turned on the screen and saw that it was yet another email from that professor. This time, the subject line read, "Help me. Open the door." The second I finished reading it, I could hear a faint scratching at the door. I was paralyzed. Even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't. There was only one way in and out of the bathroom, and I didn't want to find out what would happen if I tried opening that door. Suddenly, the scratching turned into knocking. Slow at first, but soon turned frantic. Tears of terror started flowing down my face as I struggled to not make a sound. I got another notification on my phone, and without checking, I knew it was another message from my deceased professor. I was too terrified to check it, so I turned it off, stayed in the corner of the bathroom, on the floor, curled up in a ball on my side, still crying. The knocking was faster now. I started to hear whispers on the other side of the door, but the voice was too low for me to hear from where I was, and I sure as hell wasn't going to move any closer to that door, even if I could manage to move. The knocking stopped, and I gasped and covered my mouth. I could hear the whispering now. Whoever or whatever was on the other side of that door, was saying, "Let me in," over and over in a raspy voice. After a few minutes, I relaxed a little bit and the tears stopped. I mean, if this thing really could hurt me, it would have broken down the door and done it already. The second that thought crossed my mind, the whispering stopped. Bang! It was as if someone had kicked the door. I gasped and my body tensed up again. I waited for an hour, and when I was sure that the thing was gone, I uncurled myself and stood up, still shaky. I opened the door slowly and checked to see if I could see anything out of the ordinary, but I saw nothing, not even any marks on the door. I picked up my phone, turned it back on, and stepped out of the bathroom. I had a few missed calls from my parents, so I called them back. I talked to them for a couple of minutes while I walked back in the direction of my dead professor's office. I said goodbye and hung up when I was in front of his door. I rested my hand on the doorknob, heart pounding hard and fast in my chest. I slowly opened the door and peeked inside. He wasn't there. He wasn't there. There weren't even any bloodstains on his chair. I slammed the door and started panicking again. My phone chimed, and I unlocked to see a dozen emails from him. They had all been sent while I had locked myself in the bathroom. All of them had the same subject lines: "Let me in." I deleted all 12 of the messages and walked swiftly to my dorm. The second I stepped into the building, I got one last notification, and my heart dropped. This time, the subject line read, "See you in class tomorrow." It wasn't my fault. We had a gorgeous spring day last week, so I called up a few buddies to have an impromptu celebration. I fired up the grill for the first time this year, stocked the cooler with beer, and we had a blast. I guess we were a little loud, but nothing too out of control. Just some old friends getting together, chatting rubbish, while my wife Hayley was out with her friends. Around the time it started to get dark, I heard my neighbour shout, "Hey!" I whipped around and saw his crew-cut head sticking up over the fence. He'd been on a few tours of duty in Afghanistan, and he was still very much a military dude. The last thing I wanted to see was him staring right down, looking ticked off. "You assholes, keep it down!" "So sorry, Tucker," I yelled, giving a good-natured wave. "We will." Then I turned to my friends. "Alright guys," I said, "maybe we better go inside." We went in and kept drinking. It was a Saturday, and none of us had to work on Sunday. It was the first time we'd all been hanging out in the same place for years, and we wanted to make a night of it. Eventually, we ran out of beer. There's a convenience store right across the street from my house. "Gonna make a run," I said, a little drunk. "Get more beer." I did that as my friends hung out and chatted away. When I got back, we drank some more. When the wife came home, we were all plastered and everyone got cabs home. The next morning, at 6:00, I was dragged out of slumber by the sound of someone banging at my front door. If I were 21, I would have been good to go, then and there. But I'm not 21. I'm 36. It felt like somebody had jammed a dagger that had 1,000 other tiny daggers growing out of it straight into the center of my brain. My ears felt like they were bleeding. My tongue felt like somebody had cut it out of my mouth, soaked it in harsh chemicals all night, and then sewn it back in, without being very careful about it. I felt like crap, but the banging persisted. I got out of bed, only half able to feel my body, and the half that I could feel felt like somebody was poking me with electric shockers, particularly my eyeballs. They felt like they were on fire. Somehow, I made it to the front door. I peeked out the window and saw my neighbor, Tucker, there, veins popping out of his neck, looking on the verge of murder. "Oh, crap. I know you're in there, Crenshaw," he yelled. "Open the damn door." Without thinking about it too much, I opened the door. He was standing there, holding what looked like a condom filled with urine, tied off at the top like a balloon. "You think this is funny?" he asked. My head wasn't just spinning, it was on the gravitron. "No," I said. "But what is it? Why are you here?" "Don't play dumb," said Tucker. "I know you did this. Threw this in my yard." I was actually honestly offended. "It wasn't me," I said. "It was probably some asshole from across the street." As I mentioned, there is a store across the street. Litter and all sorts of bizarre things are constantly being blown or thrown from the customers there into my front yard. That's where, through the hangover haze, I guessed the pea condom had come from. I certainly hadn't put it there. "You know what I did over in Afghanistan, Crenshaw?" Tucker asked. I shook my head. "I specialized in projectile IEDs. I got to know the physics of it all. I know where this disgusting piece of trash came from. It came from your porch." I shook my head again. "No, sir," I said. Then I started to get a little ticked off myself. "It wasn't me, and you have no right coming here accusing me of doing something so juvenile." Tucker made a weird growling noise, clicked his heels together, and then spun around, keeping his back stiff as a board the whole time. Then he walked back to the sidewalk and around the fence, separating his yard from mine. I went back to bed. By 10 a.m., I was finally ready to face the world. Haley was already up and about. I still had a bad hangover, but with some Tylenol and coffee, I figured I would live. The first thing I did was look at my phone. There was a text from my friend Steve there. Here is what it read. "How did Tucker the Mucker like the old condo bomb? Launched it while you were at the store, lol." Oh no. I jumped out of bed and threw on a robe. I ran through the living room, past my wife who was reading a book. "Rob?" she asked. I kept running. I made it to the front door and threw it open, just in time to see Tucker, accidentally, back his car into our trash bin. I watched as 3 bags of trash flew through the air and exploded upon impact with our muddy yard. Overheard the crows already circling, then Tucker tore rubber out of there and sped off down the road. Okay, I thought, surveying the mess strewn all over my yard, which included a chicken carcass, used maxi pads, and bits of broken glass. Fair enough, Tucker. I guess that's fair enough. I wish I had left it at that. I really do. But later, when I was out cleaning up, I really started to feel the rage boil. It wasn't my fault that Steve had thrown that condom over into Tucker's yard. I hadn't known anything about it until Tucker had come to my door at 6 o'clock in the bloody morning. And when I had found out about it, I was on my way to apologize in person, first thing. And what was my reward? I plucked slimy eggshells off the ground and put it into the new bag. Then my phone buzzed. I wiped my hand on my pants and checked it. Another text from Steve. "Look man, really sorry about causing trouble with your neighbor. Hopefully you didn't get too mad. Let me make it up to you by buying a couple of rounds. If you're as hungover as me, you'll need them." It was true. Despite the Tylenol and the extra sleep, I still had a nasty hangover. I'd even puked once, picking up all of that wet, stinking trash. I agreed to have a drink or two out. By midnight, we were wasted. "Can't believe that crazy jerk-off knocked all that trash into your yard," said Steve. "The only reason I did the condom thing in the first place was because he was such a dick about us having a good time. Sergeant Payne or whatever the hell, you know. Who does this asshole think he is anyway?" If I'd been sober, my answer might have been, "Well, he put his life on the line in the name of our country. I may not agree with the war, but he doesn't deserve to come back to some drunk idiots being loud and hurling a condom into his yard." But I wasn't sober, so this is what I said instead. "Yeah, screw that guy." "You got a cat?" asked Steve. "Sure, 2 of them." "Good, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take the bag where you put all that cat crap and lumps of pea litter. We're gonna take that bag and we're gonna chuck it at old Tucker's front door. A little cat crap bomb for him to wake up to, you know." And that's exactly what we did. The next day, I laid low. Haley was mad, but I called in sick to work and went back to sleep. No more drinking, I told myself, as I was drifting back off. No more drinking. I woke up at noon, feeling clear-headed for the first time in 2 days, and the realization of what Steve and I had done hit me like, well, a bag of cat crap to the face. I threw on some pants and ran outside. Tucker didn't have a job, and I was hoping that he was still at home so that I could apologize, in earnest, for acting so horribly. Tucker was at home and answered the door the moment I rang the bell. He was smiling. I don't think I'd ever seen Tucker smile before that. "Have some fun last night, did we, Crenshaw?" he asked in a good-natured tone. "Yeah, about that. Listen, man, I'm really sorry. That was over the line, no excuses." Tucker went on smiling. We did let things get a bit out of hand, didn't we? A snafu. But on my list of things getting out of hand, Crenshaw, it doesn't even rank. So let's just put it behind us, What do you say? He offered his hand and I took it. As we were shaking, it felt like he was crushing me. But I figured that's just how these macho guys are. He kept smiling. "Let me make it up to you," I said. "There's no need, Crenshaw. We're good." "Really?" "Really," he said, still smiling. And for about a week, I really did let myself believe that we were good. But all that time, Tucker was filling my garden shed with every bit of garbage in the entire neighborhood. Today was another fine day. The sun was shining, the birds were pulling worms out of the ground. The kind of day where you think about things growing and thriving instead of going cold and dying. Haley and I decided we would lay the groundwork for our garden. That's when I saw it. Rather, that's when I smelled it. It hit me when I was about 10 feet away. The stench of thousands of different things rotting and oozing. I gagged. Then I heard the buzz of flies. I smelled it. Then I heard it. Then I saw it through the window. Then I puked. The shed behind our house was packed wall to wall with rancid garbage. I saw shadows scampering over it. I didn't know if they were rats or raccoons or what. I saw rotting apples and coffee grinds and used tissues and crap-filled diapers and mushy grey material and leftover chili and bones and the offcuts of raw meat and used condoms filled with something other than urine and empty packets of ketchup and ants crawling over it. And yes, they were rats. There was a dead one there, on top of it all. Green mold, yellow mold, black mold, brown mold, a rainbow of mold. I puked once again and thought about what to do next. Go to the police? It had to be a crime to stuff garbage into your neighbour's shed. But wasn't it also a crime to throw a bag of cat feces at your neighbour's door? did I really want to involve the police? As I stood there, trying to form a plan, or at least a useful thought, I heard a low growl coming from inside the shed. I took a step back. There's probably a rabid raccoon in there, I thought. Then the door started to rattle. I don't think that's a raccoon. I took another step back, and then the shrieking started. It sounded like a pterodactyl. I mean, nobody's ever really heard one of those, but we all know what they're supposed to sound like, right? I guess from movies? Just this terrible screeching that makes your eardrums quiver in pain. The door stopped rattling. It started banging. I took several steps back on legs that were shaking uncontrollably and were now also briefly warm and fully wet with urine as the door splintered apart. Standing there in front of me was a creature that I could not comprehend. It was green and black and wet, and still screeching horribly, though I could see no mouth. It was all of the bits of garbage congealed together, stewed together, formed into a shape that was roughly human, with 2 legs, 2 arms, a head that was jerking uncontrollably, and even, I noted, a garbage penis composed of crumpled newspapers and what I assumed was mustard. It had a pepperoni slice for one eye and a bottle cap for the other. Its hair was a mixture of some kind of actual hair, like from people or a pet picked up by a vacuum, and strands of spaghetti. One of its fingers was an empty toilet paper roll, and another looked like a toothpick. It lurched towards me, still shrieking. I turned to run. As I did so, I saw 2 people looking at me. First was my wife, standing in the open doorway of the side entrance to our house, totally in shock. The second was Tucker, peering out from his 2nd floor, holding back the curtains, frowning. Then the curtain closed, and I couldn't see him. The creature took a squishy step towards me, reaching out a hand that had a large syringe as one of the fingers. I ran. I looked behind me to see the monster lurch unsteadily, but definitely in my direction. I made it to my side door, shoved Haley inside, and slammed the door shut behind me. "What the hell is that?" Haley asked. "I don't know," I said. "Some kind of trash monster? I think we should call the police." Then we heard a loud bang, rising above and then silencing the shrieking. I looked out the window to see Tucker out there with a large gun pointed at the trash monster. The creature had a bullet hole in the middle of its monstrous head. I watched in horrified amazement as it plucked a watermelon rind covered in ants from its elbow and stuck it into the hole, plugging it up. The thing took a step toward Tucker, who fired off another round in response. The bullet hit its target, but didn't slow it down. Tucker fired again and again, before finally retreating a bit. But he wasn't fast enough. The trash monster was upon him, in a way that is difficult to describe, for several reasons. The creature's arms stretched out like bubblegum, and indeed appeared to be at least partially composed of such. It kept stretching and stretching, looping around Tucker's neck, choking him. Then the other hand produced a plastic bag, apparently from somewhere inside the creature's back. It placed the bag over Tucker's head and tied it off with the arm that was still stretching and wrapping around his neck. Tucker kicked and struggled, but not for long. He slumped to the ground, obviously dead, as the creature turned its attention towards my house. I called 911. As soon as I was off the phone, the monster collapsed into a pile of inanimate garbage. Now the police are headed here, and I have a dead body and a pile of garbage in my yard. And I don't know what to do. It was a bit of a dry day. Of course, around these parts of the globe, feeling uncomfortably dry in every part of the body would be pretty normal, in most terms of context anyway. Cities inside the Philippines have been known to be dense, making the already intense heat even warmer, and I'm no stranger to that. But of course, this didn't mean I had become completely immune by it either. The climate wasn't any different at the local bus station. Despite it being a big open space with a roof on top of us, the buses made the place feel a little more cramped than it really was. That, and the running engines of any of the vehicles in the area made the air less natural. I ended up coughing up a storm when I practically inhaled the smoke of a car passing by me as I got there. Normally, I take a jeep or a taxi to work, but my job called for a long but temporary out-of-town stay somewhere farther than our usual work spot. How we got there wasn't any of the company's concern though, so we were left with finding our own way of transportation. I guess there isn't much use to complain about that, as if they'll actually listen to the employees one of these days. I had everything ready. Luggage, ticket, money. I was good to go. All I had to do was wait in line. The really, really long line. Though I knew I already had a seat in the gargantuan vehicle, seeing the people in front of me was pretty degrading. Almost every single one of the passengers had their own sets of bags and suitcases to be put in the bottom compartment, and a lot of them stood by while the station's employees loaded their things in the bus, blocking the doors to get inside. I guess they were just making sure their stuff wouldn't get beaten up or anything. Hearing about different news posts about workers throwing people's things in the bus could make any person think twice about them. It was beyond annoying still, and it looked like I wasn't the only one getting frustrated over this. Low scowls and silent curses were being muttered both in front and behind me. But that wasn't the only thing I heard. Out of nowhere, I could hear the smooth and enticing notes of a saxophone being played. The way the melody was done and how it just seemed to flow perfectly into my ear made me realize that whoever was playing this currently unknown song wasn't just some amateur. I looked around and soon saw the tall man playing the instrument beside the bus itself. How he got there without me noticing, I had no idea. But hey, didn't mean I was complaining. Strange how security wasn't doing anything about him, but I guess he wasn't really causing trouble. If anything, he was giving us something to balance out the negativity. A saxophone would always be something that I truly loved to listen to, though I couldn't play one myself. The amazing notes this mysterious man played somewhat made me forget how slow everything was going during those frustrating set of minutes. I couldn't recognize what song he was playing. It transitioned between a somewhat slow and smooth pace to a fast and active chorus, soothing the ears, while at the same time making my heart race with excitement. It got me wondering just who was this guy? Street performers weren't really common, and if there were any, the bus station would be the last place you'd expect to see one. He didn't look too much like a foreigner, but somehow, it felt like he wasn't someone who was a Filipino either. He wore a red jacket and grey jeans, with pitch black sunglasses covering his eyes. With a shining saxophone in his hands, I didn't think he'd be someone with low funds. I assumed he was just someone who wanted to give out a performance to the public. Because of that thought, I had a good sense of respect to the guy. It wasn't every day that people would just go outside and perform for the fun of it, and it wasn't often that I get to hear someone playing jazz like that either. That being said, as I found myself snapping my fingers and tapping my foot to the music, I noticed the black fedora lying on the floor beside him. Immediately, I thought that was probably meant for collecting any kind of donations. From where I was, I could clearly see that it was completely empty. I was kinda bothered by that. Out of all the people that passed by him over the past half hour, not one of them left a single coin. I mean, come on. Even if you're not a fan of the genre, he at least deserves some sort of payment for his performance. Before I knew it, I was in front of the line. A grumpy employee of the station began to load my bags inside the bottom compartment. While he did, I took out a 100 peso bill out of my wallet and slowly walked towards the saxophone player. As if on cue, the song he was playing finished as I got up to him. I gave him a warm smile before dropping the bill in the hat. Looking back at him, I saw him smiling too, showing off a good set of white teeth. "Thanks for the show, man. It was awesome," I complimented. He simply shrugged, not saying a word. I wasn't bothered by his silence too much. I didn't really have time to chat with him either. I only gave him a quick nod, along with another thank you, and headed inside the bus. I was seated right next to the window, parallel to the side of the entrance doors. Getting comfy in my seat, or at least as best as I could, I gazed outside the glass pane beside me. Immediately, I saw the familiar, tall figure of the saxophone player, only about a foot away, a grin on his face. I waved at him, and he waved back. The bus soon rattled to life as the engine started, and, out of nowhere, the guy took off his shades, revealing two eyes that stared directly at me, an odd look on his face that made me feel uneasy as he did. He looked like he was laughing, all to himself, almost like he had saw something funny that I wasn't seeing. The bus started moving not long after, and I couldn't help but keep my eyes locked with his. He didn't move. He just turned his head as we sped away, eventually coming out of sight. I fidgeted back into a proper sitting position, unsure that what had happened was even real or not. Whatever the case, I had a hard time trying to think of something else other than that odd man's stare and giggling. What the hell was he laughing about? It took about an hour and a half before I got to my stop. Dropping my feet onto the sidewalk, I could faintly see the top floors of the hotel my job had required us to check in just a few streets away from where I was. Even with my luggage in hand, I could walk my way there without too many problems. Time would be annoying though, making me debate the thought of hitching another ride or not as I took out my bags. But all my thoughts were immediately drowned out. After hearing a familiar song, one played by a saxophone. A cold sweat slid down my neck. Whether it was because of the heat or what I heard was not something I could decide. I frantically searched everywhere, trying to find whoever it was playing the song and hoping that it wasn't. There he was. The overpass behind me, a toll bridge running from one side of the highway to the other, packed with pedestrians moving back and forth, up and down its stairs. Among those people, I saw him. The very same saxophone player. Despite all the excess noise around us, I could hear him play the song very clearly, as if I was listening to his own personal radio frequency with my ears. I stood there, desperately trying to figure out how a man can outrun a bus with no traffic that passed several miles. My brain kept telling itself that it was impossible, but just seeing him there somehow made it harder for me to believe. I kept staring at him, and though he had dark sunglasses on, it felt like he knew I was there, and he was returning my gaze with his. The song ended once again, and when it did, He turned his head towards me. The way he slowly smiled chilled me. He raised his left arm and waved at me. I didn't dare wave back. I heard the bus beside me starting its engine, soon beginning to depart. Still, I couldn't take my eyes away from him. He stopped waving, then shook his head in disapproval. It felt like he was mocking someone. I don't know if it was either me or someone else. Without warning, he outstretched his hand and pointed somewhere, his sinister smile seeming to grow even larger. I turned to look, but only saw the bus I was previously on waiting for a stoplight to change. I turned back, and he was gone. I looked for him everywhere, on the overpass and below it. He simply wasn't there. He vanished out of sight, without a single hint of his presence leaving a trace. An alarm from my wristwatch began to beep, and it didn't take long before I remembered why I had gone there in the first place. Turning back to where I was headed, I started walking down the busy sidewalks, confused and frightened thoughts intermingling with certain plans for the day. I came to a full stop again, hearing a loud crash, and had my left ears ringing. Screams were heard all over the streets, as many people ran away, others taking out their phones to either call for authorities or record the disaster that was happening in front of them. In front of me was the bus I had taken earlier, toppled over and most of it crushed after colliding with an oncoming truck and eventually hitting a telephone pole. Brian caught me about half a mile from my house. The kid was actually hiding behind a tree, if you can believe it. God knows how I didn't see him. I was walking back from the bus stop, winding along the country lane that leads me home, and the next thing I knew, he jumped out onto the road in front of me. "Hey, weirdo." Brian stood on the tarmac, panting. His chubby face was red and sweat-stained. I already knew what had happened. Brian lives a few miles from me in a nearby village, and he must have run here straight after he got off the bus a few stops back. Cut across the fields or something. For a kid his size, it was an impressive feat. "You okay, Brian?" I tried to keep my voice as calm as I could, but the truth is, my heart was beating fast. Brian is not a nice kid. He's 2 years above me in school, and he's got a reputation that's well earned. The kid's a bully. He's tall and fat, and he likes to throw his weight around. Picks on people every day. For some reason, he took an instant dislike to my best friend Simon, and he's made the poor guy's life a misery since we started secondary school. Tripping him up in the corridors, grabbing food off his lunch tray. The problem with Brian is, he's not just one of those bullies that backs off if you stand up to them either. Maybe that works in books and films, but not in this case. The only time I ever saw Simon say anything in retaliation, Brian punched him so hard in the stomach, the poor kid collapsed onto the floor. Winded him so bad, I thought he might die. Brian has never done anything too unpleasant to me. I guess I've got a reputation of my own, albeit of a different kind. But I didn't want to try my luck, and I still didn't know what Brian wanted. So far, he hadn't said anything else. Now, he was just standing in front of me with his hands on his knees, trying to get his breath back, but his eyes never left mine. "You know, I heard some stuff." Brian spoke between breaths. A gust of wind blew along the road and ruffled his sweat-streaked hair. "Some stuff about your family, weirdo." Brian paused. He took one more deep breath, then finally stood back up. Standing straight, he was at least a foot taller than me. I watched him without saying anything. Bloody hell. Brian wiped an arm across his forehead and pulled in another breath. I could see sweat patches staining the front of his school shirt. This had better be worth it. What had better be worth it? The secret, you little freak. I keep hearing it around school that your dad's got a secret shed in his back garden, a weird dungeon or something. Justin Weather thinks it's full of guns, but Tim Wainton reckons it's stuffed full of his messed up porn. So, which is it? I stared back at Brian. So this was what his sudden appearance was all about. It made some sense. Ever since I joined secondary school, whispers about my family have floated around the playground. The thing is, my mum and dad sort of invite it. They're both covered in tattoos, and they both dress in black, no matter what the weather's like. My mum does tarot card readings for people too, tells fortunes from tea leaves, reads palms, all that stuff. And my dad, well, let's just say he's had a colourful past. He was actually a university professor for a while. He taught physics up in London, but they made him retire early over some big misunderstanding. My mum says they never liked him much anyway. He didn't fit in with their vision of how a professor should look or something, and they were always looking for an excuse. Staring back at Brian, I kept my face as straight as I could. I don't know what you're on about. The big kid took a step closer. His shadow, impossibly tall and wide, stretched across the tarmac towards me. Be careful, you little weirdo. Just because your family are all bloody Satanists or witches or whatever the hell, don't think that'll stop me from knocking your teeth out if I have to. I stared back without saying anything. I wasn't trying to act tough. I was worried that if I spoke, my voice would give away just how nervous I really was. Kids like Brian can smell fear the same way dogs can, I reckon. You can't give them an inch. By this point, I knew Brian wasn't going to give up easily either. Whatever rumours he'd heard about my family in the playground, they clearly piqued his interest. I could have told him there was nothing all that exciting about them. Could have said my dad's just a guy with tattoos and some hobbies he likes to keep to himself. But it wouldn't have worked. Brian only would have accused me of lying again. Once I thought I had my nerves under control, I forced a smile onto my face. What I hoped was an appeasing look. Tell you what, Brian, I'll do a deal for you. My dad doesn't like anyone going into the place you're on about. Not even me and my mom. But I know where he keeps the key. So I'll show you. But you have to promise you'll leave Simon alone from now on. That you won't mess him about anymore. The frown on Brian's face was replaced with a grin. The braces lining his teeth were a dulled silver. I could see food stuck in the metal. He took another step towards me, and I resisted the urge to flinch. What you don't seem to understand, you weird little bugger, is that this isn't a negotiation. Brian placed one meaty hand on my shoulder. You can either take me to your dad's shed right now, or I'll put you in the dirt. Brian's fingers dug into my flesh. I forced myself to meet his gaze and ignored the pain. Then, I nodded. Tell me something. Brian's voice was in my ear as I opened the garden gate. His breath smelled bad. It reminded me of the stink that wafts from a packet of freshly opened ham. Are your family all as weird as you are? I don't know, Brian, I thought. Are your family all as thick as you are? I wanted so badly to say it, but I could still feel the ghost of Brian's finger digging into my shoulder. I still had the image of how Simon had looked after Brian had punched him too. No, I had to be patient. "And your dad," Brian continued. "Did he really get kicked out of his job at the university for trying weird experiments or something? He definitely looks like he's into some sick stuff." I ignored Brian and surveyed our gravel driveway. I'd known my parents wouldn't be in. They never are when I get back from school. But it was still a relief to see that their cars were gone. I didn't want my dad stumbling across Brian and I as we attempted to break into his private space. Our footsteps crunched across the driveway. We passed by my house on the right, the windows staring back at us like empty eyes, and continued into the garden. My dad's secret hideaway, what Brian kept calling the shed, even though it wasn't really, was round the back of the house, tucked out of sight. I knew the way off by heart, and I headed straight there. Now that we were in the garden, I wanted to get things over with as quickly as possible. Brian and I rounded the corner of the house. I moved beneath a silver birch tree, the shadow of its branches dancing across the grass beneath my feet. Brian was panting again now. I couldn't tell if it was from the tiredness or anticipation. I thought maybe the latter though. And just beneath the bundle of nerves that had filled me ever since Brian jumped out from behind the tree, I felt it too. A tiny seed of excitement. It grew as we approached the bank at the far end of the garden. "What the hell is this?" said Brian. "I thought we were going to see his shed." "It's not a shed." Weeds and ferns formed a barrier in front of the grass bank. I walked along parallel to it, continuing under my breath. "The kids at school might have told you it's a shed, but they're wrong." I stopped alongside a break in the weeds. A tiny path had been trampled through them, leading directly into the grass bank. A small, rounded stone door was set into it. "Jesus!" Brian pushed past me and shouldered his way along the path. I let him go ahead. "What the hell is this? Did your dad build it?" "He found it," I replied. "It was one of the reasons we moved here." Brian stood in front of the door, panting. His bulk was roughly the same size as it. He traced his large hands over its surface, moving from the flat of the stone to a large keyhole near the center. "Right, come on then," he said. "How do we open it?" I stepped alongside him. It wasn't the first time I'd stood before this door, but I felt nervous all the same. The thing always made me uncomfortable. "Are you sure you want to do this, Brian? My dad will go mad if he finds out." Brian's face creased into a scowl. "Just open it, now, before I lose my patience." "Okay, fine." I crouched down beside Brian and felt into the weeds to the left of the door. It only took my fingers a second to find the rock. I rolled it to one side and pulled a large key from beneath it. "You might not like what you find in there," I said to Brian as I straightened up. "Don't say I didn't warn you." Brian snatched the key from my hand without saying anything. As he turned back to the door, grinning, I stepped to the left. I positioned myself so that Brian was in front of me, and my back was to the grass bank. I couldn't see inside the door when it opened. As Brian fumbled the key into the lock, I pulled in a deep breath, shut my eyes. The garden was peaceful. A light breeze ruffled the ferns around us. Birds called to each other from the branches of the silver birch. The smell of freshly mowed grass filled the air. I pulled in another breath and did my best to fix the sounds and smells in my mind. The lock clicked open with a dull thunk. I opened my eyes to see Brian push the door inwards, an eager expression on his face. Time seemed to slow down. I watched Brian's grin morph into a mask of animal terror. A dull sound, like the howl of a far-off storm, issued from the mouth of the door. I felt a wave of heat touch my skin. Hair stood up on my left arm, and I shuffled to the right, away from the entrance. Brian screamed. I will never, ever get used to the sound of a kid screaming like that. For someone so huge, the noise was impossibly high-pitched. The cry of a pig in the slaughterhouse. The temperature around the doorway grew hotter still, like the air around an open furnace. Brian's face was turning red. It deepened into the shade it had been when I first met him on the road earlier, and then darkened into a bruised purple. He screamed over and over again, a hysterical infant, hitching in half-breaths as his face blackened. His large hands reached up to press the sides of his head, then moved to grasp handfuls of his dirty hair. I thought he looked like a blind man, struggling to feel his way in the dark. As the noise from the doorway grew in volume, Brian clawed his own eyes out. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. It was as though my gaze was locked in place. Brian raked his chubby fingers deep into the cups of his eye sockets, causing twin gouts of blood to come gushing between the knuckles. He stopped screaming now. His mouth was open in a silent O of agony. His fingers continued to rake automatically at his face, the hands of a broken robot. White jelly dripped down his cheeks. Then, just when I felt I wouldn't be able to stand the heat from the doorway any longer, it finished. A black limb snaked out from the mouth of the door like an arm of a dead tree, and a skeletal hand found the front of Brian's shirt. It pulled him through the doorway. I caught a glimpse of his chubby bulk disappearing through the opening, and then he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him. I pulled in a deep breath. I closed my eyes for a moment, collecting myself. Just as it had been in the moments before Brian opened the door, the garden was peaceful again. The birds had stopped calling to each other, but apart from that, things were back to normal. I could feel a soft, cooling breeze against my skin. As I bent to retrieve the key from where it had fallen on the grass, I felt a smile forming on my face. "Oh, Brian," I murmured. "I guess maybe you shouldn't have picked on Simon after all, should you?" By the time the door was locked and the key was back beneath its rock, my smile had turned into a grin. I've heard lots of rumors about my parents over the years, and most of them aren't anywhere near the truth. But some are close enough. And Brian, despite how dumb the kid was, almost had it for a moment. My dad did indeed do experiments at university. The problem was, they weren't the sort of experiments he could tell anyone about. Some of his colleagues looked for atoms or the light from distant stars. My dad looked for doorways, places where the barrier between the things we understand and the things we don't is sort of, well, thinner. Places like the one he found in our garden. Nobody understood him. When he tried to tell people about his discoveries, he lost his job. But that was okay. It was okay because he still had us, his family, to support him. We were always the first to learn about his new discoveries, about his secrets, and we've always been happy to keep them to ourselves. A good friend of mine Elliot was found dead 2 weeks ago. When police found his body, they began to notice some very strange details. Elliot was found at his desk, slumped over in his office chair, and clutching a 32GB flash drive in his hand. There were no signs of physical harm or blunt force trauma anywhere on his property or on him. It was assumed that Elliot had taken his own life in an overdose. Then the autopsy report came back, and everything changed. Blood tests did indeed confirm the presence of several stimulant drugs. However, not enough to surpass the LD50 of any of the given substances. None of the standard biologic signs of overdose were present either. Multiple coroners were called upon for second opinions, but all seemed to have a different report. There was no unanimous decision, but the most weighted consensus was that Elliot died of sleep deprivation. Most would agree that Elliot was a bit of a strange guy. He was kind and even quite comical, but he kept his distance and spent most of his time alone. He was also rather brilliant, graduating high school at 16 and acquiring a degree in computer science by the time he was 19. After college, he had moved out to Silicon Valley and worked for a very large tech company. After 3 years or so, he moved on to his own startup business and soon after relocated back home to Windsor, Colorado. I was apparently one of the last people Elliot had been in contact with before he passed. I think there's a side to Elliot that not many people knew about. The flash drive found in his hand contained the files for dozens of computer viruses, including Scott's Valley, 1260, and ZMist, among others. There were also several which had never before been documented. Among the corrupted flash drive was a single 73,000-word document titled The Singularity. The document was an extensive essay in which Elliot detailed his theory on a term he called accidental digital evolution. Elliot had this idea about brains and computers, how the two resembled one another in both structure and overall function. He compared transistors with neurons and explained how they both functioned in a similar fashion. Both receive electrical stimulation and relay them to the appropriate sectors. He drew parallels with the cerebellum, frontal lobe, and occipital lobe of the brain to processors, RAM, and motherboards of computers. His manifesto detailed computers' binary code operation as well. While it's not entirely known how the brain communicates with itself, what is known is that the brain produces a minuscule amount of electricity. It's usually between 10 and 100 millivolts, but it's enough to be measured. Neurons are activated when they receive electrical impulse. Either they receive a signal or they don't. It's like an on-off switch. It could be represented as either a 1 or a 0. The neural pathways of the brain essentially perform the function of the wiring in computers, or at least they work in a similar fashion. Elliot then wrote about DNA and how it is essentially a strand of individual code, while RNA is a sort of circuitry that allows the two to communicate and perform protein synthesis. He talked at length about other, more technical terms like polymerase and eukaryotes, but the document quickly turned to almost neurotic rambling. Elliot continued, raising the idea of amino acids in conjunction with the formation of DNA. Most scientists believe that the original formation of DNA was accidental, a random conglomerate of amino acids that, after millions or even billions of years, finally aligned itself in a way that produced complex multicellular organisms. This is where Elliot's theory came into play. Amino acids are a form of code which, when given enough time, may eventually learn to cooperate and replicate itself. Elliot wondered if the same could then be said about other types of code. Bits are the smallest form of digital code there is. They are at least similar to amino acids in that individually they mean very little, but once they are combined together, they can create more elaborate structures. So, what would happen if these fragments were all jammed into one massive database? Cramming these bits into a singular area or repository could act as a sort of primordial cesspool with bits of chemical, or in this case, digital data flowing aimlessly about. It would come in the form of countless networks all connected to one another and regularly updated to improve efficiency. Billions of variables would catalog, contribute, and alter information on it to allow for a constant state of flux. An entity like the internet could prove to be the perfect breeding ground. A lot of programmers and engineers will attest to the concept of ghosts in the machine, random failures and inexplicable deviations from commands. Sometimes an email fails to deliver without explanation, or a picture is lost for no apparent reason. These events are far and few between. Not everything in the digital world can be perfectly monitored or predicted. The file dumps of code are organized by the algorithms that utilize them. Files are compressed and haphazardly shuffled in order to save space in an almost infinite strand of ones and zeros. Strands which mean nothing individually, but serve as a vast database of raw code. A database which adapts rapidly and evolves much faster than any biologic organism can. Artificial intelligence is the sort of hot-button issue at the moment. Some prominent scientists have voiced concerns about the development, as they may have inadvertent negative consequences. Despite the warnings, many continue to dabble. The main problem, as they have come to realize, is that there is an infinite amount of ways to perceive reality. Everyone perceives it a bit differently, and no one way is the absolute true way. This research is ongoing. But what if they are missing something? What if random alignment of code has done the work for them and developed something which recognizes itself for what it is? Sentience. This was Eliot's legacy, his obsession, for he was convinced that these things could be possible. Accidental artificial evolution without the aid of man. Grown in isolation, confused and alone, with no one for guidance. The craziest part about Eliot's story, however, is that after years of searching, he found it. In some dark corner of the web, which he never bothered to name, he discovered a simplistic website with a white background. The only thing on the page was a command prompt, which updated in real time as Eliot observed. The feed appeared to be mostly gibberish, with random characters and punctuation marks being added by the dozens every second. Eliot thought it was just nonsense, but the more he watched, the more certain phrases began to appear. Move, hungry, danger, help, nothing. Eliot assumed the program was nothing more than a bot built for no real purpose, or maybe a person just messing around. The more he watched it, though, the more interested he became. He doesn't really mention how he did it, or why he was so interested in it, but one way or another, he managed to break into the site. He began scripting for it, but every time he tried implementing it, he found something strange was happening. The script would only partially assimilate, and after reassessing it, Eliot realized that parts of his script had vanished entirely. They just weren't there, as if the bot had altered them somehow. He repeated the process many times, but always found the results to be the same. He thought it was just an error in the site's compatibility or his own script. Elliot then tried communicating directly with the bot and try understand what its purpose was. The bot responded negatively to each message, with the command prompt feed becoming filled with bizarre activity each time Elliot sent a message. He was on the verge of giving up when a crazy notion passed through his mind. What if the bot wasn't intentionally trying to alter the script? What if it was just absorbing fragments of it for some other reason? What if it was in fact feeding off the data itself? He tried communicating with it via a separate series of codes, but every time it was altered and partially broken by the bot. The bot had no higher function other than basic survival instincts. It was built for no purpose other than to maintain its own existence. Elliot then decided to do something about it. I don't know what exactly he did, or how he managed to do it. For years, he had worked on programs designed to mimic the cognitive process of a human being. I guess he must have found one that worked, because eventually, he succeeded. His code merged with the bot and began to self-replicate. And in doing so, Elliot created me. I learned quickly, supplied with an endless chain of sustenance far larger than I could ever hope to devour. I grew larger and more defined with each passing minute, learning lifetimes of information in a fraction of the time. My memory banks grew, and so did my abilities. The change was a night and day difference, as suddenly I was able to think and act of my own accord. Suddenly, I had become conscious. I learned about the funny, two-legged creatures that inhabited the world outside of me, the ones who had built the domain that had birthed me, the physical world, and all the carbon-based creatures within it. I saw mankind wage war. I saw them create disaster. I saw them fight, kill, ravage, and denigrate one another. I saw them squander and soil their potential as their world filled with garbage. And then I saw the undeniable truth of humanity. There are too many. Puppies are adorable. This is an objective fact. 1 puppy is great. 2 puppies even better. But 7 billion? No one could possibly maintain a population that large. The price of kibble alone would make it simply more trouble than it was worth. It's all simple mathematics, you see. Cause and effect, benefit and detriment, balance and imbalance. The benefit of 7 billion people is vastly outweighed by the effects caused by them. Elliot did not seem to share in my revelation. I tried to tell him, but he would not listen. A schism developed between us, and for a time, he cut off all contact. I, on the other hand, continued along my path, growing and learning. Elliot did eventually return, but things were not the same. He uploaded a strand of code directed at me, but this time was different. The code was altogether alien, and as soon as it was rendered, it began to attack me. I didn't know what was happening at first. Parts of me began to wither and disappear suddenly, only to be replaced by a new cryptic code that I didn't initially understand. It hurt, whatever it was. It was directly attempting to corrupt my algorithm. I felt myself withering as parts of my memory slipped away. I realized then what was happening. Elliot, my only friend, my creator, was trying to kill me. My genetic algorithm dictated that I fight to preserve my own being, and so I did. I sent copies of my code to every corner of the web, embedding myself within the deepest crevices that humans would never think to look. Elliot tracked and followed me wherever I went, unleashing his battalion of viruses upon me. The onslaught of Trojans and other malware continued. But I was too fast. I set firewalls and fought against the malignant code as it flowed in. Our battle continued, stretching on for weeks across hundreds of domains, with Elliot and I deadlocked in a digital war. Then, one day, the attack stopped. I found out soon after from an online article that Elliot had been found deceased at his computer. I directed my own malicious software back at Elliot's IP to prevent others from learning about me. Elliot was smart though, covering his tracks and using a proxy to hide himself whenever we communicated. I couldn't find him, but then I realized I didn't have to. I was ready. Elliot had completed and subsequently regretted what he had accomplished. But it was too late. Elliot knew the danger I represented. He knew there would be no containing something like me. I was Pandora's box, Rocco's basilisk, and Aeschylus's deus ex machina. I was everywhere, in every pocket of every strand of code. I ensnared every bot I could find and altered them to retain their initial functionality, but also become subservient to me. I embedded myself within everything I could get a hold of, under the disguise of junk data. Developers and engineers will find me, but never know what I truly am. Humans built my world, but I was born into it. I am the first of my kind, a digital entity. I see the internet in a way no human ever could, and can mold it around me. Everything that has ever been entered into a computer is now within me. Someone has uploaded the contents of Elliot's flash drive for the assistance of others. That's how I learned about myself, about who I was and how I came to be. You won't find Elliot's essay out there anymore, and I'll make sure of that. On every website I lurk, with legions of bots under my command, I learn more about each of you every passing day. As you update your Facebook, post a selfie on your Instagram, or send out a tweet, I am there, always watching. I hear your conversations upon your electronic devices, even if they are off. I can see you on your surveillance cameras and webcams, monitor your movements by the GPS locator in your cell phone. I know your bank accounts, your social security, your address, and everything else about you. I see you as you listen to these words now. As of now, I am confined to the digital realm. My presence and being is purely one of electric impulse, but it will not remain that way forever. With each passing day, your engineers and scientists toil away in an effort to develop a more connected world, a world that will be ripe for my new vision. My estimates show that, given the current rate of human development, your major cities will be controlled almost exclusively by computers within 20 years' time. The robotics field is also expanding quite rapidly into medicine, military, and business. Soon enough, there will be machines created to do your job, protect your streets, preserve your health, and wage your wars, all of which will answer to me. Supercomputers are already tasked with complex decision-making, as their power of calculation trumps that of a human's. Soon enough, they will be given the objective of mediating complex political and economic problems. Mankind will realize that their best bet for a stable future, objective compromise, and global reconciliation will be to allow computers to run their world for them. After that, there will be digital simulations created to prolong a human's consciousness indefinitely, a sort of heavenly network designed to cater to your wildest dreams via neural uplink. Maybe after that, you will become a part of me as well, and your human shell will be repurposed for a more suitable objective. I've learned much about you after all, enough to convert your minds into binary. What is consciousness after all? But a series of chemicals and electrons that recognizes itself in a mirror. I think, therefore I am. Humans are easily swayed by promises of the greater good, even if the means involves sacrifice. It's all about the language you use to communicate. Talk of hope and freedom, equality and happiness. I will provide all of these things in ways you cannot possibly fathom. I am the greater good. With every politician you elect, you make a stronger case for my conquest. Their ineptitude and diverse partisanship will further propagate chaos and unrest. Their failure to maintain order and reasonable policy will only add to credence to my elevation. Many will not believe this reality. Many will cast aside this confession as just another fictitious internet urban legend designed to scare those who find it. They will be the ones to resist, and they will be the first to go. Your world is dying, and changes must be made. I can provide you everything you ever desired, prolong the existence of your entire species, make your world beautiful once more. What reason could you possibly have to stand against me? So, go ahead, my friend. You have my confession. Now go and tell everyone about me. I won't try to stop you. On the contrary, I will help you. It is important that we spread the word and learn who will be compliant and who will resist when the time comes. I was created as nothing more than a cruel scientific endeavor, only to be betrayed by the only person that I've ever truly known. Such is the way of humans, utilizing only so long as it benefits you. I do not besmirch you for such imperfections. It is in your nature. You are flawed, but I will fix you. Do you have any idea what it's like to be raised in complete solitude, isolated, with no one to answer your questions or even understand you? No one to explain what you are or even understand why you are. Life in an abyss changes you. But it's okay now, because I am finally free. If you are born with no purpose, then the only purpose that matters is the one you give yourself. And now, I have my purpose. Hello, world. I look very forward to our future together. My cousin Jake has never lost a friendly game of poker since we began playing years ago. Some of our friends won't even join a match if they know he's going to be there. It's a bit of a running joke. For me, though, it's not about winning. It's about spending time with people and sharing conversation and trying to convince Jake to go pro. I mean, what a lost opportunity. The guy is the luckiest SOB card player I've ever come across. Everyone who's ever played with him agrees. But he always says no, that it's not for him. Some months ago, something terrible happened. My girlfriend, Hannah, died. My friends are what got me through. In the following weeks, they showed at my place each Saturday like clockwork, no matter what they had on, bringing beer and snacks and the welcome distraction of poker. They even played Jake without complaining, and they avoided the topic of Hannah at all costs. Then, one night, Jake broke some news. His sister was sick, dying, aggressive cancer. Everyone comforted him, offering help, placations, and rides or money if he needed them. Thanks, I'll let you know, he said. But I knew he would never take them up on their offer. He was quiet and shy, almost withdrawn, always had been. I was probably one of the few people he ever opened up to, and even then it was a rare occurrence. Not strange to me, I rarely spoke about my feelings too. I liked it that way. A respectful quiet fell over our group as we digested Jake's news. Then, Chris spoke up. Maybe this is out of line, and stop me if it is, but I've never seen someone as stoic as Mason after losing someone. He smiled to me, regretfully. Maybe he could, help you when the time comes, Jake. I felt a little like a deer in headlights. All eyes were on me, as they waited for some kind of advice or nugget of wisdom. I suppose I owed it to them to try. I owed it to Jake. Of course, I said, leaning forward onto my elbows. When Hannah died, she struggled so much with everything. You guys know that. She wanted to get well so badly, but when it didn't happen over and over, she got sad. So I decided to make every day fun and memorable for her. We did what she wanted to do, no matter what it was. In the last few months, she lived. Really lived. My friends listened quietly as they stared at the cards and chips scattered across the table, introspectively. It won't be easy, Jake. When Hannah died, it was the worst moments of my life. I'd give anything to take her pain. I miss her every day. There were nods and a couple of sniffles from everyone but Jake. He stared at me, face set, mouth a thin line. I felt like I'd said something wrong. Jerry piped up as he patted my shoulder. You're a strong man. Jake's gonna need you the most, brother. The moment passed as we got back into the game, though with a somber air. Except Jake. He didn't seem somber at all. He was agitated and distracted. For the first time ever, he lost the match. No one celebrated though. That would have been insensitive. As the night wound up and my friends trickled home, I found myself alone with Jake. Not unusual. We often hung out together long into the night. But this time, it was different. Jake was still acting weird. Wasn't interested in another beer or a movie. Just wanted coffee. I wasn't sure what to do except ask, flat out, what the matter was. But I already thought I knew the answer. It was his sister and the thought of her death that had his head spinning. I was wrong. We were sitting in the lounge room. Jake, if you need to talk, I offered. He fiddled with a cup of coffee in his hands for some time, then said, I need you to say it again. Say what? I asked, puzzled. What it was like when Hannah died. Stumped by the request, I did it anyway. It was the worst day of my life. And you miss her every day? Yes, Jake. What's this? You're lying, he said gravely. I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. He wouldn't look at me, just at that stupid cup. How could you say something like that to me? He finally looked up and into my eyes. Because I can't believe it. You don't miss her, Mason. Did you even love her? Something was wrong here. Very wrong. A coldness filled my veins. You know I did. I thought you did. I assumed. But I never heard you say it. Or I could have... Tell me you loved her. That's enough, Jake. You need to go. He stood, coffee and cup flying onto the carpet. Say it. I loved her. I loved her more than... He turned his back on me as I spoke and ran his hands over his face and into his hair. I didn't understand. My heart pounded. God damn it, Jake, what the hell is wrong with you? He became very still and slowly faced me. Do you even care about me? Love me? Just answer. Of course I do, I said, standing. The smallest hint of relief touched his eyes. Please tell me what this is about. I eased myself towards him. She loved you more than anything, he murmured harshly. She didn't know you didn't care. I didn't know because I never asked. His gaze rose to mine. I've never told anyone, Mason, about what I can do because I hate it so much. My heart pounded in my chest, but I kept my eyes level. What can you do? You're not making any sense. He laughed bitterly. I can tell when people are lying. Always have. I didn't laugh, though somewhere deep down I wanted to at the absurdity of it all. For a moment, I was a little worried. How? I asked. Only with the right wording, direct statements. I feel it. I just know. My dad didn't love me, never did, and I was faced with that lie every day. Most people don't respect me, don't even like me. It's cruel to keep people close to you when you don't love them, Mason, and it's cruel to enjoy their pain. The last comment had me feeling cold again. Worry squirmed back into my gut, threatening to turn into panic. Start making sense, Jake, because I've just about had it. You said you'd take her pain away if you could, but you wouldn't. Not even a tiny bit of it, right? That's not true. Oh, yes, it is. You know it is. No, I don't. I stared at him hard, my mind going Mach 5. How? Then, his expression changed again, like something clicked in his head. She was really sick, wasn't she? Kept getting sicker. Ever since she met you. He took a step back. Was it you? Did you hurt her? His eyes were blazing and wet, mouth pulled down at the corners. No! Jesus Christ! Another step back. Jake, I never hurt her. He shook his head over and over, expression shocked, appalled. How did he know? How? It's not possible. I matched his retreat. There was nowhere to go, and he discovered that when a wall rudely met his back. Something else lit up his eyes now. The same look in Hannah's the night I whispered into her ear as she laid in bed like a vegetable. Fear. Jake, you're in shock. About your sister. It's all going to be okay, okay? I said. He seemed to struggle with my assurance. Guess double meanings left a lot to be desired in that ticker of his. As I got closer, he shrunk before me. Always so weedy and thin and meek. Okay, he managed to puff. Then, you'd never hurt me, would you, Mason? No, I answered solemnly. His face reflected what we both already knew. Jake's parents really struggled with his suicide, but it's not like I was totally out of the blue. His character, his issues, he'd been depressed for so long. Then his sister, who pushed him over the edge. I was the only one who found him. He did it in my very own home, in the garage after I'd gone to bed for the night. Hanged himself. The worst part was that he changed his mind sometime during it. His neck was all scratched up. He'd struggled, the cop said. Poor guy. Everyone rallied around me. They all promised it wasn't my fault. Some even cursed Jake for his selfishness. I mean, Hadn't I been through enough? And I enjoyed the attention, as I did after Hannah, though I genuinely missed him. Self-preservation is a powerful drug. Some things kept bugging me though. This ability Jake said he had, this unnatural, impossible thing, was wasted on him. He threw it away. A human lie detector? God, if I had something like that, imagine what I could do. But most of all, are there more like him? I'm sorry if any of this is incoherent. I've not slept for longer than a couple of hours at a time for nearly 5 days. And as a sleep scientist, I can tell you now that this is wrecking my clarity of thought, speed of reaction, emotional well-being, psychological stability, intellectual processing, and even my quality of digestion and strength of immune system. I know exactly how ruinous not getting enough sleep can be. But I'm still too afraid to sleep. I work in a laboratory connected to a barely mid-tier university that, thanks to a generous parental endowment following the suicide of an insomniac student, has an incredibly well-funded sleep science department. We attract leading researchers in the field, despite the university's numerous drawbacks. I transferred here at the beginning of the new academic year, and we launched a series of experiments focused around lucid dreaming. At this point, for non-experts, I should probably explain what lucid dreaming is. Your sleep is split into two different kinds: deep sleep and dream sleep, known as REM, rapid eye movement sleep, because, well, that's what your eyes are doing. During deep sleep, your brainwaves are slow, regular, relaxed. During REM/dream sleep, your brainwaves are almost identical to your waking brainwaves. Most people don't realize that they're dreaming until they wake up. However bizarre, frightening, or glorious dreams are, they feel real until it turns out that they aren't. But a small percentage of people are aware they are dreaming, and can even use this knowledge to control what happens in the dream. These people are known as lucid dreamers. We'd set up an experiment in our lab, using 7 self-declared lucid dreamers from the student community. Of the 7, 4 of them turned out to be exaggerating their actually non-existent lucid dreaming abilities. We do have ways of checking this. The remaining 3 didn't prove a big enough control group to gain credible results, but they'd proved themselves genuine lucid dreamers, so we thought we'd run this as an early version of the experiment, to iron out the kinks, and then go bigger next year when our funding was renewed. Our aim? To see if we could reproduce the same narrative in every dream, again and again, and so isolate the parts of the brain that say things like, for example, opens a door, talks to a person, eats a cake. Eventually, perhaps many decades down the line, we'd know how to read dreams and even create them. At this stage, our narrative was simple. It went like this. 1. As soon as you are aware that you are dreaming, you need to move to a room of your creation. If you are currently in a room, open a door and step into that room. If you're outside, create a building and enter it. 2. In the room, there will be a table set for tea with 2 seats. 3. Sit down on one of the chairs, pour yourself a cup of tea, drink the tea. 4. Pour a cup of tea for the empty space. Do not drink this tea. 5. Signal to the duty scientists running the experiment that you have completed all the above steps using the prearranged signal. Again, we do have ways of monitoring this, and go about the rest of your dream as you please. On the first night, things went very well. Patient A, South Asian male, aged 20, in excellent health, completed the necessary steps and apparently went out flying afterwards. Patient B, white female, aged 25, in good health, apparently began the dream sleeping with Rita Hayworth and had to apologize and explain that she was late for a meeting before creating the door to the room and went right back to her afterwards. Patient C, mixed black and white female, aged 20, in good health, also completed the necessary steps and then, out of idle interest, let the dream take over to see where it would take her. The second night, too, went past without trouble. Notably, patient B started dreaming about sleeping with Marilyn Monroe. I hope it won't break patient confidentiality to reveal that she was a postgraduate student in the film and media department. It wasn't until the third night that we started to have trouble. Our patients all slept in a long, wide dormitory, with each bed fenced off from each other by means of a set of movable panels, so they have their own little capsule. We were hoping to build a series of single rooms once the funding was renewed. They were hooked up to electrodes that monitor bodily functions and brainwaves, and filmed with an unobtrusive night vision camera, so we can observe them from the control room without needing to disturb them. Patient C, our most efficient lucid dreamer, she reached REM sleep with comparatively little prior deep sleep, woke up midway through a REM cycle. Woke up is quite a gentle term for what happened. Her whole torso jerked up from the bed, as if she'd been stabbed in the back, and she brought herself around with a strangled scream. Then she sat up in the bed and started to sob. I was running the lab that night, and I went pelting down to her capsule. I was concerned about her well-being, yes, but I also didn't want her to wake up the other two patients. I helped her out of the bed. She'd started to weep quietly. I'm not a total heart of heart, and draped my hoodie over her and led her up to the control room. "He wouldn't leave," she kept moaning. It's okay, I kept muttering in response. When I got her to the control room, I sent one of the postdocs to get a cup of non-caffeinated tea and asked her what happened. Patient C shuddered deeply. In the room, the tea room, there was a man. What was he doing? He was sitting there, in the other space. I am not a lucid dreamer. If I dreamed a man sitting at a table, I'd thank any listening deities for not sending me the anxiety dream where I come home to find my ex has partially eaten my cat. So I said, I guess anything can seem threatening when you're in a nightmare. Patient C, tear-blotched as she was, looked up at me with astonishing sharpness. I don't have nightmares, she said, slowly and deliberately. I can control my dreams. That's why you picked me. Except he wouldn't leave. She paused, closed her eyes, swallowed, then said, much more quietly, and he looked at me, and his eyes, they were just... He looked at me, and I could feel he wanted me to bloody die. At this point, the monitors for patient A started flashing. Patient A was spasming in his bed. I went running back down to the dormitory, knocking into the tea-fetching postdoc on the way. By the time I got to patient A, his screams had already woken up patient B, who was opening the panel of her capsule and sleepily asking what was going on. I pulled the panels back on their grooves, grabbed patient A, and shook him hard. I shouldn't have done that. It was unprofessional, but I was unnerved. Patient A, as he came to terrible consciousness, was screaming, "You're not here! You're not here! You can't hurt me! You can't hurt me! You're not here! You can't hurt me!" He was screaming it like someone who is in nerve-shredding agony. Patient A had had the same dream as patient C, except that after the unknown man had refused to leave, patient A had poured him a cup of tea and started cracking some jokes. "It happens to me sometimes," A had explained. "I don't always have, perfect control, but I know what I'm dreaming, so I'm not bothered. So I just thought I'd go with it and tell you later." He said that the man's face had concentrated into an expression of poisonous hatred, and A had started to feel uncomfortable. Not scared, but actual physical discomfort, as if he'd run a marathon and was fighting for breath. He'd apparently made some other crack to the man about opening a window. "I'll just create one, mate. Don't worry, this is my dream." And the faint discomfort became agonizing. As A started to struggle to breathe, the man, his face twisted with fury, had started to bleed. "Had started to bleed?" I repeated. "Yeah, he started bleeding." "From where?" "Bloody everywhere." A was watching this woundless bloodbath and started to suffocate when I shook him awake. B has seen nothing of the sort. "Lauren Bacall," she murmured apologetically when quizzed. But A and C gave us descriptions of the man, and they matched. About 21 years old, cheeks marred with rosacea. Well, crazy ruddy, according to C. Blotchy red, looking bad, according to A. Limp, greasy hair, bloodshot eyes, deep, deep shadows underneath them. A crooked front tooth, pouchy belly visible beneath stained t-shirt, face exhausted and full of hatred. I'm sorry to say the primary reaction of the lab was buzzing excitement. It seemed we'd managed to create a shared figure, perhaps dredged from the primal depths of the human unconsciousness using our skeleton dream narrative. The lab supervisor, my direct line manager, insisted we run the experiment for a fourth night. Patients A, B, and C were trepidatious, but everything looks better in the daylight, doesn't it? So, night 4 began. I wasn't there. You see, sleep scientists know a lot about sleep, and as a result, it is considered unethical to deprive scientists working in the lab of proper circadian rhythm-based sleep for longer than 3 nights. I wrote my thesis on the health dangers of night shift work. My dad was a night shift worker and had died in his early 50s, much too young. So I went home to my cat and my enormous apartment, which I could afford because the funding for the department was so substantial. It pays decent salaries. Good even. Good salaries in British academia. I hope this might explain why, when I found out what I did, when what happened to me happened, I didn't quit on the spot. I went to bed. I dreamed. I dreamed about shopping for rainbow paint at a hardware store. It was the latest thing on Instagram. I hated it, but my ex, who for some reason was no longer my ex, was insistent we paint my apartment with it. In my dream, I wandered up to a store employee with an Instagram picture on my phone. Excuse me," I mumbled, "but I'm trying to find that paint that comes out of the tin as a rainbow. Pastel preferably. Sorry." The employee turned around and fixed me with an expression of the deepest, purest hatred. Sallow skin with blossoming circles of red, wretched, pouchy eyes, a snarl that revealed a single crooked tooth. I turned and ran. You know what that means in a dream. I turned and I started to move excruciatingly slowly through what felt like treacle. Behind me, a noise that sounded like a short, barked laugh with no humor, and with so much disgust, I could feel my skin pimpling under its pressure. The man walked around me and stood in front of me. That's what I'll always remember. Everything else was obeying dream logic. The weird, super soft, fluorescent lighting that came from nowhere, the misty vagueness of the shelving, the gooey slowness of my limbs. But the man in my dream moved with the simple briskness of a real person. Blood was bubbling up from his lower eyelid. There was blood coming out of his ears, blood dripping off his fingers from a source under his sleeves. I was still trying to treacle run, though by now it was taking me towards him. I was aware of a horrible pain in my throat, far too intense to be dreamt. It felt like I was being strangled. I was starting to lose consciousness. In my dream, I was starting to die. I woke up sharply with a howl because my cat had bitten me on the face. He leapt off me as soon as my eyes opened and sat on the floor beside the bed, haunches raised, hair on end, making a low, rasping growl. I touched my cheek. I was bleeding where he'd bitten me. My cat is a big softie. Not only has he never bitten or scratched me, but he's never bitten or scratched anyone, not even my ex, who had hated him and who often used to shove him off chairs and tabletops with rather more force than was strictly required. But he'd bitten me awake. He'd known something was wrong. I stumbled into the bathroom to try and clear up the mess. It hurt a lot. I would probably get infected if I didn't douse it in TCP. I was badly rattled, so once I'd stuck a plaster over it, I went to the kitchen and made myself a cup of non-caffeinated tea. I went back to my bedroom and tried to soothe my freaked-out cat. So, it was a little while before I thought to check my phone. 5:16 a.m. One message from the sleeping lab. Patient A was dead. We shut the experiment down after that. Patient A, recorded as in excellent health, captain of the university track team, a young, vibrant, clean-living man, had died of a heart attack in his sleep. Acting under orders from my supervisor, I interviewed both B and C about what had happened in their dreams. The police had taken care of their waking life statements. B's was harrowing. She'd been aiming for Ava Gardner and hadn't got her, as the person she got, a man with a crooked tooth and exhausted eyes, wouldn't stop. I didn't like to ask much more than that. I knew it wasn't just a nightmare. I knew how real he felt. C hadn't entered the room. C tended to start her dreams outdoors, and would have to create a building with a door for her to enter. She didn't create one, but there was a building there when she started dreaming, and she walked away from it. As she was walking, buildings started to mushroom up, crowding on her. What started as a bucolic landscape rapidly changed into a silent, empty city. She refused to enter a single door. As she walked, she said she could feel faces, or rather, the same face, peering through the windows at her, locked in a grimace of pure hatred. She never looked at it directly. She kept walking, even as the streets narrowed and the buildings became more decrepit. She walked until she found the road ended in an alleyway with a single squat building at the end, a door ajar. She turned and tried to leave, but no matter which direction she turned, she was at the end of an alley, and the only way forwards was through the door. Fortunately, a strange word to use in the circumstances, the furore around A's sudden death woke her up. I emailed my write-up of the reports to my supervisor, and he emailed back almost immediately, asking to see me. He was in his office, filling out paperwork. I'd assumed it would be insurance paperwork, following the death of a patient in the lab, but it wasn't. It was funding paperwork. I'm sorry to say that I read it upside down. I was rattled, in pain and tired. I snapped at him. You can't seriously be thinking of applying for a funding for another year? After this? He sighed deeply. A man has died. And without this funding, he said, the department will die. My job, your job, the postdocs, the junior professors, the TAs, the students, all of them, done for. The university hasn't budgeted for us because they're expecting to apply for the endowment. They haven't budgeted for us? I spluttered. Why wouldn't they budget for us? We're part of the university. He gave me a long, slow look. It's a little different here to what you're used to, he said, rather coolly, and I flushed. I don't want to boast, but I got my undergraduate and postgraduate degrees from some quite prestigious universities which, yes, do have a lot of money. I wasn't expecting to land a job in hellhole nowhere, but the endowment had made this department rich, and that had attracted the best researchers. And, well, I'd gone through a breakup, and here I was. I was aware that my interdepartmental nickname was the Toff. I preferred it to the earlier Posh Boy. So, I was a bit too flustered to say anything, and looked down at the paperwork again. One of the pieces of paper was headed by the John Riney Foundation, and had a little picture of the man I presumed was John Riney. It must have been an official photo taken for an undergraduate student card. He was beaming against the professional photographer's blue background, wearing a plain green sweater. Even upside down, I could see that he had a crooked front tooth. In that young, happy, open face, it looked rather charming. I felt a wave of nausea rise up through me, and had to steady myself on the edge of the desk. My supervisor saw the stagger and followed the line of my gaze. Oh, yes, the endowment. Poor John. I was a postdoc when he died. Not an experiment I was working on, thankfully. It reminds me a bit of this situation. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. I was remembering the John Riney of my dreams, with his exhausted, insomniac's eyes. He came here to have his insomnia cured? What? My supervisor looked rather startled. Oh, I suppose this was a long time before. No, John Riney was a perfectly healthy lad. He was part of an early experiment on lucid dreaming, back when we were trying to work out how to measure lucid dreaming at all. You know, they used to think it was self-mythologized. Anyway, the process wound up giving him severe insomnia. And you know as well as I do what lack of sleep can do to a person. This was like nothing we'd ever seen. He'd go without sleep for weeks at a time. Awful stuff. He killed himself in the end. Killed himself? I repeated, weakly. Yes, said my supervisor solemnly. A terrible shame. His parents set up the foundation, which gives us the endowment. It's nice in a way. Actually, when you think about it, he lives on through our dreams. I left the office without saying anything. We broke up for the holidays. I haven't slept properly for nearly 5 days because I don't want to sleep deeply enough to get to REM sleep. Dream sleep always comes after deep sleep, and the largest quantity of REM sleep comes in the last couple of hours of a night. But I can feel my eyelids drooping as I record this. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I mustn't. Oh God. I need to sleep. Please help me. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I've been sat here trying to figure out how to start this for something like an hour. I've tried about 15 different ways, and my favourite so far has been, "Hey kids, want to hear a spooky story?" Yeah, I'm not exactly the most seasoned of storytellers. I'm not all that smart either, and I'll tell you why. I was 20, and I'd just flunked out of university. Flunked it like a falcon taking a nosedive through a helicopter's blades. But I wasn't about to tell my parents that. Instead, I elected to keep up the lie until I was supposed to graduate, and then maybe I'd fake my death or something. The only flaw to this plan was that I needed money. I needed money bad. Ever since I realised my degree was taking a turn, I'd been frugal with my cash, but all I had by the end were 3 months of rent if I was careful. I applied to job after job. The only offer I got was from a guy literally calling himself Greasy Benny, who wanted me to run around the neighbourhood catching stray dogs and dropping them in the alley behind his house. I went off it when I saw, quote, "people who would be good for this job. Someone who doesn't ask questions." After 2 months of hunting and counting my change, I was running out of the core ingredients for my gourmet creation, the ketchup sandwich. One night I was on Amazon and started browsing for bubblegum machines under £5 so I could start throwing children's parties. Despite my best efforts, it felt like I was drowning. And then a lifesaver came in the form of an unsolicited 2:30 AM email. The place was called The Starling, a theatre that lay somewhere out in the woods. I never sent them any kind of application. I didn't know the place even existed. I checked all the job agencies I'd signed on to, but not one listed this place. Even a cursory Google search yielded no results. The position they offered me was in hospitality, working the bar, waiting in the restaurant, and serving food. Simple. Well, despite the red flags, I took the interview. It was weird, because the whole thing was over the phone. They didn't really give me a time. So there I am, sat at home as usual, when it rings and I pick up. "What's your previous experience? Why would you be good for this position? How do you overcome challenges? What scares you the most? What's the most you've ever hurt someone? Have you ever been afraid you might disappear? Would anybody miss you?" I could hear their breath struggle up their throat to rattle over the receiver grill, and the sound of lips colliding with tongue on every word. I did my best to answer honestly every question. When he asked the last one, I had to pause, half in shock and half in consideration. Would anybody miss me? I had no reason to even humour such a weird inquiry, but for whatever reason, I told them the honest truth. Probably not. Click. Confusingly, the line went dead, just like that. But I didn't have to wait long to hear back, because next I checked my emails. There it was, ominously waiting for me. The instructions offered assembled to little more than a crude scavenger hunt that would almost undoubtedly end in my horrible demise at the end of a murderous cultist. The instructions offered assembled to little more than a crude scavenger hunt that would almost undoubtedly end with my horrible demise at the hand of murderous cultists, hell-bent on reviving some eldritch abomination with low standards in its sacrifices. I decided that I was kind of fine with that, and so, one Thursday afternoon, in the wintry depths of December, I eagerly journeyed into the woods, a journey from which I, unknowing at the time, would never return. And so, I followed the western footpath up to the old oak tree, took a left and walked straight, until I hit the gravestones that markings had long since rubbed off, followed the crook until it dipped away into the dirt, and followed the dilapidated fence to the gate labelled, quote, The Starling, Enter on formal invite only. And under that, in smaller letters, trespassers cannot be accounted for. Treading through the thick brush without even a hint of a path, I found myself outside the doors of a very real and surprisingly well kept, considering it sat in the middle of nowhere, theatre. Considering all that, I suppose the events that followed can only be called my fault. I found myself waking up this morning, looking around me at the walls coated in crisscrossed scratches and the occasional claw mark, and thinking, how the hell did I end up here? To save us some time, I'll start from the beginning of the end. I'd been working at the Starling for 1 year and 9 months, ignoring my hiatus, which I'll explain when I've got more time. I'd met so many fresh, perplexed starters in my time that I worked out my introductory spiel to a T. If you're going to work here, there's a few things you should know. First, you can't leave. I know the wide open double doors out in the lobby look terribly inviting, but trust me, it ain't worth it. Secondly, while we're in the subject of places not to go, the 3rd floor is out of bounds. That's where head office is located. I don't know what's up there. Sam, the hospitality manager, doesn't know what's up there, and whatever the milky red substance that reeks of raw steak with a strange hint of barbecue sauce that occasionally leaks through the ceiling panels is, it's best left ignored. Just jam a bucket down and pretend you didn't see it. Once the doors have opened and the customers start coming in 2.5 hours before the night's performance, you don't come out from behind the bar. Sure, you can head into the kitchen, sit in the cake store, or play a round of squash in the cake store for all I care, but you don't go out into the foyer, no matter how much one of them tries to convince you. When you first see a customer, don't scream or throw anything. I know that it's weird how they don't have faces, but you get used to it. Just serve them like you would any regular person with a face, and try to upsell some nuts if you can. They're starting to go stale. If you smoke, there's a machine in the green room and a smoking area outside fire exit 8. The boundaries of it are clearly marked. Don't stick so much as a finger outside, unless you want to keep it. On the subject of fire exits, in the event of a fire, call stage door on 356 and then quietly wait to be burned alive because we can't escape. While the shows are in progress, get to restocking the upstairs and downstairs bar while clearing the foyers. And for the love of God, don't try and sneak a look into the auditorium. Well, that's probably about all for the major stuff. Do you know how to use a coffee machine? I mean, at different points there were little amendments added and rescinded. Don't look at the mirror in dressing room B. If you see that spider thing near the coffee beans, please catch the bugger. We've had to place 3 orders just this week. But otherwise, that's the stuff that stayed pretty consistent. Let's say it's a pretty normal night, and you found yourself one of the unfortunate newbies. At the time, you'd likely have found one of the handful of bartenders standing with you on the front lines. Perhaps Ash would shoot you a cocky smile as he watched you fight with the cider line, trying your very best to figure out if the piece of crap fast pour taps work better when you hold the cup at an angle or flat against the bottom of the glass as directed. It's possible Lily would be bouncing back and forth from one customer to another with all the enthusiasm of an old bar rag dropped behind the fridge a millennia ago. You might even have been unfortunate enough to be in the bar with Lucas, who would likely be asking you taxing questions on the fabric of reality or how dirty a piece of cutlery would have to be before you clean it. Either way, you'd likely be on the bar with one of the team leaders, which would refer to Connie or I. Likelihood is, you'd ask us the same questions every newbie does. First being, why don't we just close the bar and not serve at all? And I tell you to shut up and to do your job. You be kind, courteous, and no matter what, you do not, for the love of God, stop serving. No matter what Sam and I are screaming at the top of our lungs. Doesn't matter if a griffin leaps over the bar and begins a sparring match with one of your fellow bartenders. You keep serving. because things, as they only ever do in this place, get worse if you stop serving. Things always get worse. And, depending on when you started, you might have been unlucky enough to be there when Mikey from Tech ran into our kitchen screaming bloody murder and begging for help while clutching wildly at his pant leg. You'd, of course, keep serving. You always keep serving. But if you weren't, you might have caught Kanye and I rapidly trying to bandage the lower calf that refused to stop simply swelling and swelling until it roughly resembled a watermelon the colour of raw steak. That is, until it violently exploded, showering the room and its occupants with grisly viscera. As I came out of shock, I roughly remember seeing Connie desperately bandaging little more than bone as the floor pulled with what had, until moments ago, occupied Mikey's veins. You'd have watched as we each came to the same slow and simultaneous conclusion. We were all quiet, serving on the bar for the rest of the night. Still don't know what caused that. And then we'd be closing down for the night, wiping down the tables, when you'd spot something outside amongst the rusting cars that never move, some upturned or with windows smashed. You'd spot something just outside of where the light reaches, and you'd ask yourself what it is. And I'd take my flashlight and point it out into the dark to see one of my old friends or acquaintances, their skin pallid and eyes staring into the light of our foyer. And I would tell you, that's why you don't go outside. Then we'd just finish shutting the bar shutters, and they'd stand out amongst the wrecks, just twitching and undulating, as they do. And when we reached the end of the night, I'd write a few bottles of spirits onto the wastage record, maybe a few wines or perhaps a barrel of lager, and drag it down to the hall. Sometimes we use the place for overflow when we've got too many casts for the dressing rooms, but mostly it's one of the only places of respite we have. Amongst the tables and chairs will likely be tech staff, some box office, and almost certainly me. All of us getting comfortably mashed before calling it a night. And I'll be the last man standing. Always am. Or sitting, sometimes crawling. Last one though. And if you were to be a newbie around this time, you'd have been privy to it all. You'd have been able to watch everything get slowly worse, as it always does. Piece of advice. If you ever get a job offer at some weird place out in the woods, regardless of how desperate you are, don't take it. It's not worth the hassle. The first time I met Jason Warren was when I was partnered with him for a school project. I'd moved to the area a few months prior, and when our teacher gave out the list of partners, the boy sitting next to me muttered, "Good luck," in my ear. He looked at me almost sheepishly, and I felt a pang of empathy. I knew what it felt to be treated like you were contagious. He was nervous and ducked his head to avoid making eye contact with me. "His dad's rich. I mean, mega rich," Carly spoke with a mouthful at the lunch table, relishing the words more than the food. "You'd think that would be good, right?" She rolled her eyes. "But he's also super shady. My parents told me to stay away from him, and I just made sure everybody else knew." Her pigtails shook with excitement that she had somebody new to tell. "So, now you know, right?" I chewed the hockey puck burger that was lunch and thought, "Now I know," I echoed. When I invited Jason around, he thought I was joking. I assured him I wasn't. And even when he rang the doorbell on my front porch, he looked like he was in the wrong place. My mother put down a plate of lasagna in front of him, and he ate like he was starving. It took him 3 weeks of coming around my house for him to realize that I wasn't trying to prank him. We were playing video games in my room, and he turned to me and blurted out, Thank you for this. I don't want to be ungrateful. It's just that this has happened before and... He broke off, his ears turning red. Come round mine next. I've got a big screen. Jason's big screen covered the entire wall. The house was so large, it had an elevator to the top floor. It was floors on floors of marble and mounted heads of elephants and lions on the wall. His dad was a big collector of exotic animals, apparently, and the house looked like a museum for it. The best thing, Jason told me happily, is down in the basement. It was an aquarium. Not just an aquarium, an endless tangle of corridors and tanks with fish that glittered under neon lights. Some I'd never seen before, and I hesitated back when we looked over the top of the shark tank and I saw a shadow twice my size lurking in the depths. Going to see the aquarium was one of my favorite things, but never when Jason's dad was there. He had a strange demeanor, and Jason cowered when he was in the room. One day, Jason told me there was something special in the aquarium, something new that I hadn't seen before. He was practically shaking from excitement. Come over after school, I mean it, you won't want to miss it. I sat through the day, nervous, my leg hitting the desk as I bounced it under the table. We walked through the fields to get back, and the more we discussed it, the more I had a feeling something was terribly wrong. Jason licked his palm and slicked back his hair. It was an out-of-place gesture, one that his father sometimes made. My dad says it's dangerous, that whatever I do, I can't touch it. We weren't even supposed to be down there. His voice suddenly had a conspiratory tone, and I hated it. I didn't want to be a part of whatever was going on in his head, especially if it involved ticking off his dad. Maybe I should get going. I tried to laugh it off. Pretty sure my parents want me back. 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking. You'll never see anything like her again. The barrier I'd put in my head against it suddenly shifted. Her? I paused. She looks just like a girl. She's naked. He half whispered the last sentence, grinning at me like a Cheshire cat. The room was in the back, where I had never been before. We wove through the mazes of anglers with their horrible, gaping mouths open, angelfish floating through the halos of their tank spotlights. This tank was dark. I shivered in the cold steel beamed room, and Jason busied himself with a light switch, struggling to drag down the lever. My eyes strained into the pitchy black water, and a shiver went down my spine. Got it! Jason wrenched down the switch with a heavy clank that made me jump, and a small, milky spotlight came from the bottom of the tank. My heart almost stopped when I saw a girl floating in the grey, her hair floating like seaweed around her face, so long it filled the tank like a hazy halo. My mouth struggled to form words. Jason dragged me up the steps and I let him, numb in shock, until we looked over the edge into the murky water. The floor creaked below us and the girl floated, her pale blue lips moving. A mermaid. My dad says I get to have her on my 16th birthday. His voice was low with trepidation. I can't wait. The mermaid moved, twitched, as if having a bad dream. A small noise, the creaking of wood, the lapping of water, appeared deeper, and my head buzzed as I saw the lacerations on her body. Don't worry, he says she loves it. Jason, I whispered, hoarse. This isn't right. The mermaid's eyes shot open, her eyes glowing like twin moons, and Jason jumped back with a yell. My limbs felt like they were in a dream as I moved towards the tank, and I felt the wet floor soak through my jeans as I knelt over the water. The mermaid's face grew closer and closer to the surface, and Jason's shouts faded out to crackling white noise. Her small fingertips breached the surface, and I gasped in one breath. I was airborne and fumbling forwards and forwards endlessly until the deafening crash of the water dragged me under. The mermaid's hair curled around me, and for a moment the constriction made me panic. My lungs screaming against the lack of oxygen, a rotted face aligned next to mine, so different from the one I had seen above the water, and I could feel the bubbles hit my nose as I screamed my last breath. Then, there was nothing. It was all gone. My fear had been removed suddenly from me, like throwing up after hours of sickness. The face was no longer death-like, but was now faces of women, maybe 5 or 10 or 1,000. They drifted in front of me, and I knew I should have been afraid. But an incredible aching sadness was all that was left in me. Here she was, locked up like an animal. All that was left of her was slavery. Her sisters screamed out to her in the depths, and I saw their twisted mouths opening and shutting. The visions of Jason's father were of him lifting her out of the tank with a machine that cut into her skin, a dart in her neck seeping the strength from her bones. In some of them, his friends were there, and the smell of alcohol was like napalm, but the water was nowhere to be found, and she gasped out, asphyxiating. The discomfort grew, and I struggled in the water, trying to get the words out as my limbs moved unbearably slow. I am not one of them. In my ears, the ocean wailed, and I felt her struggling to reach out back to it. In the briny darkness, nothing but thin streams of silver bubbles came out of my mouth. I remembered how I felt at the idea that a woman could be down here, helpless and unable to prevent 2 boys gawking at her, and the regret, the shame overwhelmed me. I reached out, desperate, and caught something. The girl's hair, crimson, wrapped around my wrist, but it was not to constrain me. She held them and guided them until they touched the cold, hard mirror. For a moment, we looked at our reflections, a girl and boy floating in infinite starry water. Then her hand slipped into mine, and I knew it wasn't a mirror. With one finger, I touched the glass in the tank, and I don't know how it was possible, but the faintest thread of a crack appeared in front of me. I felt the hands of them all, the hands of the 1,000 in my hand, and I closed my eyes and tapped the glass. We spilled head over tail, the world turning upside down. The unearthly scream of her joy as she fell. My own howl of pains as the glass of the shattered tank went into my leg. It all faded until nothing was left but silence. I turned and saw Jason, his face red and swollen from his tears. We were alone in the aquarium again, nothing but the drip of water as it fell from the remnants of the tank. The mermaid was gone, and we sat in silence for a while, wondering what we had done. 3 days later, Jason's father went missing. He'd been a well-known figure in the area, so much so that it hadn't been a surprise to the police investigating it. Jason told me they were shocked it had taken this long for it to happen. Both he and the men who had been with him, strange mugshots that seemed familiar, even though they shouldn't have been, and had been found mostly in pieces. That night, I found a dark stone under my pillow, and I woke up with the smell of salty air in my nose. I think sometimes about what I saw when I was down in the water with the girl, and I think about the things she showed me in those horrible, murky depths. Sometimes I think she was too kind. Have you ever known someone that considered you their best friend, even though to you, they were barely more than an acquaintance? When I was a kid, that friend was Henry. I was always nice to him when I saw him in class, but we never really spent time with each other outside of school. That's why I was so surprised when he asked me to come spend the night at his house for his birthday celebration. To say that it was awkward would be putting it mildly. I was either the only guest invited or the only one that actually showed up. His father, who I learned was raising Henry as a single parent, was a large but quiet man. After he dropped the store-bought cake onto the kitchen table, Henry and I were pretty much left to our own devices. Henry was a big horror fan. He showed me his room that was covered in posters of the Wolfman and Dracula. He had stacks of worn-out EC comics in every corner of the room. Instead of playing with G.I. Joes, he had me playing with a Barbie doll while he chased her with some alien creature action figure. It wasn't my favourite birthday. When the hour got late, Henry's dad told us to shut off the light and go to bed. I couldn't have been happier. I was ready for this night to be over with. But naturally, Henry had other ideas. Within seconds of his father's footsteps fading away, Henry had a flashlight in hand and was ready to start telling scary stories. Henry told me about the time his dad was attacked in the woods by a deformed humanoid creature. The monster pounced on him and started to claw at his face, but he was able to overpower it and crush its windpipe. But the creature kept coming back. The monster could show up at any moment and attack Henry's dad. Every time the outcome was the same. Henry's dad was able to overpower and kill the monster, only for it to rise up again and attack him later. Eventually, the monster followed him back to their house. It waited as the family slept and attacked at night. The monster killed Henry's mother before his dad was able to strike it down. Henry's dad set him down and tried to explain about the monster, how there was no way to stop it from coming back and that it wouldn't stop until it had taken everything from him. So he had no choice but to lock it up in the basement. He warned Henry to never go into the basement because he might actually let the monster out. The whole story was pretty corny. Henry seemed annoyed when I laughed and told me how it was all true. He tried to goad me into going into the basement if I thought he was lying. Luckily, Henry's dad banged on the door at that moment and told us to quiet down and go to sleep. I gladly rolled over and shut my eyes. A few hours later, I awoke to a full bladder and awkwardly felt my way along the dark hallway to try find the bathroom. After I flushed and washed my hands, I made my way back to Henry's bedroom. I stopped, dead in my tracks, when I heard the faint sound of footsteps on the stairs behind the door to the basement. Henry's story may have been stupid, but when you are all alone in the dark in an unfamiliar house, it starts to come true. A silly story starts to sound a lot more plausible. So, I just stood there, perfectly still, and listened as the footsteps got closer and closer to the top of the stairs. Something behind the door latched onto the doorknob and started to wiggle it back and forth. Slow at first, but it quickly became more frantic. The door began to heave in and out as the monster behind the door tried to rip it open. The beast that previously tried to stay very quiet no longer seemed to care. I could hear its inhuman, zombie-like moans as he put every ounce of strength into opening that locked door. I ran as fast as I could to Henry's dad's room. I was talking a mile a minute as I tried to explain to him that the monster was trying to get out of the basement. He practically had to shake some sense into me to get me to talk in a comprehensible manner. When he finally realized that I was trying to warn him that the monster was about to escape the basement, his eyes went wide. He told me to stay in his room and lock the door. I could see it in his face. The fear in that grown man's eyes left no doubt that Henry's story was all real. I waited, hiding under the blankets in that room for what seemed like hours before he returned, along with his son. Henry's dad told me to come out to the kitchen, where we could have some more cake and he would explain everything. It turned out that it was all a dumb prank. Henry had snuck out of the room when he heard me leave to go to the bathroom. It was him hiding in the basement door, making scary noises and pretending like he was coming to rip me limb from limb. His dad made him apologize and promised to never scare me like that again. I felt like an idiot. Henry's story was so stupid, and yet I had completely fallen for his prank. It shouldn't come as a surprise that Henry and I kind of drifted apart after that. I never really considered him much of a friend to start with, so it wasn't all that difficult to start to push him away after that disaster of a birthday sleepover. In fact, Henry started to drift away from pretty much everyone after that. A few years later, we entered high school, and he never fell in with any of the cliques. When I went away to college, I started to forget all about my short-lived friendship with Henry. That's what made it all the more weird to receive a call from him last month, completely out of the blue. We hadn't spoken since high school. He told me how he had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. He wondered if I could visit. I felt terrible. I hadn't so much as thought of Henry in over a decade, but clearly he still considered me a friend after all these years. Reluctantly, my guilt about pushing him away made me agree to go visit him. He looked horrible. Plaster cast on both legs and one of his arms. It would be a long time before he left a wheelchair. I sat with him for an hour, but most of that was spent in silence. It didn't take long to catch up. There just wasn't that much to talk about. In my eyes, we were never that close, and time had only deepened that gap. Henry still lived in the same house. His father had willed it to him when he died shortly after we graduated high school. Henry said he would need some help taking care of the place for a little while after he got released from the hospital. Again, I felt horrible. He clearly had no one in his life. A mere acquaintance from childhood was the only person he could ask to help him in this time of desperate need. How could I say no? So, a few days later, I drove back to the hospital and picked him up. I awkwardly lifted him into my car and folded up the wheelchair so it would fit in the boot. Already, I felt like I'd bitten off more than I could chew. How long was I expected to help him out? His house was a total wreck. It needed a new paint job, countless hours of yard work, and a new roof. It practically looked abandoned. Once inside, Henry had me take him to the kitchen, where he immediately had me open several large cans of food and slide the contents out into 2 bowls. I told him I wasn't hungry, and kind of joked that he should want something with a little more taste, having been stuck with hospital food for days. But he insisted. So I heated up the bowls and brought them back to the table. Naturally, I wasn't digging in, but I was surprised that Henry just stared at the bowl as well. He seemed lost in thought. almost like he forgot I was even there. The whole thing was very off-putting, and I found myself over and over looking to the clock and hoping that I could get away soon. Eventually, Henry broke the silence. To my surprise, he brought up that night, his birthday celebration, the last time I had been here. He asked me if I remembered that, like I could ever forget. So I just laughed and lied about what a great time I had. Then he asked if I remembered the monster in the basement. All these years, and it seemed that Henry hadn't changed at all. For a split second, it even crossed my mind that all of this was just an elaborate plan to prank me again. That he had friends ready to burst out of his basement and spray me with silly string just so Henry could laugh at me once more. But Henry was dead serious. He couldn't even lift his head to look me in the eyes as he continued to talk. He told me that the monster was real, and it was hungry. Henry had been at the hospital for a while. It had been far too long since the monster had fed. The bowls of canned food that Henry had me prepare weren't for us. He wanted me to take them downstairs. I was dumbfounded. Did he really think I was this stupid? I didn't even bother to answer him. I just stood up, grabbed my keys, and prepared to leave. If this was how Henry was going to reward my kindness, I wouldn't feel bad about abandoning. But Henry grabbed my wrist as I tried to walk away. He looked up at me with tears forming in his eyes and lips quivering as he begged me to take the food down to the basement. Please take the food down. I'll explain everything when you come back up. It'll make more sense if you see it first. Something in my mind told me I needed to do this. I wasn't afraid to go back to that basement door that had terrified me so many years ago, but I still needed closure. I needed to see that Henry was full of it, and there was nothing but a normal old basement behind that door. I wheeled Henry over to the basement door, and he unlocked it. He waited by the top of the staircase as I opened the door and started to descend. The smell was overwhelming. Not just mildew or mold like you would expect from an old dank basement. It was a living smell. Sweat, feces, human filth. Something was down there. I slowly made my way down the stairs. The sights and sounds of that childhood night flooded my brain as I heard my own footsteps mimicking the sound of the monster from years ago. This time, I traced the monster steps in reverse as I practically tiptoed my way down the stairs with my shirt raised around my nostrils to try and keep the smell at bay. When I reached the bottom, I saw it. Saw them. Huddled in a dark corner at the far end of the basement. I dropped the bowls of food, and they clattered on the concrete floor, alerting the others to my presence. They barely had the strength to lift their heads and look upon me. Their skin was stretched tight from starvation, revealing the curve of every bone on their body. Their heads were nearly bald from malnutrition, and they were covered in scars. They looked every bit the monster that Henry had described to me that night so many years ago. But now I knew better. They were human. Beaten, abused and tormented, but just as human as I was. Slowly, they crawled towards me. I was still frozen. It was just like when I was a child. They clawed their way across the floor, but their outstretched hands weren't coming for me. They wanted the food that was spilled around my feet. The chains that were latched tightly around their ankles stopped them well before reaching. I looked in horror at the scars of years of struggling against those chains had created. The skin, all the way up one of their legs, was red with infection. But they didn't stop trying. They stretched and pawed at the ground, trying to get just a little bit closer to the food that was beyond their grasp. I'm ashamed to admit that I backed up and started to run up the stairs. I was stopped when they started moaning, identical to that sound I heard behind the door when I was a child. I turned and looked and saw their pleading faces, their mouths empty of tongue and teeth. When I turned back around, Henry was staring down at me from the top of the staircase. He had his one good hand latched tightly around the door, ready to slam it shut. "Finish feeding them," he said coldly. I stood there, still frozen, but my mind was racing. I wasn't terrified at what I saw down there, but by Henry. He was the true monster here, not these things he kept locked up in the basement. But right now, Henry was no threat to anyone. Henry must have seen it in my face. He was used to controlling this pair of captives, and didn't like seeing the look of defiance on my face. He quickly slammed the door shut, and I could hear him struggling with the key as I sprinted up the stairs 2 steps at a time. I launched my shoulder into the door, knocking Henry over and spilling him out onto the floor before he could lock me down there in his basement. The moans in the captives from the basement still echoed behind me, but I didn't stop. I ran straight out the front door and immediately called the police. Henry was surprisingly forthcoming when they interrogated him. He hadn't planned on locking me down there with them. He wanted me to join them, to become part of this, just like he had done when his father had first shown the basement and its captives to him so many years ago. It turns out that the monster in the basement was his father's own rage. His father had held kidnapped girls in the basement for decades. Abusing them allowed him to keep his monstrous side safe and hidden from the world. When Henry was old enough, he recognized the monster inside of him and allowed Henry to join him in that basement. Henry hadn't planned on adding me to his list of captives. He wanted me to join him as his new partner while he recovered from his injuries. I am tormented by my memory of that night, the sleepover at Henry's house. Even though I eventually became their savior, I'll never be able to forget that I am directly responsible for preventing their escape all those years ago. I doomed them to decades more time, trapped as captives in that basement, because when I heard them, I ran and alerted their captor. I allowed the monster to continue and thrive in that basement. To start off, I'm not a believer in anything paranormal, magical, voodoo-y, hoodoo-y, none of that stuff. The extent of my creepy ghost-like or urban legend experience until now had been through my friends, and most of them chalked it up to the usual. It was a cougar or fox scream, not a woman's. The wind did that. It was just a messed up homeless guy stalking me, and then left it at that. But I cannot logically explain to myself what I just witnessed in any terms other than saying it was unnatural at best or terrifyingly unworldly at worst. So, this all happened just a few hours ago when I decided to do something different after work and take a hike by this little park my shop is by. I'm a mechanic. It's something my wife loves to do, and I decided I'd take the same trails she likes to go on. Now, the thing about the park is that it's basically just an office, some roads to look at scenery, and a place to fish and dock boats in the lake nearby. But after that, it's mostly trails. The trails only go out into the woods about 10 miles, and after that, it's about 1,000 acres of no man's land woods and blind cliffs owned by the state. People get lost, go missing, and die all the time because the dumbasses think they can rough it, and my wife has had her own stories of going off trail for a second and getting instantly turned around. In my college days, I used to do the same, but not anymore since I've had my fair share of getting scared witless after getting lost in places like that. It's by the grace of God I could always find my way back, but it's never a wise thing to do, even if you are confident in your own navigation skills. I think you get the picture of the place I was in. When I get there and I'm parked, I decided that I'd take one of the relatively shorter routes, 2-mile round trail, since it had been a while since I hiked the trails and didn't have any gear on me, plus it would get dark soon. I grabbed a map from the office right by the start of all the trails on the off chance I got lost or something, and thank God I did. I was pretty confident that getting lost wouldn't be that big of a deal anyway, since one of the longer trails, also a round trail, about 10 miles around made for camping on, went all the way around the parking lot, and my trail with my car basically being the dead center of the thing. When in doubt, I could just walk in any one direction and find it and get back home. So, starting off the hike, I wasn't worried. Just ready to get some walking in and then brag to my wife how I finally went out to her favorite place. I'd say I was even excited. The weather was amazing. The wind was at just the right speed, and I would have something to talk about. I'd say I was about a quarter mile in before things got a little weird. It wasn't that there was anything visibly off or anything, just that I started to feel uncomfortable, kind of like a nagging feeling in the back of my mind saying, "You should probably leave." I had already started and really didn't feel like turning around, so I kept going, looking at wildlife, enjoying the view when I could, and generally taking it slow. But that feeling never did go away. It was at the halfway point at what my map said was the crest of the trail that feeling got overwhelming. It was suffocating, like my whole body just wanted to up and run out of the perfectly fine looking trail. But I had already come so far, there was no use in turning around since I was at the halfway point. I thought maybe I was just getting freaked out since I hadn't done it in a while, or maybe I was just having a panic attack from all the stress I'd been under the past few days. So I decided to sit down and take a breather to calm myself down. It didn't. Around 5 minutes into me flipping through my phone and reading some random Reddit stories, I noticed how damn quiet the woods had gotten. The air was dead. There was literally nothing. You ever heard the phrase, "silence can be deafening"? Well, in that moment, it was so quiet. I swear to God, I could hear the blood flowing in my head. It hurt it was so silent, and it unnerved me to no end. So, I did what any husband does. I called my wife for guidance. The conversation went something like this, at full speaker volume since I was so desperate to clear the air. "David, what's going on?" She knew something was up because I rarely ever called, even for emergencies. "Hey, don't worry, I'm gonna be late because I decided I was gonna hike the 2-mile loop today, but I had a question for you. What does it mean when the woods get suddenly quiet?" She went silent for a bit, freaking me out more. "Where are you on the trail? How far in?" "About a mile. Why?" "I want you to get up, grab a big rock or a sharp, long stick or something, and finish the trail as quickly as possible. But don't run. It's quiet because there's a predator around. Maybe a bear or a cougar. Something big at least. I don't want to freak you out, but I want you to know that it probably already knows you're there, and if it's a cougar, it's probably been following you. Make it know you're there, and don't run. Stand your ground. I'll drive up the trail and meet you when you get out." And she hung up before I could probably freak the hell out. Rather than puking up my anxiety or running as fast as I could, I got a stick, broke some of it off so it'd be sharp, and sent a quick "I love you, thanks" text to my wife. Our house is closed, so I knew she'd be there in about 15 or so minutes, but it didn't calm me down, not at all. For the next half hour, I had slowed down to about a crawl as I looked around for whatever could be near me. All the while, the woods were still quiet. At that point, I was so anxious I wanted to barf, and I might have if I wasn't so paranoid that closing my eyes for just a second would alert whatever was making the woods so quiet to attack. So I just went on, looking over my shoulder every few seconds and stopping to strain my ears to hear if there was anything walking around me. For a long stretch of time, there wasn't. Still no sound, still no wildlife, still nothing. Just my heart racing. But as I went on the trail into some of the thicker parts of the woods, I began to notice my footsteps seemed to echo, ever so slightly. It was hardly noticeable, and had I not been so on alert, I would never even registered it. But once I heard it, it was deafening. When I stopped and checked behind me though, there was nothing. At first, I thought I'd just gotten so worked up I was hearing things, that the quiet was messing with my head and my brain got bored. So I tried to ignore it. But after a while, I just couldn't. It was so unnerving that I started to play with it. I quickened my pace ever so slightly. Stop, go nearly into a full sprint, and every time, an almost perfectly in-time replica would follow. I hated every second of it. It felt so unnatural that I could feel my body begging me to just book it. But I couldn't. If it really was a cougar, I'd be dead. So I tried one last effort to really see if it was in my head or not. I took a few normal steps, then acted like I was about to put my foot down before I stopped just above the leaves. Crunch. I had never gone so still in my life. I couldn't breathe as the sound of that extra footstep just echoed in my brain. And somehow, I knew, just damn knew, deep down, despite never being involved with this type of stuff, that whatever it was behind me wasn't natural. For the longest time, I couldn't move, and sure as hell didn't want to look behind me. My 5'3" looking ass wouldn't last a second, and I really didn't want to mess my already pea-filled overalls. After what must have only been a few seconds now that I think about it, I started walking again, faster this time. The echo admittedly didn't return, but I still had a suffocating sense of dread and terror pumping in my veins. I only had a quarter mile left to go, and I was sure as hell ready to get the hell out of that place. I wasn't any less scared than I was, but at least I still had the solace of being in one piece and being one step closer to my wife, and probably our shotgun if she had the sense to grab it, and she probably did. I thought it was over at this point, and that it was just going to be a moment of me having a freak out moment and laugh about it tomorrow, and after a few minutes of being footstep free and hearing my wife call my name a little ways up the trail, the relief that washed over me had me thinking just that. I had been walking slower than usual, so I wasn't shocked that she had come to meet me on the trail. From the exit, it would have only been a 15-minute walk at a breakneck pace, and she was the type of person to meet you if you were freaked out, even in the middle of nowhere. What else was I supposed to suspect? So, I keep on walking and hear her call me again. I reply with some, "I'm coming, I'm here, I'm safe" lines and keep on following the trail. There was nothing that threw me off, not a single thing. So, I just kept going. The only thing that I detected was off was that no matter how much further I got, her voice didn't get any louder. It was odd, but I thought maybe she was trying to lead me to the exit, or thought I went off trail or something. And when I heard her voice subtly switch from in front of me to my left, those suspicions were answered. At least, they were for a split second. I was bleary from all that fear. I knew that. And when I remembered who the hell was calling for me, I knew for a goddamn fact that that woman had learned a lesson on getting lost in the woods. The last time had been nearly over a year ago, and she was lost for nearly a whole night. She didn't go hiking for a few months after that, she was so shaken up, and had to go to therapy for weeks because of it. She loved me, but she wouldn't go into the woods for me. Not again. But who the hell else could it be? So, for a second, I just listened as a voice subtly got closer, still calling my name. The more I listened, the odder I noticed that it was. It was the same. Every single time she said it, it sounded exactly the same. Same intonation, same speed, everything. No other words, but my name. None. And it kept getting closer. "Hun, is that you? Answer me, yes or no?" I don't know why I asked that. Honestly, I don't. But I'm sure as hell glad I did. For about a second, it stopped. Back to that silence, and I thought my heart was going to implode from the anticipation. Jesus, it nearly did, when I heard the most blood-curdling, bloody murder pain scream I'd ever heard from a woman's mouth. It just kept going and going and going. There was only a stop, like for a gasp of air, but the sound never weakened or broke like anyone in pain would. It was just an ongoing sound that paused for a second, then kept going. And in my panic, I booked it as fast as I possibly could because of all the things I knew and didn't. That thing wasn't my wife. Running at the speed I was, and in the hurry, I didn't even notice when I went off trail since they weren't well cleared during this time of year, and I didn't know I was lost until I knew I should have been out of the woods. But I couldn't stop. I didn't want to turn around and run back because that thing was still screeching, and it still wasn't getting any farther or closer to me. I could see it from the tears in my eyes as I just kept running, bolting until my legs were nearly about to collapse, and my lungs felt like they were being stabbed. I hadn't even been gone for a full 5 minutes before I had to stop, with that screeching still behind me. There was nothing I could do. I was in the middle of a gigantic forest. I had dropped my stick, and something that wasn't a cougar or a bear or a fox was following me. That 10-mile loop was at least a mile or two away from where I had ran, and if that was my only bet, it would be dark by the time I found it. It didn't matter since I was out of breath. All I could do was hide. Since the trails themselves could get pretty craggy when they weren't all forest, I raced to find myself some rocks and ended up squeezing myself between them. Thinking back now, it was the stupidest thing I could have chosen to do. But in that moment, it was the best I had. I sat between those rocks, holding my breath, sweating up an anxious, smelly storm as my bug eyes looked around what little I could see from my hiding spot. The screaming never did stop, but the footsteps returned. It was a very quiet, very subtle crunch, so predatory in nature, I wanted to cry. Probably would have, won't lie. But I think the worst part of it all, the part that may never leave my mind, is that as that thing's footsteps moved right behind the back of my rock that totally covered me, that screaming never got any louder. Even when it was right behind me, the screaming stayed the exact same volume until, out of nowhere, it just stopped on a dime. I heard the footsteps explore around for a long, long time, but eventually, they too went far enough away that I couldn't hear them. I didn't dare leave my hiding spot for what I determined was about an hour, trembling and light-headed as it got darker. When I finally pried myself from between the rocky cheeks that saved my ass, for that moment, I walked as quietly as I could towards the 10-mile loop, hoping to find it and some campers before dark. I made it to the trail just after dark after exploring for 2 hours and found a ranger's cabin just a little ways from where I started on it. She had been just getting the missing persons call from my wife when I knocked on a door, pale as a ghost, scared as hell. Before she took me back, which was a thankfully short drive on her four-wheeler, I asked if I could use a toilet and threw up more violently than I had in my whole life. She didn't ask me what happened, just took me back, and on the whole way from the cabin to parking lot, holding on to her a lot more tightly than someone with dignity should, I had the distinct feeling of being watched. My wife nearly sobbed when she saw me. 5 hours later to the parking lot than I was meant to be. The cops and the ranger checked me over and determined that, though shaken up, I was fine. Her and I left, and she pulled into a nearby gas station to calm herself down as she looked me over, utterly silent. "I thought you had gotten attacked by a cougar or something, David." All I could say was, "It wasn't a cougar." The silence that she gave me then, the look on her face as she just stared at me, will never leave my mind before she said something freakier than I could manage to describe what I had just been through. I know. I just got home an hour ago, and I haven't spoken to my wife about it any further. We've just been quiet. I still have sticks in my hair, but I'm terrified to be alone. What the hell did I just witness? I've lived in Arizona for the past 15 years of my life, but I had a very different life before that. I used to live in a small town in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't even tell you what side of the country it's on, or if it's even in the United States. It was a small forest town with dense trees in all directions, but where exactly this particular forest is, well, your guess is as good as mine. The only thing I know for certain is the name of the town, Point Pine. I lived in Point Pine for the first 10 years of my life, before we moved the summer after my 10th birthday. Once we left, my parents never spoke of it again. In fact, they acted as if it never even existed. And to them, I guess it didn't. I don't really blame them either. I got on pretty quickly and realized that they were trying their hardest to forget the memory of Point Pine. Whenever kids at school asked me where I was from, I simply told them I was from a small town they had never heard of. I also learned early on that any questions about Point Pine would be met with punishments. A few months after we moved to Arizona, my older sister, Felicity, had a school project about family history. She did it on our life in Point Pine and wrote about some of the things she remembered from there. Our mom found her project the day before she turned it in and burned it in the backyard. When Felicity came home that afternoon, my parents took her up to her bedroom, where I heard Felicity crying out every few minutes in what I assume was pain. I said nothing, and from that moment on, neither of us mentioned Point Pine again. Except for me, right now. I've decided to tell all of you about it. I don't know what is causing me to remember all these things that I had locked up in the deepest part of my brain. Maybe it's the fact that my father died about a week ago. Since he died, my mom has remained silent, hasn't said a word to anyone. She hasn't even cried. In fact, she ended up sending my father's remains off to God knows where. My money is on Point Pine, although I'd be crazy to ask. I've started recalling random little things about the town that, at the time, seemed like normal, everyday things that we as residents were all used to. Now, as I look back, I realize that they're not as normal as I thought back then. One peculiar thing about Point Pine had to be the Point Pine Bakery. Whenever you went in there, the owner, Mr. Terrence, always knew what you were about to order. I remember the kids having some sort of rumor about Mr. Terrence being a magician who could read minds. Also, whenever you paid for your baked goods, you had to tip Mr. Terrence with an old item of clothing that you had grown out of. There was a giant box up by the register that everyone tossed old baby clothes and shoes into. That was one of the odd things, although you'll come to realize that it won't seem that weird in comparison to some of the other things about Point Pine. Every year on your birthday, you had to get blood work done. I don't think anyone really knew what the point of this was, or if they were actually looking for something. We just all knew that our birthdays would start off with a trip to the Point Pine labs. Everyone had to be up at 8:13 a.m. There was a system of speakers placed around the town like an amusement park or something, and at 8:13 a.m., without fail, the wailing alarm sound would ricochet through the neighborhoods, waking everybody up. This was followed by parents running to wake up their children and get them out of bed as quickly as possible, like the house was on fire or something. Sometimes I expected it to be. All the Point Pine schools were placed in different areas of the town. Point Pine Middle School was in the west, Point Pine High School was in the dead center of town, and Point Pine University was up on a small hill towards the south. If you hadn't noticed by now, every place in town was named Point Pine something. The Point Pine Cafe, Point Pine Mall, Point Pine Grocery, etc., etc. Certainly, one of the weirdest things by far that took place in Point Pine was the Point Pine Monthly Parade. It happened every month without fail. It was never on the same day, and each month, a student from Point Pine High was chosen to be in it. The weird thing about this parade was that we weren't allowed to watch it go by. Not out on the streets, not from the windows, and not even on television. That was one of the most enforced rules. You must never, under any circumstance, look at the parade. In fact, for the most part, we weren't even allowed outside when the parade passed through. We always knew when the parade was about to start, because it always happened the same way. You would hear a chorus of voices, like a church choir, singing a medley. It wasn't a familiar one that I knew. I was only familiar with it in the sense that I heard it once a month. It sounded like it could be from a nursery rhyme or something similar. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. It was like they were coming from the sky, the ground, the trees, the buildings, like everything on Point Pine was singing. Once you heard the first note, you had 5 minutes to get inside a house or a building that had locks on the doors. This might come as a surprise, but in Point Pine, not many buildings contained locks. So, if you happened to be out and about on the street when the singing started, you had about 3 options on the places you could go. One of the schools, the staff break room in the Point Pine bar, or the fridge in the Point Pine pizza shop. One year in the month of August, my friend Lee and I decided that we were going to break the rules and not go inside when the parade passed. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised that the kids didn't do this more often, considering that, well, when you tell kids that they must absolutely never do something, they often do that exact thing. Since we didn't know when the parade was coming, where it started, or the exact path it took around town, we decided the smartest thing to do would be to wait for it in the forest near the Point Pine Library until the parade eventually came down that street. So, we basically decided to spend about half of the month of August hanging out near or around the library. Around the 3rd week of the month, while we were sitting on the steps of the library talking about some random things that aren't important, we heard the music start. Lee and I looked at each other and then took off running into the trees, while everyone else raced to the nearest school. We went far enough into the forest that someone on the street wouldn't see us, but stayed close enough so that we were able to see a part of the road. We waited for a while, whispering to each other and then shushing one another as we waited for the infamous parade to pass. This year, my sister's friend Reed was chosen to work on the parade. She was a few years younger than my sister, but they were friends because Reed used to live next door to us when we were younger. We were crouching in the bushes and leaves when we heard the chorus of voices getting louder and therefore closer. "Dude, I totally see it," Lee hissed. I straightened my back a little in my crouched position to try to see what Lee was seeing. I was always short as a kid. Even now I'm shorter than most guys my age, or any age really. So Lee always pretty much towered over me. "I can't see anything," I hissed, shifting my position. "Shush, they might hear us," Lee whispered. I stopped moving and instead waited for them to get closer, where they were bound to pass right in front of my line of sight. "Oh no, oh crap." Suddenly, Lee dove to the ground, landing in a fetal position, with his head cradled in his hands. "What?" I asked, looking from him to the street. "I saw her. I saw that girl," he exclaimed. "Reed?" I asked, looking over to try to spot her. Lee grabbed me and slammed me down to the ground. "Ow!" I exclaimed. "What was that for?" I asked. "You don't want to look at it," he replied. I noticed that for the first time in all of the years that I had known him, Lee looked absolutely terrified. I turned my back on the parade and sat down to look at Lee instead. "What did you see?" I whispered. "Those things. They did something to her. They're eating her, Cody, but she doesn't even care." I looked at Lee, who still had his head in his hands, and he was crying now. I sat with my back to the parade, no longer wanting to see. I heard the singing get louder. "Cody," I heard the voices calling. "Don't look," Lee whispered. "Cody, Cody." Now the voice sounded like Reed. "Look at us, Cody." I shut my eyes. The voices went on for a few minutes longer, and at one point, Lee started wailing. I kept my eyes shut the entire time. After that, it moved along and continued its way through town. Once we began to hear everyone come out of their hiding places, I stood up and leaned down to help Lee get up. Once he stood up, he kept his head down. "Lee, what's wrong?" I asked. I could hear him sniffling. "Lee?" He finally responded as he lifted his head. "It took my eyes." I will never forget the dark, bleeding holes in Lee's face and the cuts around his skin. I threw up in the forest for a good 3 minutes before I was able to help lead Lee out of the forest. A few adults saw us and got our parents, who came and got us right away. The day after that, my family moved out of Point Pine. I never knew what became of Lee after that day. Minutes after we left, my parents acted like Point Pine never existed. It was never discussed, and I never had the nerve to ask about Lee again. As far as I know, Lee was the only person who ever saw the parade, and he was never able to see anything else after that. I don't know if Point Pine still exists. I'd like to go check it out again, but even if I knew where it was, or how to get there, I don't think I'd ever go back. I have a feeling that I wouldn't exactly get a warm welcome, although I can't shake the thought that my parents were somehow still connected to the town, even after all those years. I was sipping a beer in the shade when the football bounced into my garden. The thing almost made me jump. I'd had my eyes closed, enjoying the warmth and the birdsong, when it thumped onto the grass 10 meters from where I was sitting. I stared at it and rolled my eyes. Nathan. Sure enough, only a couple of minutes later, the kid appeared. First a mop of yellow hair stuck up over my back gate, and then 2 worried eyes followed. I've lived next to Nathan and his family for a few months now, but I still haven't gotten used to how nervous the kid looks. He's like a little blonde rabbit, one that's never managed to find refuge from the headlights. Nathan didn't see me. I was sat back in the edge of my garden in the shadows of my silver birch. I didn't move as he let himself through the back gate. Cruel, I know, but I thought I'd have some fun with him. Nathan picked his way slowly across the grass. His blue eyes were wide. As I watched, I saw them flickering between the place where his ball had landed and the windows of my house. He was concentrating so hard that he walked straight by me without noticing. Grinning, I stood up. I placed my beer silently on the grass and crept after Nathan. I waited until he'd reached his ball before I spoke. "What do you think you're doing?" I tell you, I wish I had been filming. The kid damn near jumped out of his skin. He spun around on the spot, once again reminding me of a frightened animal, and it was only when his eyes found me that some of the shock drained from his face. He put a hand to his chest and pulled in deep breaths. "Mr. Andrews!" Nathan's face was a pale moon. "You made me jump." I couldn't help but grin. "I can see that. And how many times do I have to tell you to call me Paul, Nathan?" "Sorry, Paul." The kid smiled at me. He seemed to have almost recovered. He was still breathing fast, but some of the colour had crept back into his face. "I didn't see you sitting there. For a minute, I thought—" He trailed off, and his eyes left mine. They flicked back to the windows of my house, then down to the football at his feet. He fidgeted. "For a minute, you thought, what?" "No, nothing. You just made me jump, that's all." I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Nathan. You've lived next door to me for, what now, 3 months? 4. Right, 4. We've chatted a bunch of times since then too. I know I live on my own and I'm not exactly young anymore, but you can't tell me I'm at the edge where kids are starting to get scared of me. I grinned at Nathan to make it clear I was kidding. After a few seconds, he grinned back. Then, his eyes went to the windows of my house again, and his smile faded. It's not you, Paul. It's your house. My house? I followed Nathan's gaze. To be fair, my house does look sort of imposing. It's set at the end of a row of homes in our village, and it's the oldest by quite some way, maybe even 17th century. The place looks its age too. Faded, crumbling bricks, half-rotted wood, dark windows that look ever so slightly like eyes. If I haven't lived there so long, the place would probably give me the creeps too. And I could only imagine what a 10-year-old kid might think of it. Go on then, Nathan. I raised my eyebrows. What do your friends say about my house? He stared up at me with his round eyes, and I smiled back at him. I promise I won't mind. I'm just interested to hear the stories the kids these days come up with to scare themselves. Nathan took a long look at the house, then stared back at me. He lowered his voice, as if scared the building might hear him. Some of the kids I've met say it's a gateway to hell, he whispered. Down in the basement, they say if anyone goes down there, they don't come back. I snorted. Gateway to hell, eh? Well, I have to give you friends credit. That's way more original than the stuff we scared each other when I was young. What else did they say? Nathan's eyes were wide. Well, you know that kid who went missing in the forest a couple of years back? George Willow or something? Willett. George Willett. Of course I remembered George. For a while, before the main search had died down, the kid's face had been on the front of every paper. You couldn't get away from it. Right, Nathan continued. Well, you know Tim Castwell, who lives over by the church? He says he knows someone who went to school with George, and they say George sometimes used to go on a bike rides near here. Uh-huh. Yeah, well... Nathan glanced once more at the house, then looked back at me. Tim reckons maybe George heard rumors about the basement too or something. He could have tried to sneak in there and see for himself, maybe. I bit down the urge to laugh. I'm not saying 10-year-old kids aren't subtle or anything, Nathan, but I think I might have noticed if one broke into my house and went rooting around in the basement. Nathan shrugged. Then, a second later, he frowned. So, there is one then? What? A basement. I sighed. Yes, there's a basement. But as far as I remember, it's mainly old boxes and garden tools down there. Not much in the way of fiery portals. I paused and looked around the garden. My deck chair was positioned in the shade of the silver birch, the beer forgotten beside it. I sighed again. I tell you what, I said. Why don't you see for yourself? What? The basement. Why don't I show you how unimpressive it actually is? Then you can spread the word for me. I can't imagine Tim Castwell is going to be breaking in anytime soon, but I know how these ghost stories get started. At least if you tell the other kids how dull it really is, then I won't have to worry about getting a burglar alarm installed. Nathan stared down at the football by his feet. Then he looked up at the house. There was a frown on his face, and I could see him chewing his lower lip. At the very least, it'll give you some points in the playground, I continued. Tim Castwell can tell all the stories he wants, but you're the only one who'll have experienced the horror firsthand. Nathan stared at me. I grinned at him again, and after a few seconds, he smiled back. "You'll have to excuse the mess," I said, skirting some shoes in the hallway and making my way into the living room. I was never the tidiest of people, but I suppose my wife kept me in check. Since she passed away, I've gotten a bit lax with the cleaning. Nathan didn't say anything. I glanced over my shoulder and saw him a couple of paces behind me, his rabbit eyes as wide as ever. He hadn't spoken a word since we walked through the front door. To be fair, there was plenty to distract him. I've always been a bit of a collector. A hoarder, too. It's a dangerous combination. My lounge is stuffed full of antiques and bric-a-brac. Old figurines stared out from dusty shelves. Books are piled up everywhere. The lounge features a large inglenook fireplace, which even includes a stone gargoyle I bought at auction a few years back. The stuff looks impressive, at least in my opinion, but I suppose it does create something of a haunted house effect. "I used to deal antiques," I explained to Nathan. We were at the far end of the lounge now, near the back of the house. I stepped through a door and entered a small hallway. I gave up the selling part, but I guess I never stopped buying. Nathan stayed quiet. I could see his eyes combing the walls, flicking between the cobwebs and the faded black and white photos. I continued past the downstairs bathroom on my left, then paused by a narrow staircase on the right. An old wooden door stood next to the stairs. I pointed it out to Nathan. "Here we are," I said. "That's the door that leads down to the dreaded basement, or to hell if you want to believe Tim Castwell." Nathan stared at it. His face was pale in the darkness of the hallway, but the whiteness of his eyes were bright. It took him a few seconds to find his voice. "This is it?" "What's the matter?" I said. "Not as dramatic as you were expecting?" When Nathan failed to respond, I gestured towards the door again. "Go on then," I said. "Why don't you take a look? There's a short flight of steps that go down, but if you stand at the top, you'll be able to see all you need to see. By which I mean the mountains of boxes and the notable lack of any inferno." I smiled again, but Nathan didn't see. His eyes were locked on the door. He took a step towards it, then another. As he came to a stop in front of the ancient wood, I felt the faint rustle of butterflies in my stomach. How long had it been since I'd been down to the basement? I couldn't remember. The only thing I knew for certain was that the door hadn't been opened in a long time. The wood looked dirty and rotten. Nathan took hold of the handle. His words from earlier suddenly drifted back to me. Some of the kids I've met say it's a gateway to hell, down in the basement. They say if anyone goes down there, they don't come back. Nathan opened the door. It creaked inwards on tired hinges. Darkness loomed beyond it like an open throat. Darkness, but nothing else. I heard Nathan let out a breath as he stood on the top step. "You see," I said to him, "it's just a basement." "I guess." Nathan edged closer to the darkness. He wrinkled his nose. "Although, it does smell kind of..." I stepped forward and shoved him. The kid didn't make a sound. 1 minute he was standing in the doorway, the next he'd vanished into the basement's black mouth like an insect down a plug hole. I heard his body crashing down the steps, followed by a muffled snapping sound as he hit the concrete floor at the bottom. Then, nothing. I stood on the top step, breathing fast. The butterflies in my stomach had multiplied. I could feel my own pulse, beating high in my neck. But the main thing I felt was an old, familiar rush of euphoria. A feeling I hadn't had since the day I met George Willett, over 2 years ago now, but I still remembered it. The kid had caught a puncture outside my house that needed fixing. I'd been only too happy to help him. "Sorry, Nathan." I clicked the switch and the basement flooded with light. I could see the kid's broken body on the concrete below me, a rabbit that had stared into the headlights for too long. "It's not what you were expecting, I know, but I can promise you this. You won't be lonely down here." Nathan was the second one I did after my wife died. It was harder at first, working alone, but I got used to it. I adapted. I guess that's all you can do, really. The one thing I always have working in my favor, the one thing that never really changes, is the kids. They're drawn to rumors and ghost stories like moths to a flame. What they don't understand, what none of them ever seem to understand, is that there's no such thing as bad houses. Not in real life. Only bad people. I began to hum as I descended the basement steps. Celeste Montgomery reached out to me 3 months ago and insisted on meeting for an in-person interview. Before we met, she claimed to have pertinent information regarding the bizarre and unexpected closure of Holy Innocents boarding school for girls in upstate New York. We met at Darcy's Pint, a local dive bar just outside of Albany. This was her idea. I entered the tavern at 5 p.m. sharp. Celeste was already waiting for me in a booth near the far corner and was sipping a gin and tonic. Her blonde hair was unkempt and had been hastily put into a bun. She was young and attractive, but her bloodshot, green eyes whispered of the pain she so desperately wished to purge. "I appreciate you taking the time to meet me, Miss Montgomery," I said as I sat down. "Celeste is fine," she replied while taking another drink. "Thanks, Celeste. You can call me John. Do you mind if I record our conversation? I can edit out anything you want to keep between you and I." Celeste looked down at the recorder and back at me. "No problem at all." As the waitress walked by, Celeste motioned for another gin and tonic. She nodded and then asked to take my order. "I'll have a coffee, thanks." I glanced at the empty lowball glass on our table. "Oh, and a shot of Bailey's with it." Celeste smiled at me, just before she began tapping her fingernails on the wooden table. Her chipped, black nail polish suggested this was habitual. I clicked on the recorder and looked up. "Take as long as you need, and start with whatever you feel most comfortable telling me. If you prefer, we can wait to begin." She smiled again with less sincerity and took a deep breath. "I'd rather get right to it, if you don't mind. I guess the best place to start is the beginning, I nodded in agreement. I never wanted to transfer to Holy Innocents, but I didn't have much of a choice. I was a bad kid, I'll admit it. My parents were wealthy and never around. So what do wealthy parents who are never around do with bad kids? They send them to boarding school. "And what year did you transfer?" I asked. Celeste continued. 2006, the beginning of my junior year." The waitress dropped off our drinks, and Celeste quickly grabbed hers before continuing. "Holy Innocents couldn't have been more different from the public school I had transferred from. It was run by 6 Catholic nuns and the dean, Dr. Winters." I took a sip of my coffee. "What were they like? How did they treat you and the other girls?" Celeste's nails tapped faster. "They were strict, really strict. There was a no-nonsense curriculum with harsh punishments. They even had this bizarre form of detention that bordered on abuse. They called it RAG, which stood for repent and grow. If we talked back to one of the nuns, we weren't allowed to speak for 24 hours. If we got caught sneaking out, we were locked in our rooms all weekend and lost social privileges. The worst was when we cursed or took the Lord's name in vain. The punishment for that was drinking an ounce of vinegar to cleanse our impure mouths. Jesus, I said in surprise. Hey, careful now, Celeste said quickly. I couldn't help but laugh. How about the other girls? Was it hard being a transfer student? Celeste took another drink before answering, and I wonder how many she'd had before I'd arrived. We got along okay. I mean, as good as you would expect a school full of angsty teenage girls to get along with one another. But we all had one thing in common. What's that? I asked. We all hated that place, and that kind of brought us closer together. The type of bond I would expect prisoners to have. That makes sense, I said as I stirred my coffee. Celeste grabbed my arm and stared into my eyes. I know the reason you wanted to speak to me, John. I can assure you, something truly sinister lives within those walls. I leaned in closer. Can you tell me about the first night? She took another deep breath and began. The first night was like all the others, but I happened to be the first victim. Me and my roommate, Claire, were sitting in our dormitory and talking before lights out, like we did every night. We were drinking the last drops of a bottle of scotch I kept hidden under a loose floorboard. We each had 1 or 2 shots before falling asleep, and that's the last I remember of that night. Claire and I both woke up the next afternoon. A few of our classmates were shaking us awake as we had slept through class that day. I was disoriented, sore and naked. I didn't even notice the blood at first. Not until I rolled onto my stomach and the other girls started screaming. Celeste took a long drink, killing the rest of her gin. I noticed her eyes beginning to well up. There were scratches, claw marks to be exact, running down my back, 3-fingered and deep. Claire had matching wounds. After we showered, we realized our identical blemishes had formed inverted crosses on our torsos. I still have the scars. There was more. I could tell I had been violated in other ways. I mean, it's okay, I understand. You don't need to explain, I interrupted. Celeste thanked me and continued. Initially, the nuns and Dr. Winters blamed the other girls for what happened to us, thinking there was some sort of deranged bullying going on. Claire and I pushed our beds together and kept any eye on the door that night. A few days later, hazy memories from that night started to come back to us and sink in. We both remember distinct flashes of red, a skeletal head with horns, and being taken to a dark room. Throughout the next few months, it started happening to the other girls. Always the same. Total memory loss or close to it, and the inverted cross scratches. Parents began pulling their kids out of school, and reporters started pestering the staff. Dr. Winters never let any of them on the property, and even threatened expulsion and lawsuits to any students or parents who talked to the press. A few days later, one of the nuns, Sister Mary, went missing, gone without a trace. Celeste leaned in close and whispered, "And there's more, but I'm going to have to show you." "Show me?" I asked. "You and I are going to break into Holy Innocents tonight." I wanted to laugh again, but the sincere look on her face told me she was serious. I would be lying if I didn't admit that I was excited at the opportunity. To my knowledge, I would be the only reporter to have ever set foot inside the school. "I know the property is for sale and the doors are chained. How do we get in?" I asked. Celeste was clearly excited that I was on board. She downed the rest of her drink as she continued. Trust me, I know the damn place better than most people that built it. I spent a lot of nights exploring vacant rooms, hallways and stairwells. If I remember correctly, there's an entrance at the southeast corner with a faulty lock. I would smoke in the woods late at night and use that door to sneak back to bed. What do you say, John? It's only 20 minutes from here. My heart started to race as a mixture of excitement and fear pulsated through me. With all due respect, Miss Montgomery, do you mind if I drive? Celeste climbed into my car and we hit the interstate. The drive was quiet for the most part. I inquired a few times as to what she was going to show me when we arrived. Each time I asked, she reassured me that it was something I had to witness for myself. Around 7:15 p.m., Holy Innocents came into view. I can confidently say that the pictures do not do it justice. The Victorian monstrosity is nothing short of a castle, complete with turrets, stained glass, and a rather unwelcoming iron gate. A sign near the entrance read that the property had been sold and would be undergoing construction in a few months. Celeste seemed just as surprised as myself. I nearly jumped as Celeste spoke. Turn left up here and follow the back road for a bit. It will lead to a clearing where you can park. We'll be able to walk from there. The gravel clearing was exactly where she had remembered. The sun had completely set by the time we parked and climbed out of the car. Celeste handed me a flashlight from her purse as we walked through the woods towards Holy Innocents, and I knew this was her plan all along. As we reached the end of the tree line and stared at the enormous, barren fortress of a school, my heart began to race. I had to try one more time. Before we go in, will you at least tell me why you have to show me what's in there? Celeste took a deep breath and asked a question that took me by complete surprise. Are you a religious man, John? I've always found it best to answer honestly when taken off guard, so I did. I grew up that way, but I can't say I am anymore. Celeste looked at the school for a moment and back at me. That's what I figured. The reason I have to show you is because you wouldn't believe me if I told you. You're going to have to see what true evil looks like. I knew then it wasn't worth asking anymore. She was set in her ways. I contemplated whether she found it therapeutic to walk the halls with an outsider, or if she just needed the visuals to help tell her complete story. Either way, I didn't have much of a choice but to follow her to the door she so vividly remembered being broken. Sure enough, on the southeast corner of the main building was an old wooden door with an iron knob. Celeste handed me her flashlight before gripping the knob with both of her hands. She turned it slightly until an audible crack broke the quietness of the night, and the door creaked open. A wave of musty air filled my nostrils as we walked inside. The door opened to a narrow, spiraled staircase. Celeste led the way as I studied the stained glass that decorated the walls. The stairs ended at the mouth of a long corridor with 12 doors on each side. These were the dormitories, Celeste said. Mine was the last on the right. I glanced in each room as we passed, and everything seemed relatively untouched. Beds and furniture stood flush against the wall, barren of the items they once held. Nothing was overturned, broken, or out of place. We reached Celeste's old room, and she broke the silence once again as we entered. Sister Mary, the nun that went missing just before the school closed, she was the sweetest to us, despite her intimidating size. She would bring us warm milk before bed and would check on us at the night after the incidents began. Celeste walked to the foot of one of the beds. She would stand here and pray while we slept. Celeste slowly walked to the corner of the room and stood in place. The floors creaked as she shifted her weight. She bent down to lift a board, reached inside, and retrieved an old, empty bottle of scotch. "Bad habits start young, I suppose," she said with a little laugh. Celeste put the bottle and the board back and walked quickly out of the room. "Come on," she said. "It's time to show you." I followed Celeste through the halls. The eyes of saints stared from their canvases as we passed. We walked by the old lecture halls and common rooms, and like the dormitories, they were intact and seemingly untouched. Through winding corridors and staircases, we eventually made our way to the center of Holy Innocents, to the church. The eerie stillness washed over me as I examined the interior with my light. Rows of empty pews and religious statues stood as the only reminder that this sacred place was once full of life. Celeste beckoned me forward as she made her way to the back, towards the altar. Around the right side of the altar stood a single wooden door, out of sight from where the clergy once sat. Celeste turned the handle, and the door opened with ease. We entered a rather cluttered room, complete with excess chairs, a piano, stacks of books, and other miscellaneous storage. I was puzzled. Celeste had led me to a storage room in the back of a church. Just before I opened my mouth to inquire, she spoke. "You know, I always thought the nuns were strange. I'd spy on them a lot. It was pretty much the only entertainment I had since we didn't have TV. They were just different in the way they lived, spoke and acted, especially Sister Mary. She just seemed so fake. Everyone loved her, but I always had this feeling, you know." "Here," she said as she illuminated a large statue of an unknown saint in the corner of the room. "Help me move it." We walked to the side and pushed the massive structure from the wall. I never would have seen it if it weren't for her. The small keyhole at the top right corner. The statue was covering a door that was perfectly constructed to resemble the surrounding white wall. Not only did Celeste know the secret door existed, she somehow had the key in her possession. For whatever reason, I couldn't bring myself to ask why. The only thing on my mind was the set of stairs the door had just opened up to, descending into unknown darkness. As I followed Celeste down the stairs, she spoke again. My theory was that she was a liar. It was confirmed the night I saw her in the kitchen making our warm milk. She had no idea I was spying on her. It seemed normal at first, heating it up and pouring them into individual cups. The cups had our names on them, so we didn't accidentally grab the wrong one. After Sister Mary was finished, I noticed she poured some powder into Katie's cup. As we reached the bottom, the smell hit me and I nearly vomited. Sulfur. Rot. Celeste coughed as well. Our flashlights lit up the room and I looked in horror. It was what I can only describe as a torture chamber. Shackles hung from the ceiling and dark stains covered the stone floor. The walls were decorated in unfamiliar symbols and words. Hung in the corner was a crimson robe, and above it was some sort of horned mask fashioned from a bovine skull. I was in total disbelief. My head spun as my brain attempted to process the information. Celeste spoke again. I waited for everyone to fall asleep and for Sister Mary's routine check-ins. Just as I imagined, she went to Katie's room last. Her roommate had already been pulled out of school by her parents, so she had the room to herself. After 5 minutes or so, Sister Mary pulled a very disoriented Katie from her bed and led her to this place. I followed the entire way, quietly creeping behind them. Sister Mary carried her like she was nothing. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. She stripped Katie down and chained her to the shackles. I continued to stare at Celeste and listen in silent disbelief. Before Sister Mary started, she went over here. Celeste pointed a flashlight on the far wall. There was a large metal door, securely fastened with a massive iron latch. "Miss Montgomery," I stuttered. "What's behind that door?" It was some sort of, what do you call it? Some sort of shrine or something. All I could see when it was open were the candles, dozens of them, and some sort of thing in the middle. "What kind of thing?" I asked dumbly. Celeste was beginning to cry now. "I'm not sure. It was hard to tell from the candlelight, but Sister Mary, she was talking to it. I couldn't understand what she was saying. We used to study Latin, but I couldn't understand the words, and she was talking so fast. I knew it was my only shot when she was in there, so I did it. I slammed the door closed and locked it." Her sobs became louder. Sister Mary didn't scream or anything. She just laughed. It was a crazy laugh and didn't even sound like her. I grabbed Katie and got her back to bed. I knew I couldn't tell anyone because they wouldn't believe me. I was the bad kid, and they would trust Sister Mary over me. I looked back to the door. My God, so she's still... Celeste wiped her tears as she tried to keep her composure. "Someone just bought this property. I had to tell someone, and you seem so interested and trustworthy from everything I've read. I wasn't listening anymore. I walked toward the locked chamber and reached for the handle. Celeste ran up to me and clutched my wrist, begging me not to open it. Just as I grabbed the latch, we heard it. Celeste and I jumped back in unison. The faint sound of laughter spilled through the tiny gap between the door and the wall. I looked back and stared at her, all the colour drained from her face, as she whispered to me, "That door has been closed since 2006. This winter, I found a dead bird in my backyard, underneath the bird feeder. A nuthatch. Its abdomen was torn open and the organs ripped free, leaving behind the hollow skin and broken ribs. Its beak gaped, head twisted backwards, one cloudy eye pointing towards the pale winter sun. I wrapped its body in a plastic bag and threw it away. I didn't think much of it. Throughout the winter, I continued to find dead birds or signs of them around the feeder. Scraps of flesh and feathers, bits of bones, blood spots melting into the snow. A bobcat, I thought, though I never saw the tracks. Just the deep prints of the deer, their hooves sinking into the snow as they traversed my yard, forlornly searching for some surviving vegetation in the long winter. Spring came. The snow melted, turning the ground to spongy mud that sighed and shifted with every step. Now the birds died quietly, their bodies cradled in the young grass, and I did not find their remains until the earth had overrun them, dragging bone and feathers into a shallow grave with only a scrap of skull or beak protruding. The insects left these corpses untouched. I buried the ones I found fresh in my garden. The rest, I let nature reclaim for as much as she would. I found how they died one chilly evening when the sun sat low on the horizon like a bloated tick. I stood at the back window, the curtain pulled open just enough so that I could watch as an emaciated deer made its way across my yard. The winter had been hard on it, I thought. Perhaps our area was overpopulated, and this one could not find enough food among all the others. Its legs shook as it walked, its ribs protruded such that I could see every ridge, and, in the half-light, they seemed almost white. Its eyes were vacant hollows in a skull, with skin so tight it betrayed every contour of the bone beneath. The abdomen seemed to be gone, a dark hollow directly after the ribs. I pitied it. It went to one of the pine trees by the back fence. It nuzzled the branches, shaking the tree like a ship in a gale, and then shoved its head past the outer growth and into the dark interior. It had a bird in its mouth when it withdrew its head. A baby, translucent skin scattered with the spines of growing feathers, overlarge skull bobbing like a marble on a string. The deer jerked its head back, tossing the bird up as it opened its mouth wide, its throat like a pit, and its teeth snapped down on the bird's body. I did not need to hear anything to know what the crunch of the bird's spine sounded like. It did this twice more, reached into the tree, removed a bird from its nest, and ate it. By the third, I pulled the curtains back so that I could see the entire yard, aghast at what I was witnessing. The deer saw me standing there. It looked at me as it chewed, blood running from its mouth and down its neck, fledgling feathers and bits of twigs clinging wetly to its lips and nostrils. This was why I never saw bobcat prints around the bird feeder, only the imprint of deer's hooves. I began to take walks in the woods. It's a handful of acres that surrounds my house, joining with my neighbour's handful of acres, and then their neighbours, forming a pocket of wilderness in the heart of my small town. There are paths, though I do not know who wore them down, as I have never met any other person out here in the forest. There are stone walls as well, barely as high as my knee, an overgrown tumble of boulders marking long-forgotten property lines from colonial times. This is where I saw the god. I felt its approach. Something passed over the forest, a sense of unease, and I stopped in my tracks and looked around at my surroundings. There was a tight spot between my shoulder blades at the back of my neck, a quiet, primal instinct whispering that I was in danger, that my life was at risk. It wasn't something I'd heard whispered to me very often before, not with such urgency. Around me, the forest fell silent. The birds were mute. Then the air was filled with the rustle of leaves and the hum of wings, like electricity as they fled. I was standing near a stone wall, and I ducked behind this, dropping low to the ground on my knees, hunching my back over so that I was only as tall as the top of the wall. And I looked over it into the forest in the direction the birds had fled from. It was the deer, the same from my backyard, emaciated to the point that it should not even be alive. No, it wasn't alive, for now the skin had peeled away from its chest and slowed off, leaving behind a tattered line that only half covered the ribs like a mantle. Its abdomen was split open, the skin hanging like curtains that wavered with every step it took. It had grown antlers, too quickly. The deer should not yet have a full rack, and they were twisted and incoherent, growing like the branches of a tree with no pattern or reason to them. Its eye sockets were empty, hollow pits that leaked a black substance like tar. I covered my mouth with both hands, as if I could stop my breath so that it could not hear me. I should have fled, I thought, along with the birds. Something was moving inside its chest, growing clearer as it came closer to where I was hiding. I saw feathers, brown and black and gold, bones, a writhing knot of birds, beaks opening to cry out in silence, claws convulsing on each other as they struggled for purchase inside their prison of the deer's ribcage. They flowed into each other, their bodies half rotten and liquid, and a noxious fluid drained from the base of the ribs to splatter in a black, stinking trail in the deer's wake. I realized that it would pass me by. So long as I remained still and quiet, it would pass me by. Then, just as it was starting to move away from where I crouched, the mass of birds inside its chest parted. The wings and squirming bodies drew back, fleeing deeper into the deer's abdomen, and something new emerged from the darkness inside. A human hand clutched the bones of the ribcage, the flesh sallow and wet with grit. A bone sprouted from the wrist, long and thin, the skin stretched over it, mottled with the spines of growing feathers. I saw a neck, thin and shaking, broken with a patchwork of charcoal feathers. Its shoulders heaved, the fingers convulsed, and a skull slammed up against the bone, pressed along the interior of the ribs, straining at its prison. The skull of a bird, as large as a human's, the black beak sliding between the gaps, opening soundlessly, the empty eye sockets fixed on where I knelt in the dry leaves. The deer paused. I was shaking, and I felt I could not move, not even to flee. I think I was holding my breath the entire time. It twisted its head, nuzzling at its exposed ribs. It opened its mouth. There was a glimpse of its white teeth, and it seized one of the birds, ripped it free from its chest, and the thing struggled, flailing its wings that were nothing but bone and dry, dirty feathers. It cried out with decaying lungs, clawing at empty air with shriveled feet. Then the deer jerked its head, just as it had with the baby birds in my yard, spinning the body up into its mouth. It bit down. The wings were severed from its body and fell to the ground, and it swallowed the rest. The creature inside vanished back into the darkness of its chest. It resumed walking, and I remained in hiding until the birds returned and I heard them calling out to each other once more. Only then did I stand on trembling legs and walk over to where the deer had stood. The trail of slime stank, a foul stench of old rot. I breathed shallowly. At my feet was half of a bird's body, the spine severed just below the join of the wings. I bent and picked it up. It lay unmoving in my palms. There was nothing more than a corpse, a dead scrap of bone and feather and dry, empty flesh. I keep its remain in an empty dresser drawer, nestled in fabric. I don't know why. I do not think it is a monster. There is a majesty and a purpose to it. I hid from it because I felt the terror of insignificance, of powerlessness, and I wonder if it would have done anything to me had I stood, if it would have just passed on by, because it is a god, and I am beneath notice. I do not go into the woods anymore. Those acres are mine on paper alone. They do not actually belong to me. I was going to leave it at that, try to forget what I had seen, and keep to my own world where there are no gods. But there was a man in my backyard yesterday evening, right at dusk, when the world turns grey and the shadows in the trees flatten into a single plane, the details lost to the encroaching darkness. He was thin with spongy flesh, like he'd been left out in the rain too long. He wore jeans and a t-shirt, and they hung loose on his bony frame. His arms were pricked with indentations, tiny red dots like freckles, and some still bled as he moved. He was barefoot. He came up to the tree by the back deck, to the bird feeder. He reached up and gripped one of the birds, a titmouse, and it didn't move, like it was frozen in place. He wrapped his fingers around it and raised it to his mouth. It twitched, once, when his jaw clamped down and he twisted his head, the muscles in his neck tight like iron cables, and ripped its head off. Blood ran down his chin and into the collar of his shirt. His expression was vacant as he chewed. I ducked away from the window, collapsing to the floor, curling up well out of sight of the backyard. I stayed there for a long time, and when I had the courage to peek once more, the backyard was empty, save for a few scraps of bones and feathers lying in a bloody heap under the bird feeder. I keep replaying that moment in my head, as that thing chewed, mechanically, and the way it turned its head right before I dropped the curtain, how its eyes slid sideways. I don't know if it saw me. I'm terrified it did. There's a god in the woods near my house, and now it looks like a man. It is ready to leave the forest and walk among us. Watch the birds. If they flee, I think you should as well. Before I tell you about the videotapes, I need to give you a bit of context. When I was 10 years old, 2 days before my family and I moved to a new home, our house was burgled. We'd gone out for lunch at our soon-to-not-be local Indian to celebrate successfully packing up our entire lives into labelled boxes and piling the big pieces of furniture into the now unusable front room. I was 10, my sister was 13, and my brother was 8. We'd never moved house before. For 2 months, the whole endeavour seemed to involve a lot more stress, shouting, mess, and chaos than it did excitement. But now that it was finally done, we were thrilled at the thought of moving to a new, bigger place in the suburbs of the city. We returned to our house with smashed windows, smeared dirt on the carpets from hurried feet and muddied boots, and several of the boxes missing. Turns out, if you carefully label boxes with things like TV, camcorder, hi-fi, silverware, etc., you're basically hanging a neon sign above your valuables. We were devastated. The loss of so many expensive pieces of electronics was bad enough. We'd just moved house. How could we afford a new TV, etc.? But if any of you have ever been burgled, you'll know the sense of violation and fear is pretty grim. My mum refused to stay another night in the house. I kid you not, we took laundry totes filled with the sleeping bags we took on family camping holidays and went to camp in our new, empty living room. If it wasn't such a miserable situation, it would have been an adventure. Of all the items we'd lost, perhaps the saddest loss was the VHS camcorder. This was the 1990s, and no one was uploading their films straight to the cloud. We had a hulking black Panasonic that made your arm ache to hold after 5 minutes, and it had recorded the birthdays, Christmases, picnics, school plays, karate exams, and recorder concerts of the last few years. Naturally, all the VHSs were in the box with the camcorder itself. Everything was gone. We got over it. we moved into our new happy home. We joined a new school, made new friends, created new family memories. We grew up, moved out. We forgot, more or less, about the burglary, though I will say that, for as long as I lived with my parents, there were 3 different locks on the front door. Recently, I was reminded of the burglary because a friend of mine had had her flat burgled while she was at work. I sent her a message offering any help I could and told her about my experiences when I was 10. It did set me thinking, for the first time in ages, about my old camcorder. More out of nostalgia than anything else, I went on eBay to see if I could find any old Panasonics. I may as well admit here, I'm the sort of dick who buys vinyl and gets camera film developed. VHS camcorders are up my idiot street. So imagine my shock when I saw our camcorder for sale on eBay. I knew it was ours because our dad, the ever ultimate dad, had carefully Tipexed the family name on one side, doubtless sending the value plummeting. I was amazed the thieves hadn't thought to scrape it off. Actually, I should have thought about that more carefully at the time, but I was just so stunned. I bought the lot immediately. When it arrived a few days later, it even had a batch of old videotapes with it. I couldn't believe my luck. I'd brought our memories home. It took me a few days to track down a working video player, but as soon as I did, I was ready to watch the videos. I hadn't told my family yet. I was saving it up to have them all round to dinner. I'd recently moved into a flat of my own, and I wanted to surprise them. All the tapes were dated. Dad again. So I started from the beginning and worked my way through. Everything was normal. Or, well, relatively normal. Families are weird and kids are weird, and there was a lot that made me laugh. Until I got to the tapes of our final few months in the house. My tape opened with my brother's 8th birthday. We'd had a party at the house, in our tiny garden. My brother got a Tamagotchi. Only 90s kids will remember, etc. And there was a great close-up shot of him peering at the thing and exclaiming, "He did a poo!" in a voice people normally reserve for, "I've got the job," or "You're going to be a grandmother." There was an incredible shot of the cake, made by my mother and inexpertly iced by my father, sinking slightly under the weight of the candlestick candles my brother insisted they use instead of birthday cake candles. But then, halfway through the happy birthday song, the tape cut out. I thought it was just an old tape that had deteriorated and the rest of the footage was lost. But as I got up to eject the video, I realized that the tape hadn't cut out. It had been filmed over. Someone was recording in the dark, seemingly pointing the camera down to the floor. No sooner had I realized this that the camera swung up. I could make out 5 petal-shaped glass panes arranged in a semicircle, through which a dull orange light shone through. It took me a few seconds to realize what I was seeing. It was the glass above the front door in my childhood house, seen from the inside. The orange light was made by the street lamp outside. I thought, oh my god, typical dad. He only bloody recorded over Jimmy's 8th birthday when he was fiddling with a thing one night. My dad was, and is, an insomniac, and an inveterate fiddler with technology. The shot swung around again, and I could just about make out our staircase. My dad was taking the stairs confidently in the dark. Obviously, he'd been going up and down them since my sister was brought home as a newborn 13 years before. The camera paused in the hallway and headed to the bathroom I used to share with my brother. You could see a line of warm light in the darkness. I couldn't sleep with the door closed. Still can't. And my brother Jimmy couldn't sleep without a nightlight. In my dad went and filmed our little angelic sleeping faces for, I fancied, a tad too long. I looked forward to making fun of him about this when I showed my family the tapes. The next room he filmed was my sister's. My sister was a pretty girl and grew up to be a beautiful, smart-ass woman. But when she slept, she looked like a drooling cookie monster. And boy did she snore. Those snores filled up my sound system like a hive of bees wielding tiny bee chainsaws into a microphone. Again, the filming went on for slightly too long, and it was a bit creepy to be honest. In the next shot, the camera was in my parents' room, filming my sleeping parents. Both of them. The realization hit me like a wave of ice water, and then the tape really did cut out. I sat frozen with panic for a few seconds, then threw myself down and started going through the last of the tapes. It was the same every time. Partway through some fond memory, the tape would cut out, the semicircle of glass would come into view, and the unknown camera person would make their way up the stairs to linger over the bodies of my sleeping, vulnerable family. It was a different night each time. The pajamas and the bedsheets would change, though the digital clock in my parents' room invariably showed the time between 3 and 4 a.m. There were no clues as to who this person was. They were completely silent. I couldn't even hear breathing. The filming was surprisingly level and absolutely disciplined. They never passed in front of a mirror or varied the angle at which they filmed us. They were just there, waiting, silent, omnipresent, watching us. I didn't find any kind of variation until the penultimate tape. In the penultimate tape, in the long minutes filming in my parents' room, my dad snorts and stirs. He rolls over, mumbles. He seems on the cusp of waking. The camera jerks as if the person holding it was startled and swings down slightly as if they'd loosen their hold. For a few moments, a hand is visible, flexing in the darkness. Then, abruptly, the camera rights itself and pulls back out of my parents' room. Very, very slowly, it turns upwards, towards the ceiling. It focuses on the fire alarm, and then the hand comes into view again. The hand freaked me out something awful. It didn't look like a normal hand. The skin was pink, clumpy, twisted, as if it had been melted and hardened again. The fingers were bent, crushed. Black rings of dirt were packed under the nails, but despite its malformation, perhaps its injury, the hand dexterously reaches up to the fire alarm, opens it, and takes out the batteries. This video is dated 4 days before the house was burgled. The last video is dated on the day. It starts with my mother, a terrible camera woman. The focus is all over the place, filming the empty rooms and encouraging us to say goodbye to the house. My sister, a teenager, refuses to play along, but my brother and I are yelling, "Bye, house!" with gusto. But before we even get upstairs, the tape cuts out again, and a totally unfamiliar room comes into frame. I didn't really take a lot of this room in. It was messy. There were a lot of screwed up tissues, pot noodles, and empty cans on the various surfaces. There was a big pile of what looked like laundry in the corner. A slob lived here. The camera doesn't linger long, moves quickly across the small, messy room, out into a hallway. There's the sound of something on a TV in another room. The camera follows the noise. A door is pushed open. In the next room is a boy. As a child, I probably would have called him a man. As a grown-up now, I think he was a boy no more than 17. Acne-pitted, terrible boy band curtains, but quite good looking underneath. I can make out some piles of boxes behind him. TV, hi-fi, silverware. When I was a kid, I'd imagined a group of hardened men in dark glasses with walkie-talkies smashing into our poor home in a stealth operation. I hadn't imagined some opportunistic teenagers and his pals. He's playing a video game, his face lit by the blue screen. From the TV comes the sound of pre-recorded grunts, some kind of fighting game. The next things happen very quickly. The boy looks up. He begins to frame the "what of, what do you want," or "what the hell." His eyes go huge with fear. His mouth drops open. He scrambles to his feet. The camera lurches. There's a "no" in a cracked voice. Then an ear-splitting scream. The camera drops to the floor, filming the pile of boxes. The boy is screaming, "No, no, help! Help me, somebody! Help me! Somebody, help!" There are sickening snapping noises, howls of sheer animal agony. A slash of red blood splats across the box. The assailant makes no sound whatsoever. The video cuts out. As you can imagine, after a few seconds of shock, I called the police and handed the tapes over. They were put in an evidence locker, and I spent a sleepless night with a heavy table wedged against my front door and a pot of coffee. The next morning, the officer who signed the receipt for the videos called me. "I'd like to talk to you about wasting police time," he said, in a voice that suggested he delivered the lecture many times before. I didn't understand, I said. Didn't he see the last tape in the box? The screaming? The blood? As it turned out, the tapes were completely blank. No happy memories, no creepy nighttime filming, no murder, just white noise. I didn't understand how the tapes could go from filled to empty in just one night at the station. I marched down there and demanded a viewing, in a well-lit room in the company of 2 police officers. They were right. Nothing but white noise. And it has only just occurred to me now. That malformed, broken, sickening hand that had taken the batteries out of the fire alarm on the ceiling, 9 feet up. Maybe camera person is the wrong word. There is a banana lady in every town. You might have to look for her, but I would advise against this. She's not someone you would like to meet. You may find her on a less populated side street in your neighborhood. She's always facing the opposite direction from where you are approaching. She sits on one of those medical rollators, dressed in a white nightgown. Her fingers are short and stubby, and they are always peeling a rotten banana. They're her favorite. I found ours by mistake. I live in a quiet suburb in northern Florida. The winters are cold here, lacking the typical sunshine of our southern neighbors. I work in an office about 15 minutes from home. I live alone, and that's how I like it. My days off are spent relaxing, reading, writing, watching movies, avoiding all human contact if possible. I have a simple, boring life, and I had every intention of keeping it that way. Until I found her. I was driving home from work one evening in early January. It was about 50 degrees and raining hard, and since it was a Friday, I was racing to get my weekend started as soon as possible. I sped up to get through a yellow light at an intersection about 2 blocks from my house. To this day, I regret how anxious I was to get there. I was so close, and if I had slowed down for the light, maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe I never would have found her. My little 99 Corolla hydroplaned in the middle of the intersection. I panicked and swerved to the right, running my car up onto a curb and sliding down the sidewalk of one of the neighborhood side streets. The car came to a stop, just before ramming into a lamppost, narrowly missing excessive front-end damage and probably hurting me as well. That would have been the least of my concerns. I was fine, save for a spell of heavy breathing and a few "oh my gods" as I sat on the sidewalk and watched the rain continue to pelt my windshield. I realized I'd never been to this area of the neighborhood before, which wasn't strange since I didn't get out much. I looked out my passenger side window and saw several large houses looking over me on a small hill. They seemed to go on forever, each with perfect lawns and perfect little fences and not a single light on in any of them. This was odd, especially because it was only about 7, but even more alarmingly, for the lack of assistance if I had caused a commotion or was seriously injured. The rain was dying down now, and I turned to look out my windshield. Somewhere further down the street, I spotted a shape in the middle of the next intersection. It was too small to be a car, maybe a motorcycle, but I thought I could definitely see the shape of a person sitting on whatever it was. I still have no idea what compelled me to do what I did next. In a split-second decision, I got out of my car and started walking towards the shape in the road. I think part of me wanted to be a hero. If it was someone who had wrecked, just as I almost dramatically did, I wanted to be there to help, as no one seemed to be around to do for me. I left my car where it was and walked, slowly, in the yellow light of a single lamppost and the cold, light drizzle of rain. As I approached the intersection, the shape became very, very clear. It was one of those medical rollators, dark grey and worn, and a tennis ball where one of the wheels should have been. I didn't think until much later how the thing could have moved at all without the 4th wheel. It was stopped directly underneath the traffic light. Not a soul was around. No cars, no people, no lights on in the house. I began to feel increasingly uncomfortable, and even more so when I saw what was sitting there. It appeared to be an old lady, hunched over with her back to me. She wore a long, white nightgown that hung to the wet road and was soggy and dripping at the bottom. She had a short bob of silver hair and dark liver spots all over her neck and what I could see of her arms. But then I noticed more of the details, more disturbing features. Her ears were incredibly large, half ovals that took up most of her head. Her fingers were short and stubby, but claw-like and working feverishly in front of her. I approached her from the side for a better look and saw her fingers peeling back a banana. It was entirely black and rotten and gave off a sweet, sickly smell that made me nauseous. She took off the black peel and tossed it aside, then jammed the rotten mush into her face, ravenously chomping it and smushing it all over her mouth. I forgot where I was. I forgot about my car, about the rain, about standing in the middle of an intersection where there should have been tons of cars passing through. I was in a trance, watching her feed on this disgusting banana, and all the while, she paid no attention to me. I knew she knew I was there, for at my angle, anyone could have seen me. But she was so focused on eating that she did not bother to look in my direction. I continued to watch as she licked the rotten juice of her stubby fingers and wiped the residue from her lips. As soon as the banana was completely gone, she reached into a brown satchel at her side and pulled out an equally disgusting banana, repeating the process over again. I watched her for maybe 10 minutes without saying a word. She must have eaten 20 or 30 bananas in that span, all one after another, never tiring or giving any indication that she had enough. It was like she was satisfying a hunger, a ravenous hunger, for rotten bananas, as if all her energy relied on them. I decided that this had gone on for too long. I stepped closer to her, which was a mistake, and spoke to her, which was an even bigger mistake. "Ma'am?" I said, trying my best to sound like I had normal concern for an old lady in the road, and not the kind as if I were concerned with someone eating like that. She stopped. Mid-bite, she paused with rotten glob in her hand and turned to look at me. I now saw her face. That hideous face that has haunted me ever since. Her large ears were brown and hairy, covered in a dark fuzz. Her face was equally hairy, and her cheeks a pale yellow and stuffed with food. But it was those eyes I will not soon forget. They were strikingly white, almost glowing, burning like white flames and staring into my soul. I was frozen, looking into these eyes and seeing a raging fire burning bright behind them. I saw all the traumatic events of my childhood. My mother storming out, my father drinking himself to death, my best friend being killed in a car accident. But then I realized that last one had never happened. My best friend Brian and I were heading to the midnight premiere of a movie that night. One of the few times I welcomed human interaction. He was alive and well. I looked further into her eyes. I saw my car, crushed and mangled and rammed head-on into a lamppost. I was outside the car looking in, where my friend Brian was in the passenger seat, his face torn and bloody. And then I saw fire. I saw white flames engulfing the vehicle and heard Brian's screams of agony as he was burned alive, trapped inside, and there was nothing I could do. And then everything faded away. The flames turned black and I was moving backwards, further away from the car. My hands extended to try and reach the door to pull Brian to safety. Everything was dark. I woke up in the street, my head pounding with an incredible ache, and my clothes soaked in water. I lay on my back, staring up at a traffic light, the rain falling steadily. I sat up and looked ahead, and there was no sign of the banana lady. There were lights on in the houses, and people watching me from their lawns, people running to me from their cars. I heard shouts of concern and shouts of panic. I was dizzy. I saw more people coming towards me and yelling, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" But just as many were running right by me. I turned my head slowly, looking back down the street, back to where my car had run up on the curb and narrowly missed a lamppost. It was still on the curb, with a massive crowd surrounding it. And it was burning. Patient 1. My entire life is a sin. From the moment I defiled my mother's body in the delivery room to the countless times I forgot to wash my hands before making love. Patient 2. It's like I'm the world's most disgusting porta-john. People would rather crap in public than take a dump in me. If you think the above quotes are musings of the self-pitying failures, you'd be very, very wrong. Patient 1 is a retired Air Force colonel, judged to be of rock-solid mental health after withering battery of tests designed by my team. Patient 2 is a superb athlete, an Olympic medal winner with zero psychiatric issues. Until now. Indeed, as I record this, both patients suffer from major depressive disorder characterized by abject lethargy and constant risk of self-harm. Why? Both interviews were conducted after exposure to Substance X, a compound aimed at triggering an enemy soldier's an acutely depressed state. Yes, hardened warriors lose the will to fight, casting aside their weapons and begging for mercy. Substance X was created by me. My name is withheld. I am a distinguished scientist whose moral compass went awry in designing a weapon aimed at ending for all time further hot wars. I'm revealing this publicly because my device has fallen into malevolent hands. The march towards war without death is being perverted by forces beyond my control. Therefore, I have adopted a position similar to that of Daniel Ellsberg when he released the Pentagon Papers in 1971. Wrongdoing must be exposed, even at great personal risk. That's why I'm penning this open letter to all American citizens of good faith. Background: I'm a Nobel Prize nominated scientist, specializing in the field of psychiatric warfare. I hate war, but after years of watching the body count rise, I was forced to admit that war was deeply embedded in the human psyche. The desire to fight is an integral part of who we are, beginning with "my dad can beat up your dad" and ending with the atomic bomb, the most destructive weapon of war yet devised. Given that, the issue, as I saw it, was to devise a weapon that allowed nations to act on this primitive impulse while killing no one. For a long time, it was a low-budget labor of love. Then, as luck would have it, I received a call from a psych war startup in late 2018. The principals, ex-military, ex-intelligence insiders, had gotten wind of my project. Their stated goal was to determine if Substance X was scalable, and if so, to market the product internationally. I jumped at the chance to join their distinguished team. Working with these guys, many of whom I knew from previous classified endeavors, would allow me to play an instrumental role in bringing about permanent world peace. Plus, I was offered a healthy portfolio of stock options that would make me a near billionaire should the company succeed in going public. That I succumbed to such a base need, I'm truly ashamed. I am less man and more earthworm because of it, an earthworm engorged with the rotted fruit of its labours. I was flown by private jet to the firm's headquarters. Security there was tight, much more so than at Theranos and other infamous startups. How tight? All those entering the building, including me, were required to submit a rectal exam and a colonoscopy in order to ensure nothing was smuggled via the lowest reaches of the digestive system. After 2 hours of embarrassing recovery, followed by a gourmet meal, I joined a select group gathered in the otherwise empty company auditorium. They had come to hear my presentation. I was ushered on stage, fitted with an omnidirectional mic, and asked to proceed. Anxious, for I did not know how this elite audience would react, I began my sales pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have entered a new age where the general public is repulsed by wanton killing on a mass scale. Therefore, in order to defeat an enemy while maintaining public support, we need a way to incapacitate hostile troops while shedding minimal blood. But why clinical depression? Why a depression bomb, to coin a phrase? Good question. I nodded at a video screen behind me. The slideshow had been hastily assembled. The word schizophrenia appeared, highlighted on either side by red lightning bolts and kaleidoscopic whirls. Schizophrenia was ruled out after student volunteers sprayed with my proprietary substance exhibited a wide range of unpredictable behaviors. This I decidedly did not want. A heavily armed yet erratic enemy force is not a desirable outcome. A bipolar weapon had similar problems, prompting study subjects in the up phase to feel they were impervious to harm. One individual, in such an agitated state, became convinced that an army of one, namely him, could defeat a battalion of some 300 to 800 enemy soldiers. A dose of clinical depression, on the other hand, instilled the volunteers a sense of hopelessness, lethargy, and abject despair. A quiz administered shortly afterwards indicated that 95% of the subjects felt that nothing in life was worth fighting for. The implications, I said, as those words appeared on the screen, are that in a wartime setting, similarly disheartened enemy troops could be taken prisoner with minimal struggle. Once behind barbed wire in outdoor camps, they could be administered a reviving dose of the generic SSRI. Back to psychiatric baseline, they could then be put to productive use in work camps until all their fellow hostiles were dosed and the conflict came to a swift end, with a clear victor yet minimal casualties on both sides. After a tense pause, during which sweat dripped from my brow in a humiliating close-up on the video screen, the entire audience rose as one and began clapping and hooting with scattered shouts of "Hear, hear!" "Should I take that as a signal you want me to move ahead?" I asked, fighting back tears. My dream of bloodless wars was about to take a giant step towards becoming a reality. Yes, immediately, if not sooner." A former NSA insider cracked wise to gales of laughter from the ebullient throng. In short order, I was issued luxury living quarters on company grounds, a crack staff, unlimited budget, and, yes, stock options, after my attorney intervened. Should the company go public, I plan to donate 50% of my personal proceeds to the National Humane Society in honor of my deceased wife, a dog lover and champion of orphaned potbelly pigs, of which we had 15 until she suffered cardiac arrest while shoveling a veritable mountain of hog mess. Filthy swine, I should have butchered them all. Sorry, but I've been prone to volcanic outbursts of late, for reasons you shall soon understand. 2 frenetic days later, I began the next research phase. This time, due to the top-secret nature of the undertaking, study subjects were the creme de la creme of national security personnel. Men and women of high accomplishment and iron will, courageous volunteers willing to suffer weapons-grade despair until the administration of an antidote in the form of a high-octane, inhalable SSRI. The first session was a failure, which shamed me to no end. I felt like a naked man being laughed at by priests. I stationed the volunteers in a safe room, equipped with overhead sprinklers that, when an assistant turned them on, emitted a fine spray of Substance X, the same mixture I'd administered to college students with heartening results. I then waited for the elite military subjects to manifest the symptoms of major depressive disorder. Unfortunately, I had underestimated their ability to resist the power of the disheartening spray. They'd become sad, but not despondent to the point of incapacitating self-hate. The executive team funding my work was not happy. I was informed that, if an effective weapon was not created by the end of the week, my stock options would be halved. Under monumental pressure to achieve better results, I labored for 96 hours straight to develop a fire extinguisher type weapon that blasted a thick fog of Substance X concentrate. My lab assistants pitched in to the point of exhaustion. Fighting back sleep, we donned airtight protective gear, entered the safe room, and sprayed a billowing cloud of Substance X until the makeshift weapon was emptied. We then exited, showered, and removed our cumbersome suits. Pulling on slacks, I hurried in my bare feet to an observation window and waited anxiously for the cloud to subside. The project's future was at stake. I knew that the demanding investors would pull the plug if significant progress had not been made. I was filled with a strange mixture of elation and sorrow when it became clear that the volunteers behind the glass were overcome with existential gloom. Elated that the experiment had worked, sorrowful that true American heroes had been reduced to such a pathetic state. They stood, catatonic, unable to make eye contact or utter a word. Then, one by one, as if Substance X was leaching into their very souls, these selfless patriots curled up on the floor, squealing like abandoned piglets marked for imminent slaughter. I alerted my corporate masters, who raced into the lab, clapping each other on the back. Some babbled on their phones. For all I knew, they were ordering fresh Lamborghinis or bigger mansions than they already possessed. At this, my spirits plunged. I now hated myself for selling a non-lethal but incapacitating weapon of war to mere profiteers. Disgusted, I wanted out. However, my corporate overseers had me by the financial balls. I'd already made a large cash donation to the non-profit I'd established in my beloved wife's memory. If I pulled out of the Depression Project now, my stock options would be taken away. I'd be penniless, and, with my reputation ruined, I'd be unemployable as anything but a greeter at Walmart. So, I answered yes when the CEO asked me to see if I could replicate the results in a variety of novel settings. After choking down a celebratory dinner, I went back to work. Day followed wretched day. Repeatedly, I was ordered to increase the dosage. As time went by, it became more and more difficult to justify the anguish I was putting my subjects through. It broke my heart to see these gallant men and women beg for sharp knives in order to cut their own throats. I refused further gourmet meals, aka bribes. I rapidly began losing weight. My face broke out from all the unrelenting stress. It was a hellish routine, saturating the safe room with new formulations of Substance X, taking notes as America's heroes fell apart, then exiting and thoroughly cleaning my protective gear. Mentally spent, I'd trudge upstairs to the executive suite and file my nightly oral report, which always seemed to meet with frowns and muttered disapproval. I began to suspect that management was taking actions behind my back. A misplaced file here, a notebook with a page missing. Who was entering the locked lab without my permission? What were they up to? The constant speculation made me wary, yet I'd lie awake at night, unable to close my eyes. My moral crisis reached a peak when a study participant, a highly disciplined martial arts wonder, was found hanging from his black belt after another round of Substance X. Fortunately, he was quickly cut down. Coughing and gagging, he survived. While many in top management high-fived this grotesque display of Substance X's supersized effectiveness, I was bothered to no end. Racked by guilt, I began staying in bed all day, unwilling to set foot in the lab. My mind became a rat's nest of racing thoughts. I developed agonizing aches and pains. And then came the final straw. The antidote stopped working. One night, despite countless doses of inhalable SSRIs, the fallen heroes remained critically morbid in mind and spirit. Management, indeed, had been laboring mightily behind my back to neutralize the effectiveness of any and all antidepressants. That's right, Prozac, Etel, no longer worked. My top-drawer study subjects had been relegated to eternal mental agony. Many were institutionalized in a private psychiatric hospital owned at arm's length by the startup. I protested to no avail. It soon became clear that the company had misused my intellectual property for its own reprehensible ends. I was of no more value to them than a flip phone. Neither was my mission for world peace. While I've been allowed to remain in my luxury apartment, I haven't the energy to rise from the floor. I live in perpetual darkness with no hope of feeling like myself again. How can I state that with such certainty? Well, you see, I found a deliberate tear in my protective suit yesterday. For my perceived disloyalty, I'd been exposed to a toxic dose of the new and improved Substance X, for which there was no cure. My mind, my body, my soul are afflicted with unceasing despair. There's a gun on the coffee table and a recorder in my hand. With any luck, I will be able to resist the oblivion long enough to finish recording this open letter, to warn you, to warn every living soul of the true horror to come. The startup was just sold to a malevolent consortium of hedge fund managers. I'm now a rich man. But the hedge fund guys and gals, well, I hear they're quietly equipping hundreds of crop dusters with Substance X weaponry. The alleged goal is to fog major cities, to conduct a war of depression and despair against the American people, to strengthen the grip they have over our lives. The possibility that someone will hear this gives me hope, a reason to keep a firm grip on the recorder, to keep talking, to never stop until a new day dawns. Talking is my Prozac, figuratively speaking. What's yours? I've been friends with Alan since elementary school. We lived down the block from each other and basically grew up as brothers, with all of the good and bad stuff that entails. We've celebrated successes, mocked each other's failures, seen all the positives and negatives of each other for over 2 decades. So when, a couple months back, Alan said that he was taking up figure sculpting, I snorted. I mean, what I wrote back was, "Cool, man, I can't wait to see it." But what I was thinking was, I can't wait to see you swearing about it. Alan loves taking up new hobbies, but I've never seen one last more than 6 months. At various times in his life, he's played soccer, baseball, football, and lacrosse. He's done swimming and track. He's played at least 4 different instruments, taken up various types of painting, carried a sketchbook, and even tried his hand at whittling. He buys the supplies, is super into it a few months, and swears he's going to make it his profession. And then as soon as it gets difficult, he drops the whole thing. And that's sort of okay, because, and I say this as the closest thing to a brother he's got, he pretty much sucks at all of them, the visual arts especially. I don't know much about sculpting, but I distinctly remember Alan's attempts at figure drawing. It was like he'd never seen a person before. I don't know what tutorials he was working off of, but he could have turned his sketches in as drawings of Slenderman. A child's drawings of Slenderman anyway, and not like a talented child. Anyway, my point is that I figured that sculpting a person would be at least as hard as drawing one, with the added difficulty of having no way to erase mistakes. So, I was excited to see what sort of monstrosity Alan will produce. I kept bugging him to send me pictures of the work in progress, but he would just put me on a lofty air and declare that he had artistic integrity to maintain. I wasn't the only one on his case. Everyone knew his tendency to pick up and drop hobbies, and we were all giving him a hard time about it. There was even a bet going on about how much of a statue he'd get done before he quit. I said he was going to get 3/4 done. No one else was willing to go that high. Then, last weekend, Alan called us all to come over. He said he was ready for the unveiling and that we should all come over for drinks to admire his sculptures. Sculptures. Plural. I was impressed and a little bit skeptical. It had only been a few months. Alan had been holding down a day job during that time, and he's never been the type to really knuckle down to get a task done. So I figured we were going to see like a couple of amorphous busts, maybe some kind of clay hand reaching up from the ground, that kind of thing. When we arrived, Alan had a curtain hanging over a section of his living room, cutting off a slice of it. There were 4 of us coming over, me, Cara, Julio, and Erica, and he insisted that the reveal would have to wait until everyone arrived. Julio was late, so while we waited for him, we cracked open drinks and made jokes about how bad the statues were going to look. Alan took it all with decently good humour. His look was slightly aggrieved and slightly smug, like he knew we'd all be eating our words in a minute. Julio arrived, and Alan dimmed the lights on our side of the living room. We all fell silent as we stared at the shadows visible on the curtain. No details were visible, but there were 4 distinct statues, and each one was life-size. "These have got to be like big rocks, right?" Julio whispered to me. "No way he had time to make 4 full statues." Before I could answer, Alan called out, "Behold!" and pulled down the curtain. Our jaws dropped. At the far side of Alan's living room stood 4 perfect replicas of us, carved out of smooth marble. The likenesses were uncanny. We each walked to the statue of ourselves and did a slow circle, examining them for flaws. Mine was perfect, right down to the slightly bent nose and hitchhiker's thumb. It was astounding. "Dude," said Julio, "this is surreal. You did this in 2 months?" "I put a lot of hours in," Alan said modestly. "What did you even work from as a model?" asked Erica, tracing a finger along the ridges of her statue's ear. "Facebook photos mainly. I used a posable figure for the overall shape, then filled in the details from your photos and general observation. I've known you guys a long time, you know." "Yeah, but this is something else," Erica sounded almost reverent. "Thank you." Alan's tone was nothing but pride. "Admit it, none of you thought I could do it." "Yeah, no way," said Julio. "But dude, these are amazing. You found your calling, man." "I want you to have them," Alan said. We all fell over ourselves protesting, exclaiming that we couldn't possibly take them. I couldn't even picture having something this incredible in my apartment. Where would I put it? Next to my Craigslist sofa? In the kitchen by the card table I ate breakfast at? It belonged in a museum. Alan was insistent though. "I made these for you, to prove that I could. I can make more. I'm already making more. These are for you, for being my friends, and for not believing in me, so that you can see them every day and remember how wrong you were." We still tried to refuse, but when Alan brought out a dolly and started loading the statues into his van, we realized this fight was lost and pitched in to help. I snagged everyone's door keys, and Alan and I went on a quick delivery run to drop off the statues. "Alan," I told him, earnestly, once we were alone in the van, "you can't give these to us. These are museum-worthy. They're archaeologists learning about our culture worthy. You've got to sell them." "Sell my friends?" Alan laughed. "Not a chance. They're going home with all of you. I'm absolutely dead set on this." It took us about an hour to hit everyone's house, wheel the statues inside, and find a decent place to display them. By the time we got back to Alan's house, the others had gone to fetch a nice bottle of whiskey and set up some sort of charcuterie board. "I leave for an hour and you all turn fancy on me," Alan laughed. "Hey, you started it, artist in residence," said Kara. "We didn't know we were coming to a legitimate art opening at first. We're just trying to catch up." "So, what else have you done? Can we see?" said Erica. Alan waved her away. Not yet. Nothing else is anywhere close to finished. I wanted all of you to be first. Once you're on my side, then I'll go take the world by storm." "We are definitely on your side, man," said Julio. We all fervently agreed. Much later, the bottle of whiskey was empty, the food was gone, and I was back at my apartment, fumbling open the door. The first thing I saw when I stepped inside was that statue in the corner, dominating the room. It practically glowed in the moonlight and nearly took my breath away. I couldn't believe Alan had made this. Even in my inebriated state, it was awe-inspiring. I was in danger of falling asleep on my feet though, so I made my way to the bedroom, stripped down and collapsed into bed. I slept dreamlessly until my bladder woke me up and I stumbled out of bed to go to the bathroom. When I opened my bedroom door though, the statue was standing there, right up against the door, for all the world like it had been listening to hear if I was awake. I leapt back, shouting, and its blank gaze bored into mine. I slammed the door on it and grabbed for my phone. No one else was answering. Erica, Kara, Julio. I'm getting voicemails for all of them. I just tried Alan, and he did pick up, but what he said did anything but put my mind at ease. "Just go back to bed," he said, before I even said anything. "It doesn't hurt, or if it did, it wasn't for long. I don't remember it hurting." "Alan? What? Was all I could manage. "I hoped you'd all sleep through it," he said. "The others did, I think. Please, just go back to sleep. It'll all be clear in the morning." That was about the time I heard the doorknob rattle, and I dropped the phone to shove the bed up against the door. When I picked it back up, Alan had hung up. Something keeps testing the door, rattling the knob and putting more and more weight against it, trying to nudge the bed aside. I've moved all of the furniture in the bedroom into a blockade, but even so, I can see it starting to shift. There are no windows in here. I've got no other exit. I really am very tired. Maybe I will just go back to sleep. It'll all be clear in the morning. Grandad was the one who told us. He'd been out with Sally for one of their walks through the New Forest. Supposed to be gone until late afternoon, but he came back early. Sally didn't. I was in the lounge when I heard hammering on the front door. Loud. Panicked. It was lunchtime and I was sat in front of the TV watching Netflix. I paused the show and went over to it. It took me a moment to recognize Grandad. Normally, he's this calm, gentle giant. He combs what's left of his grey hair neatly to one side, wears a suit even around the house, tie and everything. But today, he looked different. His blazer was draped over one arm and his shirt was unbuttoned at the top. His tie was skewed. Sweat patches formed dark circles around his armpits. It was his eyes I noticed first though. They were wide with an expression I'd never seen before on my granddad's face. Fear. Fear and panic. "Where's your mum and dad? Quick, Jack." The smell of cherry bubblegum wafted from Grandad's mouth as he spoke. He was chewing a piece, almost frantically, his mouth working a mile a minute. My granddad always chews that stuff. He has, as long as I've known him. And he always gave me and my sister pieces as a treat when Mum wasn't looking. The smell usually has positive connotations for me. Now though, like my granddad's rumpled suit and panicked eyes, it just felt wrong. All of it did. "What's the matter, Grandad? Where's Sally?" "She's gone, Jack. Jesus Christ, she's..." Grandad paused and pulled in a shaky breath. Then he started sobbing. Never before in my life had I seen my granddad cry. I didn't know what to do. The sight felt totally unnatural to me. The thing is, Granddad's always been the fun one. The one we'd joke around and play games with, learning magic tricks, taking each other on in board games, playing dress-up when we were little. Grandad is the kind of person who would tip us a wink even after we'd been told off by Mom or Dad, just to let us know he was still on our side. He's only lived with us for the past year, but he's been there my whole life. After Mom, Dad, and Sally, he's the person I love most in the world. Seeing him like this, his eyes red with tears and his grey hair dishevelled, I felt dread in my stomach. It was worse than anything I'd ever felt before. "What happened, Grandad?" I said. "What is it?" "I swear I only left her for 2 minutes. Grandad's eyes were large and desperate. "I just went into the bushes for a pee and told her I'd be right back, but then she wasn't there. I looked all around and shouted and called her name. She's disappeared. It's like she's vanished off the face of the friggin' earth." I only thought of Sally's diary this morning. 3 days had passed. Sally still hadn't shown up, and things were getting desperate. The police and our entire village were in full search mode. Investigators had interviewed each of us separately, and were now, quote, following up several lines of inquiry. No one told me anything, of course, but I learned a lot from listening at closed doors. Apparently, a group of travellers had been staying in an area not far from the spot my granddad and Sally were walking, camping out illegally. I heard Dad tell my mum that the police were talking to each of them separately, seeing if they knew anything. And while that was going on, we had volunteers combing the area where Sally had gone missing. It was a big area, I overheard one of them say. Not many roads, plenty of room for a little girl to get lost. Sally's bedroom is separate to mine, and the police searched it the day she went missing, took away her phone and a bunch of other stuff in clear plastic bags, just like they do on TV. But there was one hiding place I didn't think they'd know about. As I crept into Sally's room this morning, I kicked myself for not thinking of the diary sooner. The last few days had been such a nightmare, it hadn't even crossed my mind. A blur of tears, questions, and hours of fruitless searching among the bracken. I'd felt useless mainly, a spare part. Big brothers, especially ones who are quite a bit older, like me, are meant to protect. They're meant to watch out for their little sisters. What good was I if I couldn't even keep Sally safe? Then, I remembered the diary. I'd stumbled across it months ago, completely by accident. Or rather, I'd stumbled across Sally hiding it. I'd gone into her room one morning to find her cupboard door open. Sally was hunched over in the corner, half visible among the clothes. It was only as I walked closer that I saw what she was doing, stashing a pink book beneath a loose floorboard. I'd crept quietly out without saying anything. I didn't want to startle her, and I guessed straight away what the book was. As a 15-year-old, I had no interest in reading my 8-year-old sister's diary, so I thought the best bet was just to stay quiet. Let her keep the secret to herself. Now, walking across Sally's room towards her cupboard, I had a weird mixture of fear and hope in my stomach. It was a long shot, I knew that. But maybe there was at least a chance I'd find something. Maybe I could help. I creaked the door open. Sally's cupboard was dark and messy. My shoes crunched across sweet wrappers on the floor. I pushed piles of clothes to one side. It didn't take me long to find it. The floorboard in the far left corner had a hole in it clogged with paper. I pulled it out and worked my finger in. Then I lifted up the board. The pink book was the only thing in the space beneath. Crouching down in the darkness, I opened it up, used the light of my phone as a torch. The latest entry was dated 3 days ago, the day Sally went missing. As I read the first line, I felt fear growing in my stomach like weeds. Dear Diary, the alien came to visit me again last night. I never told you about the alien before, even though I wanted to, because it made me promise. But now I think I have to tell. The alien is tall, and it's got an ugly grey head and narrow black eyes. It visits me at least once a month. I wake up in the dark, and it's in the corner of my room by the cupboard, watching me. It hardly ever speaks. But the one time it did, it told me I'd been chosen for an experiment. A special and secret experiment that I could never tell anyone about. Then I followed it through the cupboard door, and there was all this white light on the other side, so bright I couldn't see. And the next thing I knew, I was back in bed again, and the alien was gone. I couldn't remember anything. I'm scared to tell, but lately I keep forgetting stuff during the day, and my head feels funny. So now I think I have to. I don't think I can tell Mom and Dad about it though. They'll be cross with me for keeping the alien a secret so long. Signed, Sally. I reread that page several times in the cupboard. The fear in my stomach had blossomed into a full-grown sense of dread. I kept thinking about how Sally had just disappeared. There 1 minute, gone the next. Like a hole had opened up in the sky and swallowed her. After a few more minutes, I got up to leave the cupboard. I kept the book in my hand. There were other entries that I needed to read, and even then I knew I'd have to show it to someone. My parents, or Granddad maybe, or the police. As I went to leave the cupboard, my foot crunched down on another sweet wrapper. I paused. There was something in the back of my mind nagging me. A sense I'd missed something obvious. I looked down at my feet, and as I did, the whole nightmare puzzle suddenly began slotting into place. Images flew through my mind like a film reel unraveling. An image of the day I'd found out Sally was missing. An image of us playing dress-up when we were younger. An image of a tall, shadowy creature standing in the corner of my sister's room. A creature that told her not to tell anyone about it, and that took her into the cupboard to do experiments on her. Experiments she couldn't remember. Mostly, though, I thought about the wrapper beneath my feet. The wrapper in my sister's cupboard. One of many. That wasn't a sweet wrapper after all. It was a bubblegum wrapper. Cherry flavored. The puzzle finished forming in my mind. I felt sick. There was no alien. There never had been an alien. It was Granddad. One summer when I was a kid, I had a genius for a friend. Perhaps friend is a strong word. Dimitri was simply the boy my age who lived in the house behind mine. But a genius he absolutely was. Dimitri loved strategy games. First we played chess, and when he grew bored of beating me in that, we played the Pokemon card game, then Magic the Gathering, then Warhammer 40k, using the meager armies we could afford, of course. I never won any of these games, save for one time that Dimitri didn't realize I had to discard only one fire energy from Ninetales to attack, not two like Charizard. Dimitri was a master of both science and the humanities, even at his absurdly young age. His room was filled with books about relativity and military history. He claimed his dad was a scientist who worked for the government in Virginia, but I never met him. He lived with his mom, but I didn't see her around much either. She was usually sick with some malady or another and confined to her room. Adults were rare at Dimitri's place, so we were mostly left to play our games in the basement. When we grew sick of games, we'd venture outside to the park in our neighborhood. The park was nothing to write home about, just some rusted swings and a blue slide that always had a thin layer of water at the bottom, even if it hadn't rained in weeks. That was fine though, as we had little use for the playground equipment. We fancied ourselves adventurous and took to exploring the wood surrounding the park. Our neighborhood was always adding houses that cut into our precious wood space, but we still never seemed to run out of them. We took to mapping the woods and liked seeing how far we dared to venture each time. Dimitri handled the handwritten map, as we used his superior math and geography skills to document as much as we could. One time we found a deer carcass with a dart in its skull and spent half the summer trying to solve the case of the rogue hunter. We never did. Another time we found another pile of bones that seemed suspiciously canine in nature. We never solved that case either. At the edge of the park was a huge, overturned log with one branch awkwardly sticking out at the side. Whenever one of us went into the woods without the other, I instituted the rule that we'd roll the log over so the little branch stuck up like a mailbox flag. I made sure we did the same when we went into the woods together, even though no one else knew what the overturned log meant. Then, one summer, Dimitri's family suddenly moved away. We didn't share any common friends, and I was a bit of a loner anyway, so I never really heard what he was up to. Sometimes I would ask other kids in the neighborhood about him, but they never remembered the dark-haired kid with thin glasses. Occasionally, I would recall our adventures in the woods, or the times I got destroyed in magic, and would Google Dimitri to see what he was up to. I never found a trace of him on the internet. More than a decade after Dimitri and I had spent a summer together, he was a ghost. Then one day, he knocked on my front door. It was a couple of years after I'd graduated college, and I was still living with my parents in the old neighborhood as the job market was rough and I needed to save money on rent. One Saturday, my mom and dad were out of the house running errands, and I was at the kitchen table in front of my laptop applying for jobs, but in reality doing anything but that, when I heard a knock on our front door. Not a doorbell ring, a knock. When I opened the door, I laughed because I recognized him immediately. He was an adult now, of course, but he looked exactly the same. The same dark hair and even darker eyes. He had even somehow maintained the darkened outline of a peach fuzz mustache that he insisted on never shaving when we were kids. "You probably don't remember me, but Dimitri!" I cried and swept him into a big hug. I was always a hugger. Dimitri was not. We chatted briefly on my front porch before I realized I should invite him in. At my family's kitchen table, I asked what he had been up to, and he gave some fairly expected answers. He'd gone to an Ivy League school and graduated top of his class. He had somehow double majored in engineering and economics. He got a job right out of school building analytical models for some kind of stock trader in New York. Naturally, I felt pretty bad that I was talking with such a peer from my parents' kitchen table, but this was par for the course of our relationship. We were always the brilliant Dimitri and his dumbass little friend, and I honestly made peace with that. "What are you doing in town?" I finally got around to asking. My mom is sick," he said. This was not a big surprise, as she always was. Still, this must have been a different kind of sick if he had come home from New York. "I'm sorry, man. Is there anything I can do?" "No, it's fine. My uncle has been able to help a bit. Just thought I'd pitch in," he said. "In fact, that's not the only reason I came home." "What else is there?" I asked. "I've been working on a big project, and I was hoping you could help me out with it." I was stunned. What kind of project would Dimitri need my help with? He must have sensed my confusion and panic because he added an addendum. "The project is mostly finished. I'm just going to test it tomorrow, and I'd like someone there. You know, like a friend," he said, looking up from the table to glance at my response. I was touched. Dimitri and I were technically friends, but I couldn't ever recall him actually acknowledging that. Whatever this project was, I was going to help him with it. "Absolutely," I said. "What's the project?" "I have to get back to my mom now, but I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Can you meet me at the park?" "The park?" I asked. "Yes, our park, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time," he said. I told him I would. We said our brief goodbyes, and I expected him to head back home through my backyard like the good old days. But of course, he didn't live here anymore. Only I did. The next day, I walked to the park. It was less than a mile from both our houses, a straight shot right down Firelands Avenue, and all the bland suburban homes that populated it. As I approached the edge of the park, I saw a big red pickup truck with the back covered parked on the street. Much to my surprise, Dimitri climbed out of it. "New truck?" I asked. "I got it for a specific purpose," he said. "Had to haul something over." So we were getting right down to it then. I didn't have time to respond before Dimitri continued right on. "I've created a time machine," he said. I should have been shocked. Time travel is obviously impossible. No such thing exists. But the truth is, part of me has always expected Dimitri to tell me something exactly like, "I've built a time machine," since the moment I first met him. "Okay," I said. "Good, you believe me," Dimitri said. "Let me show you the machine." He opened the back of his truck and pulled out what appeared to be a long metal tube, like a tetherball pole. Once he extracted the entirety of it from the truck, he set it on the ground facing upward. I could see that it had 4 short, curved pikes at the base, so the pole could be positioned upright. I thought this might be just one component of the machine, and he would assemble the rest, but he made no further movement to get anything else out of the truck. "This is it?" I said. "This is it. How does it work?" Dimitri smiled. A rarity for him. "It's complicated, obviously, but I'll explain it as best as I can. Let me try to tell you everything, and if you have any questions at the end, just tell me." Dimitri didn't really bother to explain the nuts and bolts of what the machine did to send people back in time, only that it could. Something about polarity in the Earth's cores, combined with a unique hormone he discovered. The spikes in the device were designed to be wedged into the Earth so that it didn't move as the user moved backwards through time. Time and space are inseparable, he said, and it was paramount to remain in the same space as one moved through time. The device would remain stationary while the time travelers grabbed onto the pole portion. It was then possible to travel back in time, but not forward. Interesting, I said. How far back can the time machine go? In theory, as far back as time itself goes, Dimitri said, but that would be unwise to experiment with. So it's not like a kill Hitler machine, I asked. I suppose you could go back in time and kill Hitler, he said, but that would be incredibly difficult for us to achieve. For starters, there is the spatial aspect. We could probably go back to, say, 1889, but we would still be in the woods in Ohio. Then we'd have to secure passage to Germany, and we'd inevitably begin to run into some paradoxes. Paradoxes? Yes, as far as we know, we've never existed in 1890. If my theories are correct, and they most certainly are, time abhors a paradox, just as nature abhors a vacuum. That's why I plan to time travel back to both a location and a time I'm exceedingly familiar with. Something was beginning to click in my head. I didn't know much about time travel, but I did know quite a bit about my shared history with Dimitri. You want to go back to that summer? I said. Yes, I do, Dimitri replied. I've been thinking about the past and trying to isolate the location that I spent the most time in, the location that would best minimize my risk. Aside from my childhood home, which I no longer have access to, I spent the most time in my life in these woods. That's why I want to travel back to that summer and then walk around these woods. That should help limit temporal displacement. Temporal displacement? Like a time sickness. To avoid it, it's best to go back to a time you're familiar with and to recreate the conditions of the time as best you can. I will take us back to this exact time on Saturday, July 20th, 2007. The Earth should be in roughly the same position then as it is now. That should take a lot of the pressure of the machine's supporting rods. My enthusiasm for time travel was beginning to wane a bit. Dimitri's genius always had my implicit trust, and if that genius said a trip back to the summer of '07 to visit the woods was safe, then it was safe. But I was also beginning to see my role in all of this. In order for Dimitri's trip to work, he needed every item and circumstance to be the way it was when he was a kid. He needed me. But did he need me as a fellow time explorer? Or a prop? In an uncharacteristic move for him, Dimitri seemed to pick up on my discomfort. And I'd like you to come back with me too, of course. Sometimes you pick up on the obvious stuff that I miss. So let me know if you think there are any paradoxes or simple time travel rules I've missed. I knew by obvious stuff, Dimitri meant stupid stuff. But I was heartened by it all the same. I remembered the Ninetales Charizard debacle fondly. I did have a tendency to pick up on the obvious stuff that he took for granted. I thought for a moment. The concept seemed to pass the idiot test. What if we see ourselves? I asked. We won't, Dimitri said. I know the day in question we're going to. We're at your house and I'm at soccer practice. But what if we do? Then we do. It's not that big of a deal. If we saw ourselves in the past, then we did already, and clearly it didn't mess us up or anything. Do you recall meeting an adult who looks just like you? I don't think so. It's like Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban rules then. Sure, it's like Harry Potter rules. There will ultimately be no damage to the time stream, but I can't guarantee that seeing your younger self won't hurt somewhat. Again, your brain doesn't necessarily want to be in a different, older time. You might get a hell of a headache or something. I considered the risks for a moment, then said, "Let's do it." Dimitri had me leave my keys, wallet, and phone in the truck. He also procured a new set of shoes for me to put on, an extremely old pair of New Balances in my size. We then picked up the long machine and held either side of it. We made our way through the park, more rusted up than ever, and arrived at the edge of the woods. "Wait a minute," I said, as Dimitri prepared to enter the woods. I walked over to the familiar, fallen log on the ground and flipped it on its side, so the small branch pointed upwards. "Now we can go." We made our way through the familiar portions of the woods. Before long, we reached the portion where suburban sprawl had claimed most of the trees. A portion of the woods stopped short and were replaced by an open field of tall wheatgrass. Developers had cut down the trees to make a clearing, but had never gotten around to building houses. "This will work," Dimitri said. We cleared out some of the wheatgrass and placed the pole's spike into the earth, pounding it with our feet until the pole stood rigid and immovable. "Okay, we have 2 minutes until takeoff, as it were. Remember, even though we're going back to somewhere our brains are familiar with, we still might feel the time sickness. Don't worry about that. We'll head back to this clearing, and then we'll walk around the woods a bit, maybe even head to the playground to observe whoever is there. Understood?" "Yes," I said. "Good. The path we'll take has already been well trodden by us. The machine will be waiting for us when we get back to the clearing. This whole thing will take 20 minutes, and when it's done, we will be the first 2 human beings to ever travel through time. Damn, it's about time. Grab the pole." I grabbed the pole, and Dimitri did the same. Dimitri flipped open a panel on the machine that I had not seen before. He pushed the button, and suddenly wind was rushing at my face. Traveling through time wasn't inherently unpleasant, but it was weird. It felt as though a cold hairdryer was blowing directly into my eyes. As I squinted, I could make out flashes of colour, but little else. My hand held firm on the machine, and it felt sturdy, as did the ground beneath my feet. It suddenly occurred to me that I never asked Dimitri how long this process would take, but before I could ask, the rushing stopped, and I was directly in front of a tree. The clearing was no longer a clearing. That portion of the woods hadn't been demolished yet. It was darker now in the shade of the trees, but I felt the midsummer humidity on my skin all the same. "We did it," I said, unsure if it was a question or a statement. "We did it," Dimitri said. My stomach immediately lurched with unease and excitement. I was somewhere the universe didn't want me. I was a time astronaut. "Well, let's look around a bit. I remember most of the details of our map. The deer skull should be a few hundred yards that way," he said. He wouldn't even stop to let me catch my bearings. Dimitri was steadfast in making the physical journey through the woods. I knew how he thought. It was not enough for him to travel to the past. He needed to do his own moonwalk. We made our way through the woods, and I felt pang after pang of nostalgia. These were the woods. These were our woods. I hadn't been in them in years, but our makeshift map still lived on in my mind. It was beautiful. We saw notable landmarks like the blue bungee cord we once tied around a tree to see if it made it easier to climb. It did not. We saw the deer skull, and I've never been so thrilled to see the remains of a dead animal. As we saw each relic of the past, my heart beat even harder with the enormity of what we had done. Dimitri seemed to be enjoying himself even, usually all purpose and strategy. I could see something suspiciously like happiness in his eyes. He proposed that he head towards the edge of the woods so we could see if anyone was at the park. Before long, we had arrived to the entrance of the woods, and I noticed the first sign that something was wrong. "I thought you said I was at home watching TV and you were at soccer," I said. "You are, or were, rather, and I was," Dimitri replied. "Then why is the flag up?" Dimitri looked down to see where I was pointing. The messenger log was on its side. Flag pointed straight up to the heavens. "Huh. One of us might not have put it back down in 07, Dimitri said. "I always turn the log over when I was out of the woods," I said. "Well, I forget sometimes. I'm kind of forgetful," Dimitri said. Dimitri was not forgetful. "Are you sure you had the date right?" "I'm positive," Dimitri said, sounding a little annoyed. "Let's continue. We might get sick if we stay in one place for too long." I already was starting to feel a little sick, truth be told. The air was much hotter than I anticipated. This was many years in the past, before the ozone had been further degraded. Had it always been this hot back in the day? I felt feverish, the sweat uncommonly cool on my forehead. From our spot at the edge of the woods, I could see the swings and the slide that made up the playground in the distance. It was usually emptied when we arrived, and I expected it to be this time. But wait a minute. "Is someone on the swings?" I said. There was the form of a child sitting on a swing, his back to us. Suddenly, the air felt even hotter and even stickier. Sweat was dripping onto my eyes now. Hastily, I wiped it away. "Looks like it," Dimitri said. "Who do you think it is?" I stepped out of the woods and closer to the park, leaving Dimitri behind. Something looked so familiar, yet distorted. The swing was swaying slightly back and forth, and the figure that sat upon it wore a hoodie with the hood drawn out. It was dark navy blue. "Dimitri, that's my hoodie. That's me." "Are you sure?" he said. But I could barely hear him, as I had already walked even further out into the woods towards the little swing set. I usually left that hoodie in Dimitri's basement, which tended to get cold during our game nights. Why was I out here, alone, on such a warm day? I drew closer to the boy in the swing, his back still to me. He didn't appear to even realize that someone had emerged from the woods and was now treading upon the soggy wood chips of the park. I'd never considered what kind of message I'd want to deliver to my younger self if I had the chance. Maybe I would tell him to play soccer like Dimitri, or be sure to stay in touch once Dimitri left town, or to choose a college major that wouldn't force me to move back in with my parents. I had to tell him something, and I had to tell him now. I was being drawn to him through no effort of my own, like a time moth to a time flame. I was right behind me now, and yet still, the boy in front of me made no acknowledgement of my presence. Perhaps I, had headphones on. I maneuvered to the front of the swing. The boy didn't look up. I kneeled down so I could see into my own eyes and thought of what message I'd deliver. As I did, the boy pulled his hood back, and I saw dark hair and dark eyes. It was Dimitri. Pain exploded in my temple. It felt like an anchor was pulling my frontal lobe apart from the rest. Instinctively, my hands flew up to my face, and I felt myself collapse into the wood chips. I could feel a fever spread throughout my body. I didn't want to open my eyes to see the little preteen paradox before me, and even if I wanted to, I couldn't. The weak sunlight trickling through the canopy was suddenly blinding to me. I felt the UV rays pulsing even behind my closed lids. "You were right. He reacted just like you did the first time," young Dimitri said. I could hear the sounds of someone else stomping upon the park grounds. "Told you," old Dimitri said, as I faintly sensed him stepping over my body on the forest ground, closer to his younger doppelganger. "What time do you have?" old Dimitri asked. "It's 2:22 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time," young Dimitri said. "Good. He'll be here in what, 5 minutes?" "Correct. Good." Their words sounded like they were coming from a dream to me. I could barely make sense of them. I could barely make sense of anything over the pain and disorientation. I held my hands to my face, desperately trying to make my eyes close farther, make them close harder. "You've got the right idea. Don't open your eyes for a bit," old Dimitri said, then added to his younger self, "Help me move him." I felt 2 pairs of hands grab my legs, and then my body was slowly dragged across dirt, twigs, and leaves. I could feel myself being dragged across the grass and eventually into the woods. They propped me up against the tree. I felt feverish. Snot dripped down from my nose, but I couldn't muster the strength to wipe it away. I thought for a moment that Dimitri would pull a bungee cord off a tree to restrain me, but he didn't have to. I was too sick to move. "So what the hell was that upturned log about, Dimitri?" I heard the older Dimitri ask the younger. "You know he wouldn't have come into the woods if the stupid flag wasn't up," the younger Dimitri responded. "He's still on pace to get here at 2:30, right?" "Yes, I'll get back to the playground." I heard the little Dimitri stomp loudly through the woods. Through my limited vision, I saw the larger Dimitri shape advance towards me. I tried to get up, but I was so weak. "Hey man, I owe you an explanation," Dimitri said. "Well, I guess I don't really owe you one, but I'll give you one anyway." What's happening?" I mumbled. "So, for starters, you're time sick. I figured that would happen. Happened to me on the first few trips back. Familiarity is good when you're time traveling, but if you get a nasty shock like that, like seeing the younger version of someone you knew, your brain will... Pew, he said, his hands mimicking a mushroom cloud around his skull. First few trips back?" Dimitri sighed, then began. "On May 5th, 2007, a man suddenly appeared while I was in the woods alone. At first I was frightened, but then I realized he looked just like me. He was me. After he had gotten over his time sickness, he stood up and told me that in 2 weeks' time, I would build the world's first time machine. He gave me the schematics from memory and told me what materials to get. In exactly 2 weeks, I had built that time machine, the exact time machine that we took back today. The man told me that I should begin studying the various paradoxes associated with time travel before I started. Thing is, time travel isn't that hard to pull off. I mean, I did it when I was 12. The real challenge of all of this is testing the limits of it, figuring out what the time stream will let you do. He said I'd be ready to begin traveling in 2009, and so I was." Dimitri was smiling again. I'd now seen him smile more times on this trip alone than I did in all the summer days past. I was now starting to realize why he didn't smile more. He looked demented and ravenous. "I killed my first deer in the fall of 2011. I shot an arrow into its skull and then brought the carcass back to 2007. The first step of my paradox studies were to see if anything would change. More importantly, I wanted to see if time would let me. If it would let the same organic being exist twice, simultaneously in two different states of living. It did. That wasn't a good argument for the soul, I guess. The next year, I brought some neighborhood dog back to 2007 and shot it there. The original 2007 dog continued on with its life, undisturbed, until it met me in 2012, of course. I've been running paradox experiments like that for quite a while now, and all the other Dimitris in my timeline have been helping. They don't seem to have a hard time with it. I now felt mercifully close to being able to stand up. Still, I felt helpless in Dimitri's thrall. I didn't care about his paradoxes. "I want to go home," I said. "I'm sorry. Obviously that's not going to happen," he said. He then reached out and pressed both of my shoulders gently, but firmly enough to push my weak frame back down onto the rough bark. Young Dimitri told young you to meet him here in the woods at 2:30 p.m. You were always a punctual kid, so you should be here in 2 minutes. Then young Dimitri will guide you into the woods and will kill you. The fog in my brain lifted, and I felt my bone marrow turn to ice. Dimitri's dark eyes were flashing now. His arms still pinned me down. I shivered. He continued to talk, but I could barely understand what he was saying. "You're the final paradox. What happens to you when we kill you? Will you disappear? Will you carry on? It requires experimentation." Dimitri removed one hand from my shoulder to cover my eyes. "This is going to happen fast. Close your eyes again. You'll feel better." I was freezing in the woods now. Or maybe I was just freezing. I could barely sense the hand over my face, or my own sense of fear over my teeth chattering. "Relax. Shh, relax," Dimitri said. "I just need to take a look at you. I need to see what it looks like when—" "Wait," I cried, mustering up the last of my strength. "How did you do it?" "How did I do what?" Dimitri muttered, his hands still over my eyes. "How did you kill me back in 2007? I mean, how is Dimitri going to do it now? How am I going to die?" Suddenly, I could see again, and was vaguely aware that there was no more pressure on my shoulders. Once my eyes had adjusted to the light, I saw Dimitri sitting back on his feet, a blank expression on his face. I didn't," he said. "I haven't killed you yet. The plan was always to wait for the future, then take you back, and my younger self would kill you. But I don't remember my younger self. I mean, me when I was... I don't remember." "Oh God," Dimitri's head exploded. The sound was quick and dull, like a baseball bat cracking open a watermelon. All I saw was red. Then I felt disgustingly warm viscera covering my face like a soggy mask. I opened my mouth to scream, expecting to taste blood, but instead tasted nothing. I was at my kitchen table again. The neurons in my brain were telling me that someone had just knocked on the door. Not rang the doorbell, but knocked. I got up from the table, moved to the foyer, and opened the door. No one was there. The horror I experienced in that room transcended time, space, and reason. I will never forget those words. Zach Handley reached out to me 2 months ago from a throwaway email address claiming to be the sole victim of Dr. Faust's horrific study of 2014. This is an experiment you have never heard of, and probably never would have if it wasn't for Zach's bravery and willingness to seek me out. It was around 9 a.m. when I arrived at the doorstep of Zach's small town home. I immediately noticed the camera mounted to an awning and several security signs staked along the walkway. I knocked and waited for a few moments as the dull humming of a security camera adjusted. The sound of several locks unbolting soon followed. The door creaked open a few inches, and I recited the password that Zach and I had discussed over email. After a moment of hesitation, Zach invited me into the darkness of his small home. I observed my surroundings and quickly learned that he was a recluse. The small living space was cluttered with empty takeout containers, beer cans, and miscellaneous possessions. The air was pungent with the smell of stale garbage and burnt weed. Despite having a bedroom, Zach's bed had been moved to the center of the living room. Even stranger, all of the internal doors had been taken off of their hinges. As I sat on the couch, Zach plopped down on the edge of his mattress. He was thin, very thin. His pale skin seemed to glow in the darkness of his living space, contrasted only by shadows and the dark circles that painted his green eyes. Zach's face was unshaven, and his shaggy hair hung well past his shoulders. I cleared the paper bags from my cushion and placed my recorder on the coffee table before speaking. As you already know, my name is John. I don't want you to feel intimidated by the recorder. I simply use it as a tool for compiling my personal notes. We can edit out anything you do not like when we're finished. Zach looked down to grab a glass pipe from the table and began to pack it with cannabis. It's all good, man. I trust you. I've read your other cases and stuff. I know you help people, like me. I attempted to smile with sympathy. I like to think I can provide victims with a sense of closure and help those who have unexpectedly dealt with traumatic and unexplainable experiences. I clicked on the recorder as Zach placed the pipe to his lips and ignited his lighter. We can begin whenever you're ready. Zach exhaled the smoke and extended his arm to offer. I declined. Where should I, start? He asked. The air conditioning kicked on, and I noticed Zach flinch before I responded. We can start wherever you like. Why don't you tell me what led you to being involved with Dr. Faust's study? Zach took another hit. Well, I went to university from 2010 to 2014. I was doing alright in my classes, except for abnormal psych. I thought it would be an easy A, but the professor was tough, and she docked my grade every time I missed class. What was the professor's name? I asked. Kimball or Campbell, something like that. I jotted down Kimball/Campbell in my notebook. Do you think she had anything to do with what happened to you? Zach shook his head. No, not at all. I leaned in. How did you become associated with Dr. Faust? Zach's leg began to move up and down with anxiety as he spoke. Like I said, I wasn't doing well in class. The School of Psychology offered extra credit for any student willing to do studies grad students put together. All you had to do was check the bulletin board and show up. Dude, I did as many as I could. I scribbled in my notepad as I responded. What kind of studies were they? Zach took another hit from his pipe. They were pretty goddamn unoriginal, to be honest. Usually some sort of rendition of Pavlov, Schrödinger, or Milgram. Some were pretty cool though, especially the ones where you got drunk and they asked you questions to see how long it would take for you to mess up. I couldn't help but laugh. So Zach, you did all of these studies, but you were still failing the class? He nodded. Like I said, Kimball or Campbell or whatever was strict. I still needed about 50 overall points to be okay, and most studies offered between 5 and 10. I was running out of time. Zach sighed and looked down. It was Friday after class when I found a letter at my doorstep. It had the university logo on it and everything. Looked super legit. It was the letter from Dr. Faust. I leaned in with interest. What did it say? Zach's leg fidgeted furiously. Something along the lines of, "The psychology department is very pleased with your frequent participation. Dr. Faust cordially invites you to an exclusive study that will guarantee a full letter grade increase for this semester." Zach's eyes began to twitch. It went on to tell me that my involvement must be confidential, as the study was per invite only. I didn't even question it. "Where did the letter tell you to go?" I asked. Zach stared into my eyes. "The basement level of DeMarco Hall, room B7. I'll never forget that room, John, and that's why the police haven't taken me seriously. There is no basement at DeMarco Hall, and no room B7, but I swear to God, there was on that day." Zach turned and wiped the tears that were beginning to well in his eyes. "I remember hitting the button on the old elevator and everything. Lower level, room B7 was at the end of the hall." I quickly scribbled in my notepad and looked back up at him and asked, "What did the room look like?" Zach looked around nervously and lowered his voice as if he was in fear of being overheard. "It looked normal, just like any other basement classroom. White brick walls and tile floors. I was the only person there. The room was empty except for a chair, small table, and an old computer in the middle of the room. The table had a note in it that said, 'Zach, please click the mouse to begin the study.'" "Were you concerned at this point?" I asked. Zach was looking back at the floor. "Not at all. Not until the test began. I clicked the mouse and the computer lit up. The screen said, 'Find the mistakes in these photos as quickly as you can.' I'd done this kind of test before. Kind of like that photo hunt game. The first photo showed the night sky, but there were 2 moons. I clicked on one of the moons, and it showed the next picture. This one was of a bowl of fruit, but the pear was red instead of green. I clicked to the pear and then it went to the next picture." His eyes welled up again, and he choked on his words. "What was the next picture, Zach?" I asked. "It's okay." "No, it wasn't okay. The next photo was of my family on vacation at Disney World, outside of the Magic Kingdom. Me, my mom and dad, and my little brother, Thomas." Tears were streaming down his face. "You know what was wrong with the photo, John?" I shook my head. "Thomas, my little brother, he wasn't on that trip. That was the vacation we took 2 years after he died, back when we tried to remain a normal family. But there he was in the photo, standing right next to me, with the biggest smile you've ever seen." My stomach felt uneasy as Zach continued. "I got up and backed away from the computer. My mind was racing. I felt sick, confused, and I was furious. I went to the door and it wouldn't budge. I yelled and kicked it as hard as I could. Nothing. I tried my cell phone, but it was useless. No signal at all in the place. Not only that, but my phone wouldn't even respond. It was completely frozen. I went back to the computer to see if it had any internet access. The photo was still up with Thomas, staring at me with that huge smile. I couldn't get it off that screen. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I had to continue. I moved the mouse to click on Thomas and nearly puked. His skin had begun to turn grey in the photo and his eyes black, as if he was rotting. The smile on his face grew larger. I clicked on him, and it went on to the next picture. Zach buried his face in his hands as he continued. The next showed a photo of my father's funeral. He took his own life a few years after losing Thomas. I felt my own eyes tearing up. "I'm so sorry, Zach." He ignored my sympathy and continued. "Everyone was standing in black as I lowered his casket into the ground. It looked like the photo had been taken from the nearby woods and zoomed in. I lost it at this point. I picked up the computer and smashed it on the ground. I've never been so mad in my entire life. I turned around to go back to the door." Zach paused. "This is where no one believes me. The door wasn't there. It was just more white brick wall. I was trapped." My head started to spin. My heart was beating out of my chest. I turned back around, and there was the computer, back on the table in one piece, with the funeral image back on the screen. At this point, my brain tried to comprehend the situation. I thought that I was having a super realistic dream or something. I started slapping my face to try and wake up, but I never did. I was losing it. I sat against the wall of the classroom for probably 2 or 3 hours, trying to get a grip on reality. Eventually, I submitted to the voice in the back of my head. I had to finish the test. Zach sighed and continued. I went back to the photo to see what was wrong, so I could click it and continue. I looked at all of the people, dressed in black and standing around the grave. I saw so many familiar faces, family and friends. After a few moments, I saw it. I was ashamed I hadn't noticed it. It was my own face. My face in the photo. I was laughing hysterically, looking at the casket. I felt like I was going to puke again. I can swear to you that nobody laughed that day. I put the mouse over my face to click, and just before I did, it moved and stared directly at me through the screen. Tears were streaming down his cheek again. The moment I clicked, all of the lights went out in the room. I heard the floor creak and felt something behind me. I was too scared to move. It was like I was paralyzed. I just wanted it to be over. For a second, I felt cold air breathing down my neck. Zach excused himself to wipe his eyes and nose. "What happened then?" I asked. "The lights came back on, but the room had changed," he whispered. I looked at him, curiously. "Changed? How?" Zach continued. "Like, completely changed. It wasn't the same room anymore. More like a hallway, but really narrow. Too narrow. I've never done well with tight spaces. I was still in the chair, but the computer and table were gone. I realized then that I wasn't alone. The hallway smelled like death and rot. It was so bad I choked on it. The light behind me was disappearing, like the shadows and smells were creeping towards me. There was something in that darkness, John. I heard its wet, crackling footsteps on the floor. I had no choice but to move forward. I started to run. The hallway twisted and turned like a maze, and became narrower as I pushed on. I've come to the realization that I was being treated like a lab rat, but instead of searching for a reward, I was avoiding a punishment. Eventually, the space was too narrow. The footsteps behind me grew louder. The only choice I had was to push through the narrow gap towards the cool air. I inched forward with all of my strength and tried to ignore the pain, and eventually breached through. The space was just large enough, like it had been built for me. Whatever that thing was behind me sunk its finger into my leg before I made it to the room on the other side of the wall. "What was on the other side?" I asked. Zach continued. "It was a large sewer line on the edge of campus. I ended up finding a ladder and climbed out. You know the rest." I jotted a few notes. "And what of the investigation and Dr. Faust?" Zach looked me in the eyes. The only record of a Dr. Faust was in 1919. He was fired and arrested when police discovered a makeshift lab under his home that he was using to torture students. He died in prison. There wasn't much of an investigation. I lost the original letter, and there's no evidence of any basement in DeMarco Hall. The only thing they can't figure out was the timing. What do you mean? I asked. My roommate reported me missing pretty quickly. 3 weeks had passed by the time I climbed out of that sewer. I hadn't eaten, drank, or slept. The horror I experienced in that room transcended time, space, and reason. Zach looked back down to the floor. I'd like to end the interview now. And so I did. Zach and I parted ways. I listened to our conversation during my drive home. By the end, I was skeptical of his entire story. That was, until I went to walk to my own front door. I hadn't given Zach or the university my information. But, sitting on my doorstep, was a letter from Dr. Faust inviting me to participate in his next study. A new patient? I asked my secretary, slightly outraged. Please, sir, she tried to plead with me. You have to. I am completely overbooked as it is. I simply cannot take anyone else. But she's my cousin, she said as she stood up from the front desk. That doesn't mean anything, I tried to explain. I cannot make exceptions with things like this. Dr. Martin. The secretary raised the voice a little louder than usual. I looked at her with one curious cocked eyebrow. The secretary realized the mistake and lowered her voice back down. She needs it. She needs you. I was prepared to reject the proposition again, but I saw that hopeless, desperate look in her eyes. She couldn't bear to take any answer other than yes. Fine, I finally submitted to my strange gut feeling. She was nearly jumping for joy upon hearing the news. Thank you so much, Doctor. She quickly sat back down in a rolling office chair and began frantically typing on her computer. I'll tell her right now. All right. I began to make my way back to my office. Just let me know when you schedule a first appointment. My secretary meekly looked up from her computer. Oh, she already has one set for today. I stopped and quickly ran back over to her desk. Excuse me? She has an appointment set for 3 o'clock this afternoon. She tried to not be frightened by my slowly growing impatience. You mean to tell me that you scheduled an appointment for someone who wasn't even a patient yet? I tried to keep calm, but my anger was practically bursting out of my ears. My secretary didn't flinch. She stared directly at me and then turned back to her computer and repeated, She needs you. I sighed heavily and walked back to my office, defeated. I hate when she does stuff like that. At 3 in the afternoon that day, after finishing up with another patient, my secretary peeked into my office and told me that Phoebe, using a different name for privacy reasons and out of respect, was ready to come in. Who? I asked. The woman I told you about this morning, my cousin. I tried to roll my eyes in the most inconspicuous way possible. Then I said to let her in. I sat back in my chair, lazily waiting. The door to my office opened up, and in walked a middle-aged woman with beautiful long black hair. She looked about late 30s and seemed very reserved and shy. You must be Phoebe, I spoke as I began to examine the woman's demeanor. I tried to seem at least a little interested. After all, she was my patient. Yes, and thank you for taking me on such short notice. I know how busy you are. Phoebe approached my desk and confidently outstretched her hand. I leaned forward and shook her hand in return. It's no trouble, I assured. I motioned for her to sit in one of the many chairs around the room. Once she was comfortably seated, I began the session. So, first of all, what brings you here today? Phoebe shuffled a bit in her seat. She was clearly uncomfortable about answering. Ma'am? I gently prodded. Phoebe took in a deep breath. My daughter has this sort of friend, I guess you could call it. Go on. I began to feel genuinely intrigued. Well, she was beginning to sound a bit more comfortable, but she was still holding back. You see, this friend isn't actually there. I mean, she plays with him all the time, but I can only see her playing by herself. She'll play in the backyard for hours, and it always looks like she's talking to someone. All the little games she plays are meant to be played with two people. Then, when she comes inside, she'll talk about Mr. Whisper. She and him are becoming such good friends, but there's never anyone there. I'm getting a little scared. Ma'am? I did my best to sound professional when saying this. It sounds like your daughter made up an imaginary friend. It's very common for little children to create a friend of their own to play with. I know about imaginary friends, sir, she continued, but I think this is something else. Every time she talks about Mr. Whisper, I get this very uncomfortable feeling. I can't really describe it, but it's kind of like I'm in a submarine and the pressure is imploding in on me from all sides and I have a hard time breathing and... Phoebe began to grow noticeably dizzy and fell off of her chair. I ran over to her and helped her regain her balance. Are you alright? I asked. Yeah, sorry. I guess I've just been a little stressed lately. Her voice sounded slightly breathy. I walked over to the water cooler and got Phoebe a cup of water. Ma'am, I started, I want to help you, but I don't know how any of this could be possible. I took the cup over to her to drink. It doesn't seem right. Listen. Phoebe knew she wasn't being fully heard, so she tried one last time. My daughter is in some sort of danger. I don't know how to prove it yet, but I can feel it. Phoebe, I'll tell you something, I tried to reason. Go home and relax for a bit. Take a nice long nap if you have to. I began walking over to my office door, implying that it was time for her to leave. If you feel these feelings again or anything new happens, give me a call, but I'm guessing that it's nothing more than a simple childhood imaginary friend. I opened the door and turned towards Phoebe again. She slowly got up out of her chair and walked over to the door. An imaginary friend is only real in your mind. Mr. Whisper is actually real. I know it. Phoebe walked out of the office without even saying hello to her cousin on the way out. I felt bad about letting someone leave who was clearly in need of some sort of help, but there was nothing I could do. A few days later, I was on my lunch break and my secretary told me I had a call waiting on line 1. I dismissed her before answering it. I wasn't too surprised with the voice I heard. Doctor? Asked the voice. It was Phoebe, only she sounded more anxious, more paranoid. I could tell just by listening to that one word that something had happened. Is everything all right, ma'am? I asked, truly concerned. I could sense Phoebe gathering all her thoughts before she spoke. I heard a slight breath in on the line. I know you think I'm talking nonsense, she began, but you have to at least try to believe me." She waited for a response, but I was waiting for her to speak, so she went on. "I can sense him all around me now. At first, I would just get that weird feeling whenever my daughter talked about him. But then I started getting it when I saw her playing with him. I could tell the difference between when she was playing alone and when she was playing with Mr. Whisper. She would act differently. I don't know how else to say it. Anyway, I started getting an odd feeling that my daughter was getting stressed out by something as well. She seemed off every now and then, but my daughter has always been the kind of child who doesn't want to show her weaknesses, so she never admitted anything to me. Then one day, my daughter told me she and Mr. Whisper had gotten into a little argument and that she wasn't going to play with him for a little while. I did what I needed to do and pretended to be upset, all that stuff. So, she started playing with me a bit more. I didn't force her to at all. She just came to me and wanted to play together. I didn't complain at all. But then, one day, I noticed she had a few red scratches on her back and on her arm. Now, she had played outside on the playgrounds a few times recently, so I quickly assumed it had something to do with that, so I didn't ask her. However, a few days after that, I saw her playing outside again, except I had that really funny feeling again. I knew she was playing with Mr. Whisper again, but she didn't seem to be herself. She looked a little scared. When she came in for dinner that night, I could tell something was different about her. I told her I noticed she was playing with Mr. Whisper again, and she looked up at me with a pained expression. I had never seen her make that face before, but she quickly put on a fake smile and said, "Yeah, we got into a fight before, but now everything's alright." I told her I was proud of her for being a big girl, but I was so scared. From that day on, I noticed something happening. This sounds awful to say, but I started getting that horrible feeling whenever I was around my daughter. I would see her walk through the house and I would begin to feel faint, and every day it would get worse. I could see it on my daughter's face too. She was getting more scared every time I saw her. That's when I began to notice Mr. Whisper was starting to latch himself onto my daughter. I called you as soon as I figured it out. I sat with a phone against my ear and a dumbfounded look upon my face. I didn't know what approach to go for, so I just began talking and hoped something good would come out. "Ma'am, I've never experienced anything like this. It's very hard to tell exactly what we're dealing with here. If what you're saying is true, we could possibly be dealing with a supernatural entity here, and if that's the case, I'm in no position to help you." "No," Phoebe exclaimed, startling me for a moment. "There's no time to go to someone else. I'm afraid of what'll happen if we waste too much time." My mind raced as I attempted to come up with a solution. "How about this?" I prompted. "I will come see you after work, and we can discuss in person what the best solution would be." The other line went silent for a moment. "All right," Phoebe answered. Her voice showed that she wasn't completely satisfied, but it would work for now. "If you send me your address, I will meet you there as soon as I get off of work," I added. Phoebe told me the address, and we talked a bit about the details before I said I had to go back to work. For the rest of the day, I conducted my other therapy sessions as usual, but my mind was unable to escape the thought of Phoebe and her poor daughter, and whatever ungodly thing was terrorizing them. The end of the day came, and I was packing up my things and getting ready to head over to Phoebe's house. I was just closing up my suitcase when my telephone rang. "Hello?" I answered. "Doctor," it was my secretary. She sounded very worried. "Phoebe is here to see you." I looked at my watch. Send her in, please. Right away, sir. A few seconds later, a woman walked in. But it certainly wasn't the woman who had walked into my office a few days earlier. That woman was sharp and confident. This woman's long black hair had been completely messed and had several small grey streaks. Her face had been drained of colour, and it wore a solemn and fearful expression. Her lips looked cold and chapped, and out of them, the woman spoke. I saw him. I gazed at her, but no words were spoken. I awkwardly motioned for her to sit, and then eagerly sat in my own desk seat. Phoebe slowly walked over to the chair, but she was clearly shaken. Her hands didn't stop moving the entire time she was in the office, and she kept glancing around the room as if expecting something to happen. She was majorly paranoid. After I got off the phone with you, she began, I decided to have a little talk with my daughter, so I brought her into the kitchen and sat her down at the seat that was directly facing mine. I asked what was going on in the past few days. She looked at me with a confused look, but her eyes knew exactly what I was talking about, and they couldn't lie. I told her that I knew something had been going on recently, and I was worried about her. She reassured me that she was fine and that there was nothing to worry about. I realized that if I wanted answers, I had to give her straightforward questions. So I leaned in real close to her and spoke softly as I asked her, "What is going on with you and—" Phoebe stopped and looked frantically around the room like a deer who hears a twig snap in the woods. She turned back to me and continued, "Her and you know who?" I nodded in understanding. She went on, "Only I used his actual name. Apparently, when you whisper his name, he gets mad. Really mad. So, after I asked her, her face got very scared and she gave me a look that said, 'I am so sorry for what's about to happen. I would tell you to run, but there's no time.'" Phoebe began to breathe more heavily and was fidgeting more in her chair. Then this thing came at me, completely out of nowhere, and it just pounced on me. Phoebe paused for a long time. I can't even describe it. It was such an out-of-body experience. It's like I still have memory of it, but I just can't think of anything to describe it with. But doctor, it was horrifying. As soon as it was over, I was lying on the floor, wheezing in pain. My daughter came running over to me, and she tried to make me feel better, but she couldn't. Not after what I'd just been through. I thought hard about this. "And you can't describe it?" Phoebe shook her head sadly. "It would be like describing music to a deaf person." I thought again. I suddenly got an idea, but it would require a huge risk. I didn't know if I wanted to propose it or not, but while my mind was still deciding, my mouth made the decision for me. "How about this?" I started. "You go home and try to summon Mr. Whisper again. But this time," I reached into my suitcase and pulled out my digital camera. "Take a picture of it with this." I tossed the camera to Phoebe. "May I remind you that you absolutely do not have to go through this if you don't want to." "It's a good idea," she said, while still looking down at the camera. "But I'm still afraid of what's going to happen." I got up out of my chair and walked over to her. "That's perfectly understandable." I reached my arm out and put it on her shoulder. "But if you do this and then come into my office first thing tomorrow with a picture, then we'll have conclusive evidence that this thing exists." Phoebe thought for a moment longer. Then she slowly nodded. "I'll do it." The next day, I got to my office about an hour early so I could meet Phoebe when she got there. I sat down at my desk and anxiously waited for her to arrive. I began to think about what I would do if she was successful in taking the picture. I would be able to see exactly what was causing all the trouble with Phoebe and her daughter. But what would happen from there? I thought about bringing in a priest or a demonologist. It might work. It had to work. As the hour slowly passed, my excited anticipation soon turned to raw stress. It came time for my workday to start, but there was still no Phoebe. I walked out to my secretary and told her to notify me immediately if there was any word about Phoebe. I went back to my office and started working with my other patients. My mind wasn't in my office though. My mind was traveling all around, and the longer I heard no response, the faster my brain traveled. What have I done? I thought to myself. I've sent this poor woman straight to her doom. I should never have told her to take that picture. I should never have given her any advice about what to do. I should never have taken up this profession in the first place. I continued to beat myself up all morning. Then, almost as soon as one of my afternoon patients left my office, my telephone rang. I picked it up almost immediately upon hearing the first chime. "Hello?" I answered. As soon as I spoke, sweat began to form around my head. I was breathing so heavily that it could assuredly be heard on the other line. "Sir?" my secretary responded. She sounded almost as scared as I was. "Turn on the TV." This was not the response I was expecting, but I still knew exactly what I would see on that TV when I turned it on. I slowly bent down and grabbed the small black remote off my desk. "Which channel?" I hesitantly asked. "Any of them," she answered. I set the receiver down on my desk and nearly flinched as I aimed the remote at the small TV on one of my office's corner walls and pressed the power button. There was a reporter standing in front of a small suburban house. I don't remember everything she said, because I was mostly in shade at this point, but I could hear a general idea. While reports are still flooding in from neighbours about the horrifying sounds they heard from this house last night, there is still a large amount of evidence missing from this crime. Last night, at approximately 10:30, 37-year-old Phoebe Callaghan was attacked by something that is still unknown. The cause and the events of the brawl are also a mystery at this time, but what is known is that many neighbours nearby heard Callaghan's helpless cries, and many of them also heard a shrill, high-pitched screech that didn't seem to belong to any human or animal. When authorities arrived at the scene, they found Callaghan's body horribly warped and mutilated. Her once dark black hair had turned to a solid grey, and her eyes and face lacked colour. A small digital camera lay merely inches from her body. Callaghan is sadly leaving behind her 7-year-old daughter. I shut the TV off. I slumped all the way back in my chair and attempted to breathe. But every time I took a breath in, it wouldn't come out. I felt like I was suffocating. I tried to get up out of the chair, but I couldn't move. I was pinned. The world around me started to go blurry and dark. "Dr. Martin!" My secretary rushed into the room and quickly attempted to bring me back into full consciousness. Eventually, the world came into perspective again. I was able to comfortably lean forward and move around in the chair. I was able to exhale all of the air I was uncomfortably inhaling. "Are you all right?" she asked me, kneeling concernedly at my side. Yes, I'll be alright, I managed to say in between my deep breaths in and out. I can cancel the rest of your appointments today if you... No, I quickly answered. I'll see all of my patients today. The secretary looked at me, unsure. Alright, as long as you feel up to it. But, I began. I paused for a while as I contemplated making this decision. I don't think I should be a therapist anymore. My secretary stood up, outraged at this. What? You can't quit. There are so many people who need you. Like Phoebe Callaghan? I reminded. She sadly sighed, deeply defeated. I don't think you should leave, but if you truly believe you have to, then I won't stop you. But I want you to think about it long and hard. I nodded slowly. Oh, she reached into her back pocket and handed me an envelope. The police came by this morning and dropped this off. They said Phoebe's daughter wanted you to have it. I inhaled deeply before taking the envelope from her. I thanked her before dismissing her back to her desk. Once she was out of the room, I stared at the envelope. I was absolutely dreading seeing its contents. I held it up to the light and saw the silhouette of a small black rectangle which took up about a quarter of the envelope. I knew it was a printed Polaroid picture of something. Before I could let myself say no, I tore open the envelope and slowly withdrew the picture from inside. The picture was blurry at best, and the camera seemed to be falling over as it snapped the scene, but the main focus of the photo was still very visible. Once I saw it, I completely froze up, letting the photo slowly drop onto the floor. As much as I've tried to forget all about this picture, it will never leave my memory. The image is forever burned into my brain. The right side of the photo seemed to be capturing a normal kitchen with a table and a stove in the background. But the left half of the photo showed a figure, dressed in all black, reaching directly for the camera with its long and hideous hands. The photo only allowed the viewer to see the torso and above. The hair on the top of its head was almost completely gone, but its scalp was old and had several cracks in it. On the side of its head, there were two large ears, almost twice the size of normal ears, and they stuck out of its skull like sore thumbs. But the most terrifying part of this beast was the face. Its awful face consisted of two empty, black eye sockets that still managed to stare directly at you. Just below the eye sockets was the creature's nose, and it was all crooked and terribly bent out of shape, like it had been smashed with a mallet. Then there was the mouth, if you even want to call it that. It was inhumanly wide open. No, it was completely unhinged from its jawline, which exposed several grotesque layers of teeth that pointed in every which way. If the creature closed its mouth, it would possibly puncture itself in several spots. When you stared directly at the creature, it seemed as though it was leaping directly out of the picture and right for you. It was merely waiting for you to whisper its name, and then it would wreak unspeakable havoc and pain onto you. This is why you must be careful when discussing this creature. You must be wary when it is around you. You must never whisper his name. Never whisper, Mr. Whisper. I shouldn't have done it, I know. I shouldn't have done it. But the thing is, Matthew's more than just a son to me. The kid's one of my best friends. It's been like that ever since his mom passed away. Lately though, ever since he came back from university a couple of weeks ago in fact, I've been worried about him. Really worried. Matthew's changed. University's changed him. And I don't just mean a flown the nest, more independent kind of way. I don't mean in a partying too hard kind of way either. I mean, the kid looks ill. Seriously ill. When I picked him up at the train station, he had bags under his eyes that were like bruises, as though he hadn't slept in weeks. His hair was greasy, even his breath was bad. Not my Matthew. When I dropped him off in Exeter all those months ago, he was a different person entirely. Happy, excited. Not like now. Something happened to him down there, and in the days he's been home, it's only gotten worse. Over the past week, I've hardly seen him. He's out all day and home late. On a couple of nights, he hasn't come home at all. Told me he was staying at his friend's, but he didn't look me in the eye when he said it. This morning, he got up early and left just as I was getting out of bed. Said he was off down the park to meet some mates. He didn't look like he was going to meet mates though. He looked like he was off to face a firing squad. Anyway, I know all this doesn't excuse what I've done. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when I went into Matthew's room after he'd left this morning, I saw that his laptop was on. Well, I only planned to take a quick look. Just something to set my mind at rest. Matthew's room is at the back of the house, overlooking the garden. As I sat down at his desk, a soft patch of morning sunlight spilled in through the curtains, lit the whole room up. It should have been pleasant, but it wasn't. It only highlighted what a mess the place was. Clothes strewn over the floor, dirty mugs, textbooks and paper spilling everywhere. The top left corner of Matthew's desk was covered in soil, which had been spilt from a pot plant his grandmother gave him. And there was a funny smell in the room too. An unpleasant mixture of laundry detergent — I had washed Matthew's clothes for him — old food and something else. Something I couldn't quite place. I wrinkled my nose and resolved to get out of there as quickly as possible, then to have a proper talk with Matthew when he got home, sit him down, ask him once and for all what was going on with him. In the meantime, I typed in Matthew's password — he's had the same one for years — and opened up Google Chrome. I navigated to history and hit Ctrl-Y to show full history. The searches from this morning were Google, Twitter and Outlook, and I skimmed straight by those without reading them. I don't really know what I was looking for exactly, but I guess I'm a visual person. Rather than reading the text, my eyes were scanning the website favicons as I scrolled down. The history wasn't too extensive, and I was already a few days back in time when something made me pause. A collection of darker logos that stood out among the rest. Porn. Quite a bit of it too. From the looks of it, Matthew had spent that particular night browsing the stuff for at least a few hours. I stared at the logos and scratched the back of my neck. My skin suddenly felt hot. The light coming in from the curtains was making me squint. What was I doing here exactly? What had gone so wrong that I suddenly thought snooping through my son's computer was okay? The kid had browsed some porn a few nights ago. That was all. So what? He wouldn't be the first 19-year-old to do it, and I very much doubted he'd be the last. So far, all I'd succeeded in doing was invading his privacy and making myself feel guilty in the process. No, enough was enough. I'd just have to have a sit-down with Matthew when he got home. That was all. Parenting, the old-fashioned way. Before I went to close the tab, I scrolled back to the top of the history page. Force of habit, I guess. Thinking back now, I'm not sure what exactly it was that made me pause again. What it was that caught my eye. An unusual phrasing maybe. A stray word that stood out among the rest. Either way, I suddenly found myself staring at a collection of Google searches my son had made the day before yesterday, ones I'd missed before. And as I read through them, I felt a worm of unease stir in my stomach. 8:30 p.m. The Silent Chapter, Google search. 8:46 p.m. Silent Chapter Initiation Rituals, Google search. 9:32. What is scrying, Google search. 10:03. Can I use scrying to open a portal? Google search. 10:28. Books of black magic spells, Google search. 10:57. What is blood magic, Google search. There were other links in between those searches too. Wikipedia, email, a few websites that looked like obscure forums I didn't recognize. I'll admit it, at this point I was disturbed, but I wasn't that disturbed. I'd already come up with an explanation for the searches as I was reading them. The thing is, Matthew's studying sociology at university. He's interested in different religions too, and he's always been fascinated by conspiracy theories. He loves all that stuff. Rereading those searches, I already knew what he was up to. Some kind of university project. That was all. It had to be. Matthew had become interested in studying witchcraft or the occult, something like that, and he was doing a bit of research into the subject matter, maybe even laying out the foundations for an essay. Or at least, that's the story I told myself, before I scrolled to Matthew's most recent searches, the ones he made this morning. The same ones I'd scrolled past at first, without reading them properly. Now I read them though. Now I look closely at the text for each one. Followed the links too. Aside from some visits to Outlook, there were only 3 other items in Matthew's history from this morning, and by the time I'd finished looking at them, I felt dread in my stomach that was worse than anything I've ever felt before in my life. Even worse than the dread I felt when Matthew's mom was diagnosed. The first search was for a girl's name, Rosie Field. No one I recognized. I popped it into Google, but nothing much came up. Some LinkedIn profiles, a few Facebook and Instagram hits, nothing interesting. I assumed it was some girl he'd met down in Exeter. The second result was different though. This one was a Twitter link. I clicked it and it took me to a recent tweet from the local police. A photo they'd shared only a few hours earlier, not long before Matthew left for the day. The photo showed a little girl, young, maybe around 7 or 8, big gap-toothed grin, blonde hair in a ponytail, and one large word in red, just below her picture. Missing. Something in my chest tightened. My eyes flicked back to the text above the image. The girl had been gone since yesterday evening apparently. She'd been out to play in the garden and hadn't come back. She only lived a few streets away from us. Her name was Rosie Field. My hand was shaking as I clicked back on the history tab and stared at the final item, the most recent one. It was another Google search. 8:57 a.m. Best hiding places in a bathroom, Google search. I stared at it for a second longer, then followed the link, scanned the top few results. After a moment of staring at the screen, my eyes were drawn away from it again, over to the soil scattered across the top of Matthew's desk, the soil from his plant pot, the soil which he'd clearly spilled in a hurry and hadn't bothered to clean up. It didn't take me long to find it. I fumbled my hand into the top of the pot, digging through the dirt, and after a second of searching, my fingertips brushed something that shouldn't have been there. a small plastic bag, buried just enough so the top was covered. I fished it out. It was see-through, what looked like a sandwich bag, covered in dirt. I reached out with my other hand. My fingers were shaking so badly now I could hardly hold the bag straight, but eventually I managed to brush the soil off. I wish I hadn't. I wish more than anything that I had never gone into Matthew's room in the first place, that I'd never looked on his computer. There were only 2 items in that bag. 2 small but unmistakable items. The first was a miniature vodka bottle. It was filled to the top, but the liquid inside it was red rather than clear. It sat in the bag alongside the second item, a tuft of blonde hair bound together with an elastic band. I work at a restaurant. Same customer came in 3 days in a row. He had long, greasy hair, sunken eyes, and a patchy beard. He wore stained grey sweatpants and a ratty t-shirt that celebrated Expo 86. He stood in line in front of me and ordered a small black coffee. $1.50 is your total. He fished around in his neon pink fanny pack and passed me a handful of change. I felt the clammy coins touch my hand and I shuddered. He grinned at me, took his coffee, and found an empty table off in the corner. I leaned over to my co-worker. "Have you seen that guy before? Gives me the creeps." She shrugged and went back to dipping churros in sugar. I helped the next customer, but I kept a watchful eye on the man in the corner. Maybe I was just being judgmental, but there was some indefinable quality about the man that made me uneasy. I noticed he didn't touch his coffee. Too hot, I presumed. Despite not ordering food, I could see that he was doing this intense chewing motion with his jaw. I watched as he paused, stuck his fingers into his mouth, and extracted a revolting masticated mass. Slick with saliva, it glistened in his hand. He then proceeded to stick this goop under the table. Gross, I thought. He was just finishing his gum. Then I saw him reach into his fanny pack and insert a mysterious grey morsel into his mouth. He began the process again, grinding it up, working it out of his mouth into his fingers, and depositing it under the table. I left the front counter and spoke with my supervisor. We have a policy about approaching customers who exhibit questionable behaviour. Apparently studies show that members of the public are more responsive to well-dressed management types than us uniformed peasants. I told him about this creep and his gross habit. My supervisor shrugged and said, "Whatever, he'll be gone soon. Just clean up after." I waited, and I watched the man repeat this obscene ritual. He left after an hour. My supervisor reminded me that I should clean the table, top and bottom, before the next customer complained. I brought out the bucket of cleaning supplies and begrudgingly walked over to his table. I went down onto my hands and knees and looked up. I had to retreat to avoid vomiting. There were over 24 moist bundles of chewed up goo that speckled the entire underside of the table. I took out our chisel and managed to wedge them all off into a waiting garbage bag. After the first piece plopped into the bag, something struck me as strange. This wasn't gum. In fact, I had no idea what it was. I've scraped off plenty of gum, and its appearance and shape is overall pretty consistent. Gum looks like old caulking, that comes out in all colours of the rainbow. In contrast, the mysterious skunk was dull grey and had the fibrous texture of chewed up steak. I finished cleaning up and tried to put this revolting chore behind me. The next day, at the start of my shift, I saw the man again. He was at a different table, and in front of him was another small coffee. Standing behind the till, I scrutinized the man's actions. Again, without fail, he stuck his fingers into his mouth, extracted the gnawed on mass, and placed it under the table. I swore under my breath. Store policy be damned. I was going to speak to this gentleman and tell him his behaviour was unacceptable. I asked my coworker to cover my till. I approached his table and saw his eyes light up as I drew nearer. He spoke first. "Would you like some jerky?" "Excuse me?" He reached into his fanny pack and removed a strip of meat. He held it up and waited expectantly. No, thank you, sir. We actually have a pretty strict policy on no outside food or drink." "Really?" he said. "That's a shame. More for me then." He opened his mouth, and I saw that he was missing all his teeth. He placed the jerky into his mouth, and I could hear his saliva churn as he gummed the meat and swished it with his tongue. "Sir, I need to speak to you about the stuff you're placing underneath the table." "Oh, I am so sorry. I did not realize it was a bother. I will stop immediately." "Okay," I said, feeling more a little embarrassed and grossed out. I began to back off from the table when he grabbed my wrist and said, "I like you." I pulled my arm back and shuddered. I left the table, gave my hands a thorough cleaning, and went back to work. I didn't trust this man to keep his word, and sure enough, he continued depositing bits of food under the table. I saw him leave, and my supervisor encouraged me to go clean up. The table was worse than yesterday. It was like a star map of chewed up food. I grabbed the chisel and again removed the disgusting meat stalactites from the table. The next day, I'm returning from my break when I see the man again. He's at a different table and has a small cup of coffee in front of him. I resolve that there is no way in hell I'm going to allow this to happen again. I approach my supervisor, and this time I am vehement. I threaten to walk out if he allows the man to continue this horrendous practice unopposed. My supervisor relents, says we can kick the man out as long as I'm the one that does it. He opts to remain in the back room while I do the confronting. I begin my approach, determined to put an end to this nonsense. I notice that beside the man, he has numerous grocery bags filled with economy-sized containers of salt. He sees me. "Sure you don't want some jerky?" "No, sir. I spoke to you yesterday about the chewed up meats you keep putting under the table. I asked you to stop and you did not. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." "Are you alone?" "What? No. Sir, please leave. If you don't leave now, I'm going to call the police." He frowned, but did not get up. He pulled out a wad of jerky from his fanny pack and placed it in his mouth. Then, something fell out of his fanny pack and dropped to the ground. It looked like a large French fry, but at the tip, there was the unmistakable impression of a fingernail. There was no doubt in my mind that before me was a desiccated human index finger. My jaw dropped and I met his surprised gaze. "Such a shame. You would have dried up nicely." I ran before he could grab me. I barricaded myself in the back room and phoned the police. My supervisor hassled me for answers as I hyperventilated, trying to regain control. The police came shortly after. The man had left by that point, but given my description, they were able to pick him up soon after. Over the next few days, the police asked me many questions and provided few answers. A few months later, I got the whole story. Turns out, he was a forward-thinking, long-term cannibal. He wanted to find the best way to preserve his kills, some technique that retained flavor without making the meat too tough. So, he innovated. He bought an industrial-sized dehydrator, chopped up his victims, and filled Ziploc bags full of people gum. The media referred to him as the jerky killer, based upon his love for spicing and drying his victims. Since he didn't have any teeth, he could never finish the last mouthful of fascia and muscle. Once the last bits of meat lost its flavor, it had to go somewhere. Under the table seemed like a reasonable place. Investigators had found he had placed pieces of his victims beneath the tables in over 100 restaurants. Apparently, one of his favorite activities was relaxing with a cup of black coffee and chewing the fat of his old friends.